And we are live, at least according to YouTube. Hello and welcome, and yeah, we're going to talk about Elliott waves today. My name is Christian Rauchenwald, in case you didn't know that from my username on Reddit. And we're going to focus on GameStop today. I'm not as prepared as I wanted to be because a few things came up during the day, but I hope things are fine. Yeah, greetings to Iceland. Somewhere along the way we say mic gain please. It actually is already on. I have the exact same settings that I had during the last stream. So can somebody else confirm, is it too silent, or does Chris just have his volume set to silent? So test 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm a little quiet. Okay, I'm gonna take that. Don't get scared. I'm gonna increase the volume now. And it might be too loud now, or it might be fine. So, waiting for confirmation. Great. So, we went live today before the market opens, so we can basically prepare our way to our live mapping of Elliott waves. Greetings also to Scotland and New York, a town or a city that I hopefully can visit in the future with my GameStop attendees. And yeah, so we're gonna get started with that. The focus of today's video is, by the way, not to predict where we are going finally, but more to provide you all with confirmation bias, how accurate Elliott waves are. And then you can just check out the original post where I predicted where I think the squeeze will go. And yeah, we take it from there. So, okay, we have UK here as well. So great, great, great. I'm gonna push a button and share my screen. And nothing happens, which is, now it works, yeah. So here we have investing.com and we see GameStop, and the pre-market is already up a little bit. And we jump straight to wave basis, the tool I use to map out Elliott waves. The only advantage, or the only two advantages of wave basis compared to other things, are that they automatically show the predicted price levels. You could do the same if you read the book and understand what it says. You could do that manually, but wave basis, basically the moment you create a point of a wave, it automatically predicts the area where the price will go, so it saves you time. And they have a neat auto count feature which automatically labels waves, although that auto count is not something to fully trust, so it's kind of something that you need to recheck yourself. Now, with that out of the way, we are going to start on the monthly chart, because as you might know based on my posts, or because you already read some stuff, that Elliott waves basically always are, you have a wave and each wave itself is part of a bigger wave and contains smaller waves. Another thing we're going to use is, quickly switching back, is our neat Elliott wave cheat sheet. It's one page that contains probably almost all the information that is in the book. Yeah, like obviously if you don't understand anything about Elliott wave, all of this is just gibberish, but once you understand at least the basics, that cheat sheet here makes your life so much easier. Download link to that PDF is also in the description down below, so you can grab it for yourself. And with that, we're pretty much going to get started. Now I'm gonna move the camera to the left for the monthly screen. And basically, since the IPO, an IPO very often is kind of like the end of the fifth wave. It's like when a company is really popular and hyped, which means very often after an IPO you see a drop. It might go up further, but then you see a drop, which would be the ABC, or the corrective pattern, whichever is used or applies after that fifth wave. And that's why our 0 point is here. Now, I have labeled this chart earlier, so we have wave 1 go here, wave 2 with the low in March last year, thanks to COVID and all that stuff. Our wave 3 goes up till the high at around 480 that we had when the buying restrictions came into place. Our wave 4 was the latest low at, I don't know, like 40 or something like that, or 38.50, yeah. And which means based on that, we are now in wave number 5. Now I want to point out there are two rule violations in this chart when it comes to Elliott waves. The first violation is that wave number 4 retraces below here. So it gets into the area of wave number 1, which is perfectly fine because if you check at the end of chapter 1 of the book, if I'm not mistaken, it's also explained Elliott waves only apply when the market is not restricted or regulated in some way. So if the government would set a fixed price or if we have buying restrictions, Elliott waves cannot fully apply anymore. All the rules cannot be enforced. That's why this low here and that rule violation is okay. The second violation that we have is that the point 2 here goes below our point 0. And there I'm not 1000% certain, but in my opinion it's still okay because before the IPO, where we don't have candles, there would have still be some development of, in kind of like if you think about the value of the company, which would mean that our actual point 0 could be somewhere lower, we just don't see it. Yeah. So in my opinion, if we count from the IPO, that violation is fine. If somebody disagrees with me here or has some official source that says that's wrong, then please share it. But we go, or the whole stream will be based on the assumption that this here is accurate and that we are therefore currently in our wave 5 that goes up here. And with that, I'm gonna just increase the brightness of my screen that I see better. And with that, we actually then jump into that wave 5. Now, the important part here is the end of wave 4 is the low point at 38.50, yeah, 38.50, yeah. And with that, we're first going to jump on the hourly chart. And we have our low point at 38.50 here. So from here, from the top here, that you currently can see because of the camera, I'm gonna move it, like here. So from the top here to the top here, that would be our wave 4 that we saw on the monthly chart. Now, if we look at the cheat sheet and they're other way, impulsive or impulse, yeah, then you see that the wave 4, so between point 3 and point 4, can be any kind of corrective pattern. So we could look further down at corrective patterns. And we could also look at the table. It's going to be blurry in the camera, but you also see percentages here. So wave 4 is in 48% of cases FL, and FL is a, what was it? FL was the short form for sideways movement, yeah? So in 48% of the cases, our wave 4 would be a sideways movement, and in 3% of the cases, it would be a double zigzag and so on. So, but we're not focused on the past here, we just want to figure out where we are. So we know this is our wave 4, and in there we actually have an ABC zigzag and some other labels which were created by the auto label feature, so they may not be correct here, those wave labels. But we know this is our starting point for wave 4. Wave 2, possible a triangle throw over. You mean on the monthly chart? Possible. I'm really bad with corrective waves, which is gonna make it today very funny because we, in my opinion, are now in a small corrective wave, yeah, which we're getting to. So yeah, but possibly. Again, I suck at corrective waves, which actually brings me to an important point. I also have good news. In my last stream, I already mentioned that the guys behind that book and ElliottWave.com reached out to me based on the post on Reddit. And it looks like, it's not 100% certain yet, but it's very likely that Jeffrey, whatever his last name is, the guy that actually does most of the trader classrooms on ElliottWave.com and so on, which is their paid classes and blah, 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 might record a video real soon about GameStop and share his prediction, which I trust Elliott Waves, and when it comes to Elliott Waves, I trust his predictions. So if that happens, would be great, and I would obviously then create a post about it on Reddit as well, so that everybody can watch that video from somebody that has way more history with Elliott Waves and way more credibility with Elliott Waves. Yeah, but yeah, so back to the topic here, the low point, and removing the cheat sheet. The low point is our wave 4, and from this, yeah, I didn't reach out to them. They actually reached out to me. Apparently enough apes clicked on the link to you can read that free book, and enough of them signed up or ordered the physical copy that their marketing team actually reached out to me. So didn't do anything. It's kind of like happened. Yeah. It just proves again, when you do good things, when you just focus on providing value, like sharing information with other people, then you kind of like automatically get other interesting results as well. Also saw a comment right now, like if I had to name the channel Trading for Beginners, I created a channel already weeks ago. It actually was meant for a totally different purpose, to create more content about my eToro trading profiles, especially the one where I'm popular investor, because for the more people that copy me there, I actually can make some kind of income from that. So the idea was to focus more on content that's more about my eToro portfolio, to gain more copiers, obviously hopefully provide them with good returns from my trades, and build up another income stream for me. And since the channel fits the topic trading, that's the channel I use for this live, yeah? And renaming it doesn't make a lot of sense. But again, back, we still have 20 minutes to go, and in those 20 minutes we need to narrow things down. So again, monthly chart, wave 3 comes up here, wave 4 goes down here, which means we're here in a wave 5. If we look at the cheat sheet again in the impulse column, we see that wave 5 is either an impulse or an ending diagonal, and in 93% of cases it's another impulse. So we're going to stick with that prediction. And then based on that, we know that that wave 5 that we will have here, that on the monthly chart would obviously go longer, consists of another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah? And within that, I was already able to map out the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So because that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again consists of smaller waves. And yesterday pretty much, or the drop that we had till yesterday, was our wave 2. Now, where already in the original post that I made on Reddit mentioned that I would not be surprised if we can see the drop into the 130 area. It actually went a little bit further, but that's basically our wave 2, and our wave 2, according to our cheat sheet, can be any correction, but in 42% of cases it's a zigzag, and within there I'm able to map out a zigzag. And yeah, so that's pretty much makes it clear that this here is our wave 2, which brings us here into our wave 3, which according to the cheat sheet is by itself another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now on that hourly chart, we don't necessarily see it yet, so that will be a bigger 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, but if we go on the 5-minute chart, which I haven't done actually for, like, I haven't gone lower than 15 minutes in Elliott waves before, but yesterday I figured I'm going to try 5 minutes, and I was actually surprised. We just have to find the right starting point here, and that would be here. That would be yesterday's, or the day before, the low, and the market opened yesterday, which again, if we look on the hourly chart, would be our wave 3 in a bigger 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which means it would be another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know all of that is kind of like a little bit confusing, wrong chart, but basically we have to know which wave we are in, so we know based on the cheat sheet or based on the information in the book what kind of wave we are likely to, or we can expect, and so the mapping actually makes sense to us. Now, quick to the comments. You can actually order the physical copy on the Elliott Wave website, so elliottwave.com. So the same one where you have the link in the description below that tells you read for free. If you go to the menu and there are educational content books, and then you click on, they have a book bundle, but if you click on the cover of this book, it takes you to the order page for this book, and it's $29. I think even with free shipping worldwide. And the last I saw from some comment on Reddit from someone from Canada, on Amazon it's like twice that much. So I mean, if it's on Amazon cheaper than $29, go with Amazon, but if not, then order it from the website. I also ordered mine from the website. If I recall it correctly, they shipped it with UPS. And yeah, and I don't know why you say lol with 25 bucks. I think, like, I don't know if it's like a book that really teaches you how to find almost perfect trade entries and exits. It kind of, what, cheaper? You mean on Amazon is cheaper, or? Yeah, I agree. The book is definitely a good investment. Like, I think reading it on the website is nice, but it's at some point, you cannot make proper bookmarks on the website to say, okay, that one thing about, I don't know, like extended fifth waves or something was on page whatever, and with the physical copy you kind of like have it ready to look things up. Yeah, floppy book's supposed to be cheaper. Yeah, like gotta pay to play. So anyway, so overall, here's our starting point. We have our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, although, and that's actually the interesting part, although the prediction for that 5 here is this big block here, which actually already nicely matches, and wave number 5 here, according to our cheat sheet, can be again another impulse in 93% of cases. So this here is another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's what actually happened yesterday. And here, yeah, like let's talk about the accuracy of the price predictions, because I see people that see the screenshots and that's they then wonder or assume that when I show a screenshot with an area like this, that the prediction is based on the candles, but it's not. Yeah, so if I go further, and for example, I'm just gonna go back somewhere in the chart, yeah, and it's not gonna make sense in terms, it's not gonna be correct labeling, but I pick the impulse wave here, and let's say that's my point 0. I need to click here. So that's my point 0, and that's my point 1. And now I click escape, and it will automatically predict me where point 2 will go. And it does not use the candles that you see here. It's simply based on my starting point and my end point. It predicts where the price area for wave 2 is. Yeah, and then I can project the pattern theoretically forward. And so I could then say, okay, this was our point 2. Obviously, this is not a wave here, or I mean, it is a wave, but it's not the right labeling. I'm just trying to show you that even when I show you a screenshot like this, where you see that area at the bottom labeled or highlighted, it's not because the candles went down here. It's simply because I put the 0 here and the 1 here, and as a result, based on the rules in the book, the predicted area would be here. Yeah, and if I move, so I'm going to lock this here real quick. So the highlighted area stays. If I move that 1, so depending on where I move it, you can see that it also adjusts the movement of the area of the predicted price. So the price or the predicted price doesn't consider what's already, or the candles that already have happened in the future. So meaning if I label something in the past, like is the case here, the price areas, and the case that the price areas hit the nail on the spot very often, is not because the candles went there. It's simply because I labeled the candles properly, and the moment I put that label 2 here, it already showed, even if those candles wouldn't be here, it already showed me that the price target for that third wave would be up here. Yeah, so, and that's why I decided also to make today's stream and to start before the market opens, so we can work our way towards why are we in the current wave, which we did on the monthly chart and so on, and we can then in real time see the development, and you can see in real time how accurate the predictions are, and that it's not some okay, I'm looking at the past and that's why it makes sense. It's literally we're looking at the future and it still makes sense for some reason. Yeah, and so I'm going to delete that here, and I hope that makes sense so far. Now here it gets a little bit complicated. If somebody just tuned in late, I mean, while it's nice that you're able to chat in real time and so on, I recommend that you start the playback from the beginning, because we basically are trying to explain how we get to this wave structure. And the most crucial thing to using Elliott waves in your favor or in your trading is to know which wave you are in. And since each wave is part of a bigger wave and so on, you'll have to start at the biggest chart possible where you can draw your waves. And this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the monthly chart here, where we are currently in wave 5 according to this, is going to be another wave 1 of an even bigger wave. Yeah. So, and only when you know that, you know also based on the book and on the cheat sheet that which wave to expect and which direction you should expect the market will go. So basically here we have the end of our wave. No, our wave 4, real quick. The 5-minute chart is a little tricky. Where did we have the huge drop? And that's why it's important that you watch from the beginning, because you see, even for me, if I look in the middle on the chart, I sometimes get confused. So let's look at the monthly chart. There we had the low point of wave 4. Let's look at the hourly chart. So our low point for wave 4 was here, which means this is our wave 5. Our wave 5 has 1, 2, which means the current movement is wave 3 within wave 5 from the monthly chart. Although that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 can also be another wave 1 of an even bigger wave. So that's between the monthly wave and the wave we're looking at. I know it's very confusing. And which means from the starting point here that we had with the low yesterday market open, we are looking at wave 3 in this degree. Yeah, that's why also the waves are, here it's not done properly, but on this chart here it's actually done properly, that the waves are of different degrees. So you see the biggest wave is like the one out here. No, that's not the biggest. No, the biggest wave is this one here right now. Yeah. So you see it starts from down here, which was the end of our wave 2. Yeah. I probably will need to kind of like work with multiple charts here to not get too confused. And which means this is a wave 3, which consists of another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 developed like this yesterday. And again, those price areas were not drawn after the candles appeared, but they were already there the moment I put the 2 here. And you see, once we have the 0 and the 1, it would have predicted that it goes down here, but it didn't. I placed the 2. It told me the price area prediction for wave number 3 would be up here. It hit it on the spot. It predicted wave number 4 down here. It also hit it quite accurately, and it predicted wave number 5. Now, wave number 5 can be another impulse or another leading diagonal. That's why we have in between this wave here, so the, I don't know, turquoise wave, 1, 2. And again, the same thing. Once I have the 0 and the 1, it predicts wave number 2 quite accurately. With the 1, with the 2 in place, it predicts the area for wave number 3 quite accurately, which predicts the area of wave number 4 quite accurately, which finally predicts the area of wave number 5. Oh, sorry, I went to a different scale here. Actually, wave number 2, wave number 3 is this 185 till 190 area, and then wave number 3 actually here, predicting that we are now in wave number 4 of this wave here, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we currently with market open have to expect a corrective pattern that takes us down here, and then we have our wave number 5, which will also be the end of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this impulse wave in here will match up with the wave number 5 here. And what can happen at market open is 2 things. Either we already start with our corrective pattern. I already started to label it here, but we're going to remove that. Or we go a little bit higher, which would move our point number 3 a little bit higher. So if at market open we first go a little bit higher, it would mean that this is not the final point number 3 and that we have to move our number 3 further. And once we either see that, so once we see it goes up and we have our actual point number 3, or we see we have the start of a corrective pattern, we can again look at our cheat sheet, look at the impulse, look there at wave number 4, see that it's any correction, look at the table below, and look in wave number 4, where in 48% of cases it's a sideways movement, and in 32% of cases it's a zigzag, and then in 3, 1, 5% and so on, it's something else. So we can basically then, we go with the biggest number, or I usually go with zigzags when it's corrections because they are most often the accurate scenario. And then we try to map out or to see where Elliott waves predict the price will go. However, it's based on that because we are likely at the end of this wave here. We will not have a solid prediction for the first couple of minutes. So we will need to wait for, I don't know, like at least the first candle. If that candle goes up, it will move that point, and once we have the first candle that goes down, we can start predicting the corrective pattern. Yeah, and that's what we will do. So the most important things are to remember from Elliott waves is that the part about like each wave by itself is part of a bigger wave and contains waves of their own, which means theoretically we could also, for example, here between 2 and 3, maybe not on this time frame, so maybe not here, but if we go from here on the 1 minute time frame, we should be able to basically map another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, so another impulse. Yeah. When learning this, when you ran into confusion, did you have someone you could ask to, or did you just internet search your questions? No, actually, I don't know, like, I mean, I'm still, the confusion I'm running into is with, as you see, it gets more and more lines because I'm like confirming a wave by confirming that another wave fits inside of it according to the information in the book and on the cheat sheet, yeah. And with that, it just becomes more and more lines. And for example, when it gets confusing, it's things like our wave 5 here predicts around $200, yeah. But if we go on the hourly chart, we see that our wave 3, so this wave 3 here, predicts a price target of $1,500. That price target in my original post was at $2,000, but since our correction down here went a little bit lower, it also adjusted that price target, yeah. And so then the big question is, how many waves do we have in between that we're currently not drawing? Yeah, because this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will be another wave 1. Yeah, so I mean I can already draw it. So from here to here, and that point is not fixed. That point will move a little bit once we move those things. When we have the first couple of candles, this area will move a little bit, and then once we have our point number 4, we basically will know the prediction, the final one for our point number 5. But so, yeah, so like the confusing part for me is actually just the seeing of like which wave am I actually in, yeah? So we can lock, wave degree is the right word, by the way. So I can lock that here. And you see, assuming this is our point number 5, we would then see a correction into the area of 150. Yeah, I mean, that can still change because we're working on this part here, but because that would then be another wave number 2. Or actually not. No, actually yes. Yeah, so that's the only confusing part. Like, wave basis has features for that. I'm just too dumb to use them. Yeah, like theoretically, I could theoretically here on wave number 2 right click and say drill down, and then say drill down forward, and then pick a lower time frame, and it would link the charts properly. Yeah, but I haven't been able to use that so far. But it's supposed to work somehow like this to actually deal with all the confusion. So my only confusion is really to keep track of what wave is what, yeah. And that's why yesterday I actually stayed in front of the chart almost till the market closed to make sure I have everything labeled correctly. So today we have an okay start, yeah. But basically just the labeling gets confusing. So, and you can also then pick your wave degree and say, okay, this one is a cycle, which means the next smaller one, if that is a wave 1, so this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would be then one smaller degree, so cycle primary, which means the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that makes up this wave 5 here would be of one smaller degree and is therefore intermediate. And then here within that intermediate wave, we're trying to confirm that wave number 3, which means this green stuff here would be one level lower, minor, and if we were to look into the wave between 2 and 3 here and try to draw it, it would be one level lower. So that's the only confusing part. And other than that, like that cheat sheet is really what I use in most cases. Like it summarizes so much of Elliott waves, it's actually incredible. Like not only does it show you all the possible patterns, but it also mentions, like in the boxes you see that you see the requirements, like wave 2 cannot retrace into, or wave 4 cannot retrace into wave 2 and stuff like that, and wave 3 has to be or can never be the shortest and so on. Yeah, so you see, like there's so much information on that one piece of paper, it's incredible. So that's what I use most of the time, and I don't know, and then it's like just do more, yeah, like, and I think it's easier, you know, like when you edit, so when you start with a clean chart and you basically start on the monthly chart, you predict the monthly wave, then you keep an eye on, okay, where was the last wave that you notice, and you remember now, okay, now you're in wave 5 or in wave whatever, and in which month it happened. And then you go to the daily chart or the hourly chart, and there you look for that point, and you know it's the start of your wave 4, and then you label the following wave 4 out based on, again, that it contains, or actually the start of wave 5, that it contains another impulse or ending diagonal, blah, blah, blah. And then, so when I'm doing it in one go, like I did yesterday, basically starting from 0 and labeling everything as I go, it makes a lot of sense, yeah. But when I then a day later look at this, it takes me some time to figure out what is what on there, yeah. And with that, I think we're gonna have our market open right now, so I'm gonna check TradingView as well. Yep, and it looks like we gap up. There we go. And that's what I mean. This would move our wave 3 here to this point, and at the same time it's also the result of this wave 5. Now we see in this case that it went above the predicted area. Our wave 3 was predicted between 185 and 190, and our wave 4 within that wave 3, yeah, was predicted also lower. Yeah, now the candle grew, so it's like we have to move that a little bit. And with that, our retracement area for wave 4 also moves with it. Yeah, so basically we can move that, which means the prediction for that wave 5 also moves and so on. Yeah, and we basically, what we are now waiting, because we're definitely, according to everything I confirmed here, we are definitely at the end of this wave 3 and at the end of this wave 5. So what we're waiting for is a move downward so we can start labeling a corrective pattern, and we're going to go, although the ending diagonal is more common, we're going to go with a zigzag pattern. Yeah, and if we look at it in the cheat sheet and we look at ending diagonal, then an ending diagonal would be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pattern, and zigzag will be an ABC pattern, but I'm sure we can make it work with the ABC as well. So our assumption is now that this is our highest point, so that's our point 0 for the correction, and we can now label our point A, and that's basically again on the green, so that would be minor if I'm not mistaken. That was green, minor, yep. And now we just have to drag our point A while this candle gets lower, and it will tell us the price area for point B. That's not a time where you want to gamble. So that's not a time where you want to gamble and I'm going to trade the waves and I'm going to buy now because it's going to go up there. Unless we have our wave A confirmed, and we can only confirm it once we see that we're on the way to our wave B, it's not the right time. Plus, you shouldn't trade against the trend, in my opinion. So I try to avoid corrective patterns, and basically the right time to buy would be when you can identify 0, 1, 2, and then somewhere here you can enter for your wave 3, or then when you get to the wave 4 you can enter again. Yeah, but yeah, and I'm also going to lock in the price area here, and we're going to hide a lot of the other stuff real quick. So I'm going to lock that in, and we're going to hide all of that, and we're also going to hide all of that for now. So the points are still there, you just don't see the lines unless I hover them. And yeah, so based on this here, and there's still the prediction here that we can hide. So based on this, like we have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now we would be in a corrective pattern. Now based on this, that this is here our wave 3, the prediction would be that our correction goes down to 179 to 185, yeah? And we will basically see if that's true once we can map out our ABC, or if our ABC doesn't work, we can try to apply an ending diagonal. And keep in mind, I suck at corrective patterns, so every time we're mapping a wave that goes down, which we're going to do for the next half hour or so, chances are that I get some things wrong and that I'll have to adjust and so on. Yeah. Also, for everybody that joined late, if you have no idea what I'm talking about right now, then definitely start the video from the beginning, because I spent some time in the beginning, that's why I went early, live early, to basically explain why we are looking at exactly this pattern right now. Yeah. So obviously the correction here, or the drop here, is bigger, and it moves also our area for our potential wave B. And could also be, since we're looking at the 5-minute chart, so we have 5 minutes, it goes down, and then we have another 5-minute candle that goes down a little, and then whichever would be the lowest would be our point A we would use to work forward. Yeah. And my accent is almost as sexy as my DD. Yeah. You should hear me talk in German in my Corinthian dialect, but only my wife gets to hear that because she doesn't understand the word. So when I talk like that, other than that, she understands everything. So when learning this, how reliable are Elliott brief predictions? So yeah, and yeah, like the big question is that many people ask is like, or that many of you might be tempted to try to trade the waves right now, and I wouldn't do it. Yeah, so like I definitely wouldn't do it, because if we look back, here we had our prediction. No, not here. Here we had a prediction for wave 2, and if I would have set a pending buy order down here, I would have missed all of that movement up here. Yeah, and then there are enough cases like here where the predicted price area was here, and we would have maybe closed our position, but then it went up till here, and then when we buy again at our predicted wave 4, we would have had a worse entry. Yeah, so don't try to trade the waves, like especially not on a 5-minute timeline, and especially not when you have like a stock like GameStop, where obviously eventually every time we have a huge upward movement, it could be some kind of small squeeze, not the big short squeeze, but some small squeeze, or some short seller that decides to close a little bit more of their position. And which means very, very often when we look at upwards movements, we see movements that go further or farther than what we would expect. And on the other hand, because there's also manipulation going on, like if we go back quick to the 60-minute charts, where the prediction would have been that here we end in the $131 price area, but the price actually went lower. So if you try to trade the waves precisely in a stock like GameStop because you think you're a smart ape and gonna make more profit, you're actually just damaging yourself. Like, it's like, this video serves to show you the accuracy of Elliott waves. So we have a change here, a new low. And so that in the end, you know that, or maybe you start to believe more in the overall prediction that I shared in my original post. And so you're more confident holding even if the stock drops $100 or $150. Yeah? And let's see where we go from here. So it's also tricky. In some cases, you will see that one candle can contain 2 points. Yeah, like I think we have it somewhere further earlier, no, but where then only if you look at the smaller time frame, you would be able to split up the points. Yeah, so for example, if this candle now would turn green, then it could as well be our point B at the same time, because it is in the predicted area and the price first went down and then went back up. Yeah. But it's also like, yeah, like those are minor things where then if we zoom in on a lower time frame, we would be able to map it out more detailed. And we could even go further on a lower time frame, but we're already at 5-minute time frame, so it's going to be challenging. But if we look again at the cheat sheet, that's something you really should take away. We would see that the first wave of an ABC zigzag is always either a leading diagonal or another impulse. So if we look on the 1-minute chart, that's monthly, but let's switch to 1 minute. Then we should be able to map another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in here. Yeah, oh, now it's ABC, but we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it could be like 1, and that obviously goes to the top. Nope, screwed up, back. Okay, it doesn't need to delete that. Delete pattern. And let's try that again. So that would be our point 0. That would be our point 1. Now escape. So we see based on this, yeah, it just moved for some reason again. But based on this here, it would predict our wave 2 be up here. Project pattern forward. Okay, that doesn't work very well. It looks like everything just froze. Yeah, okay, great. Exit page and reload. Do you have to map bigger time frames from the beginning of time, or can you just start January? No, you cannot just start in January. Like a great point to start is always when you have a low, so like a low or high. So in many cases, great, screw you chart. Yeah, now it switched that one to 1 minute. Let's see if we can salvage. Oh no, it's still at 5 minutes, but something's wrong. Probably just our zoom. And so in many cases, or for many stocks, you can, what the fuck? You can just, yeah, I broke wave basis. That's great. You can just start with the low that was in March last year with COVID. But if you don't know what other what bigger wave you're in, so if that start in March last year is a wave 1, a wave 3, or a wave 5, it's still hard. So like the best case is really to spend the time and look up the longest chart you can find and go from there. And yeah, like let's try to fix this. I'm sure it's going to remove all our labeling. Sucks, but we just have to label over again. No, it's still there. Great, great, great. Just going to zoom in. And so yeah, like what I said was like that theoretically our, okay, some of the waves are not labeled as we had them before. That's wave 4 till 5, which is part, okay, just our 5s got moved. We're gonna move them properly. So we move that one here, we move that one here, and we move that one here for now. And we're basically focused on this area here. And let's try the 1 minute chart again. Please don't break. Okay, and there's nothing here right now because it's showing 5 minutes. Okay, 1 minute. Ah yeah, so I'm gonna delete that and I'm just gonna put 5 points on the map and we work from there. Remove pattern. So that would be our point 0 as we said, and then that was what I think point 1, then that would be point 2, point 3, point 4, point 5. Yeah. And if we look at this, it would predict this area for point 2 matches, this area for point 3 almost hit it, this area for point 4 went a little bit through, and the area for point 5 also matched up. So that was according to the cheat sheet. Okay, you guys couldn't see that because of the camera, sorry for that. So real quick, wave 3 predicted wave 4 predicted wave 5, and now basically that would be another ABC pattern just on a lower time frame. Now with that we go back, because on the 1 minute time frame it's really no fun. I'm gonna switch that one to monthly again, so up, and there we go back to our 5 minute chart. So on the 5 minute chart we predicted that this is our wave A, and our wave B got predicted for this area based on this low. So now I'm gonna project that pattern forward and label our wave B, and it predicts that our wave C, unless the thrust goes a little bit further, but that our wave C basically goes till down here. So that's where it's expecting the low of that ABC pattern, and that candle might likely grow a little bit more and move therefore this area also. You see, if I move that B further up, we see that the area that's predicted for wave C moves. So it will likely go up a little bit further until we have a better overlapping of those two areas. And with that, theoretically, if we were able to short sell or something, we could say, okay, if we believe in Elliott waves and so on, we short here and we close our short position once we hit that area. And again, it's a bad idea to do on very small time frames like this, because very often we will either slightly miss an area or it will go further than expected. So don't try to trade those swings. It's really just about to show you the accuracy of the prediction and to also prove that the predictions are in advance. Even before we had that green candle here, the moment I adjusted that point A to this point here, it already highlighted this area here. It already told us that our wave B will go up here. And it may go a little higher, but you see, if I move B, it only moves the prediction for point C. It doesn't change anything from point A. So in this case, it would be another case where if we would have traded the waves, we would have sold too early. So basically, our point here keeps moving because that candle here keeps growing faster. So yeah, so again, starting on bigger time frames, always great. And for most cases, I just start from March last year because all the stocks have a low there and it's therefore the start of the wave. And you can also, you see this dot here on the screen on the left, yeah? That's for the auto wave feature. So if we go to the monthly chart, you see that it actually also picks the lowest point that it can find. And if I were to push that button, it just tries to label the chart from here, because if you have a distinctive high or a distinctive low, you basically have the start of a wave. You just don't know what kind of bigger wave it's part of. So that makes it a little bit tricky. And yeah. Okay, so here we actually have an issue. So we see that we assumed that this would be our point number 5 and our point number 3, but now this candle here actually gets higher, so it's not yet an ABC pattern, so we can delete this. And it basically means that our wave 3 here moves and our wave 5. Now we can confirm that if we want to. We may have to do it on the 1 minute time frame, but because our wave 5 always is another impulse or an ending diagonal, according to the cheat sheet, and our wave 3 is always another impulse. So theoretically, in order to confirm that, or in order so we would have known in advance already, we can see if we go here 1, 2, 3, so 0, 1, 2, and then wave number 3 would be the longest, wave number 4 would be this, and then this here would be wave number 5, and that would be then of a smaller degree again. So we were at minor degree, so that would be minute degree. And if we check that area, so once we had that drawn, it predicted this low. That area predicted this high here, was not correct. Yeah, that also doesn't match 100%, and our wave 5 prediction would match up. Could also be, but unlikely. Now, it actually, I think that labeling here is correct. Yeah? If we would have done that before, so before I started labeling the ABC, we would have probably labeled it like this, and we would have still ended up with the assumption that we're already in the ABC pattern. Yeah? Although you see that here the price point for wave number 5, because we started here, would be totally off. Yeah? But now that we know that, and that's again why you shouldn't try to trade the waves, especially not on very low time frames. Yeah? And why it's important to understand that each wave of itself is part of a bigger wave. So like this small orange wave, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is part of the wave 5 that we have here. And that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is part of the wave 3 that we have here. And the whole 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is part of another wave, and so on. And when you understand that, and you then try to confirm it, so you draw your wave, and everything adds up. So for this green wave, everything adds up. And then you try to confirm, which I should have done earlier. Yeah, my mistake, sorry for that. Then you'll see that basically, okay, it makes sense, it adds up, it follows the rules in the cheat sheet. So like what you see for impulse wave, where it tells you, okay, wave 3 is another impulse, wave 5 is an impulse or a leading diagonal, and considering the percentages that you have at the bottom here to know which one is likely to see, which means we are now, because this area actually matches the predicted area, and again, the prediction here is not because there is already a candle, the prediction is simply based on where I put that point number 4. So if I move that point number 4, you can see the predicted area also moves with it. And yeah, but it grows further still, okay. Just have to adjust our waves here. Now, theoretically, wave number 4 is another impulse or another leading diagonal or ending diagonal. So theoretically, on a smaller time scale, we should be able to fit another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in here, and to confirm that this is actually already the end, or it may be on the next candle and so on. Yeah. But obviously, then going down to the minute time frame just makes it horrible, and that's again why I personally use the Elliott theory or Elliott wave principles. First on the monthly chart to figure out which overall wave we are in, and then I use the hourly charts. Maybe in between the daily charts if I have to narrow it down on the way, but if it's already clear that I have a starting point for a specific big wave that we identified on the monthly chart, then I use the hourly chart and I don't go lower. Like what we're doing today is something I did yesterday for the first time to try to apply them in real time based on the 5-minute chart, and it's something I wouldn't do in like regularly. Yeah? Although it could be fun, like I mean, it's definitely fun if you're in the area of wave 2 to 3 and in the area of wave 4 to 5, because those are moving upward. But when you start like today, we started at the end of a wave, so a potential end of wave 5 here, then it becomes harder. yeah, because you cannot be 100% certain, is this candle already wave 5 or is the next candle wave 5? And yeah, that by the way also answers another question that I see very often or saw very often, is how I will know when we have a squeeze where to sell, yeah? And the answer is I'm going to do the exact same thing that we're doing now. I'm going to try to apply a corrective ABC pattern, and then when that pattern applies and I have my B confirmed, then I know we are in the ABC correction of the squeeze, and I will sell on the way to point C. And if I am not able to do that, like we were not able here, we tried the ABC, but suddenly that candle went way higher than it should, according to ABC corrective pattern, so a zigzag, then I know the squeeze is not over, and I will relabel and until it makes sense, until we have basically our, don't go here, until we have basically our confirmation of a corrective pattern. Yeah. Now, could be that now is the time that we have our ABC, so we're going to start again, wave point 0 and point number 1, or point number A, and that would again be green, so of the minute, no, minor. Yeah, so let's see. Cannot zoom in further, so gonna have to wait and see. Either this candle here gets higher and we have to move those points higher up on this candle, or we have basically, yeah, like, actually it's likely going higher, yeah, like it does right now, because the predicted area for point number B would be here, and we're already higher than that, so it's very likely that I'll just have to move all of that one candle further. I do hope, like, I know this part here is like not super amazing, exciting, and proof of absolute accuracy. Yeah, I mean, we saw some proof here when we look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here and so on. But I do hope that we get to finish an ABC or corrective pattern, so that we get to the next wave that actually is an impulse. So you see how accurate it is on the upwards movement. It's going way further than expected. Yeah, interesting. Great to hear that. Yeah, I'm also constantly learning. Like now I'm actually like, might have to check, we might have something wrong here, because that candle, no, it's still fine. Like one of the rules is that wave number 3 can never be the shortest. So, but since our wave number 1 is quite short in terms of height here, our wave number 3 is not the shortest, so wave 5 could go higher. And then again, as mentioned earlier, with upwards movements in GameStop, we might see small squeezes that obviously then cause the price to shoot above predicted price areas. Yeah? So do we finally have our wave number 3? There we have an overlap. Okay, because I have the A here as well. Okay, let's try to move that one. Okay, now I moved the 0, that was dumb. Up, A should be at the bottom, 0 should be at the top. Yeah, somehow like this. And then our wave 3 prediction here already got exceeded. Could it be? Could be that we have this bigger wave here labeled wrong. Gonna be tricky because we see that the prediction for no, nobody told me that I can fill in at Star Trek. Does that still exist? Like, I mean, I may look old, but I'm not that old, so I'm curious. But yeah, it could be that we have this wave here labeled wrong, so that our point 3 up here actually only goes till here. To confirm that, we would need to be able to map a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in here, which we could theoretically force. Yeah, it would fit with 4 and it would likely fit with 5. So it could be that we got that one wrong. And basically that this here would be our wave 3, which then would predict the wave 4 till here, and would then predict the wave 5 till up here. And for that, we would also need to be able to fit an ABC in here on a lower scale, which is going to be challenging to keep visibility. But that could be it, and that would mean that this here is our wave 5 of this magnitude. which is also our wave 5 of this magnitude, where we're already going higher than expected, which means that it could also be that it's like this, which still would mean that we are about to see a corrective pattern. Like it's like we have like 1, 2 wave 5s that end here, and another wave 1 that ends here, which all of them expect a corrective pattern to follow, which could be again our ABC zigzag. So I think I don't, like, honestly, the only thing that I think that messes things up is when we have squeezes, so when it's like not behavior based on human psychology, but it's enforced behavior, so orders that are triggered by force, not because the owner of the account wants to, or buying restrictions. Everything else, I think, doesn't matter, and the waves will still apply. The only other component left is human error, like the question if our wave 3 goes till here, which also could fit, and again, each wave is part of another wave and so on, yeah, and because we can also definitely say 1, 2, 3, 4, and then have the 5 up here. It still fulfills the requirements, and we are still able, like we have here between this point, yeah, to fit in another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. So it's like, I think the bigger aspect is like human error in labeling, which on the lowest time frames gets even trickier, and also it gets more confusing even for me, because now we're looking at multiple waves. So we look at this wave 0 to 1 here, which by itself contains another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1, 2, 3, 4, although 5 is higher than expected. Now, I cannot label this here as point number 5 because it's not followed by an ABC correction that does any noticeable correcting. So it's likely that the point number 5 is up here. The wave from here to point number 5 is another impulse that we can label 1, 2 matches, 3 matches, 4 matches, and I'm going to hide the predicted price area for 4. And 5 is extended here, or we shoot through it. I think, you know, like, I mean, yeah, if it was perfect to predict, you'd be a billionaire. I think it's perfect to predict because all you need to know in the end is not necessarily if you will sell here or if it will shoot through and you sell here. All you need is an instrument that will tell you, based on your current entry over period X, will the price increase or not? And that's what Elliott waves do. Like, obviously on a 5-minute time frame, it's kind of like scalping or day trading, and it becomes like the mistakes that I make or the changes in each candle have more impact than if we look at an hourly time frame, where we also have, I think, a lot of things mapped out. There I have it mapped out only that we are at the end of, so that low we had is the end of the correction, which means we're now in a wave 3. And I knew that I had a pending order at 140 because of that, and bought for another €1,000, and I knew that because of Elliott waves, and I knew that my price target, where I could theoretically sell if there's no squeeze, would be the end of that wave 3, so around 1,500 per share. So it's just a matter of time to become to the billionaire level based on that, yeah. If you have a broker that can handle your order size eventually, yeah. So, but I think it's the most accurate tool because it doesn't tell you, it doesn't predict something based on the past, or it doesn't predict past stuff, but it actually predicts the future, yeah, and with a high accuracy. So we look here, do we get our ABC pattern? Actually interesting, if this would be our A, we saw that the candle was green at first, so it could actually be that we have here, predict pattern forward, that we finally have our wave, now it's tricky to move those, wave B, and then our prediction, and 5 was up here. Our prediction for wave C would be a low here, so that would be our wave C prediction, and that was a wave, where do we get, oh, that was the one that we can hide that. So I didn't take it as a I don't know, critic or something, but it's like, I haven't been trading for a long time. I originally traded a little bit, like played around with Forex and stuff like that, maybe like 10 years ago when I was living in Thailand on the Philippines, and I burned my share of trading accounts. And I only started last year again because, like, long story short, I had a decent income as what's it called, e-commerce consultant. Decided to start over from zero. So for the last 2 years, we basically built our new businesses, which are multiple. So like YouTube channels, our own software as a service and stuff like that, and didn't have money to invest. And now last year in May, we reached a point where we finally had enough cash flow to start saving again. And so I decided to start investing again. And I picked eToro as my platform for that, to basically build up another income stream based on getting paid as a popular investor, on eToro. And then that was the time when I started to look again for looking for Elliott wave principle, because one of my e-commerce clients I worked with years back, he uses Elliott waves, and I was always impressed. He uses it in Forex, so in currency exchange pairs, and looking at his trades and portfolio, in so many trades, he hit the end of the correction, so where he bought, like almost perfectly. And I was always wondering why. And he's like Russian-German guy. His German is not that perfect, and he didn't know that it's called Elliott wave principle. So he just told me something about, there's a 5 wave, it go A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C, and I was like, yeah, it's the same guy. And it didn't make sense to me. I actually thought that it's completely ridiculous. Like, what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? What the fuck are you talking about? Obviously, I didn't say that because it was my client, but that was what I was thinking. And I understand that many people that, based on their posts that are left on Reddit, are thinking the same. Sure, if there would be something that predicts and whatever. But yeah, then last year when I started trading again, I started digging again, and eventually I found the book about Elliott wave principle, and since then it's like I've been learning more and more about it and applying it more and more. And only like 2 months ago or so I discovered wave basis, because if I would have to create the predicted price areas myself, I would not be able to do it right now. It's explained in the book how it works, how I can use Fibonacci and other stuff to get to those price targets, but I'm simply not good enough to do that yet. So that's why I'm happy that we have wave basis, because also it would be probably not very, possible to do it fast enough on the 5-minute time scale. Like, you see how often we had to make adjustments now here. And it looks like now we have something that adds up. So we had the end of our wave 5, which is the start of an ABC pattern. And we could have our ABC here, but our ABC can either be another impulse or a leading diagonal. So theoretically, it could also be that we have a 0, 1, 2, and then whatever point number 3 is, and so down to here, back up, and so on, and that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that we have downwards here will just be the point A of our ABC. So it's kind of like, that's the tricky part if you really try to do it. That if you really try to do it in real time on a short time scale, and that's the inaccuracy of Elliott waves, I would say, that at every time there may be multiple possible patterns that fit. So right now it could be that this is our ABC, but it could also be because wave number A of that ABC should be another impulse. It could also be that that is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that will only form the A of that ABC. And figuring out what actually applies is then the tricky part. But if you look at higher time frames, it actually fits perfectly. I was also like, Tesla was something I actually figured out based on elliottwave.com. So Jeffrey, whatever his last name is, talked about it, and I mapped out that myself as well, but I totally missed the trades. Like, I had my pending orders ready, and then the price moved a little bit, and back then I just was diving into Elliott waves and I didn't fully trust it. And I made some profit with Tesla, but I missed the biggest upwards movement simply because I didn't trust my own prediction fully. It already took something to publish it because it's one thing, I know whatever, like Biden will win the election or Trump will win the election or the price will go there or this will happen. But it's another thing to publicly state it, to say, it's the same with the posts on Reddit. Like, I could for myself be, okay, it will be like this, but then publishing it on Reddit and saying it will be like this is a whole other level. And then the next level is actually to put your money where your mouth is and place the trades. And with Tesla, I missed that opportunity. And looking now at GameStop, where I initially traded the swings. So like I did my best to trade the swings, and I only stopped doing that because wrong portfolio. I only stopped doing that because of the buying restrictions, and on eToro partially we're not able to buy anymore, and so I was afraid that if I sell, I will not be able to buy back in. So I decided, fuck it, I'm just gonna hold through the rest because I know we will go very far. Yeah. But if we look at my portfolio here, and also because I fucked myself with that trading stuff. Yeah. Do we see that here? Yeah. Because I had the position open starting at open. Where's the open price? Here. Does it not list here? Yeah, I had the positions open as CFDs with leverage. So overall, I would have made way more profit. There I screwed up, but there was, that doesn't add up. There's like some 26th first, 25th. No, that was small position, profit, deposited $2,000. I think the time frames here are messed up because there is like, basically like I deposited 2,000, I made a couple thousand profit, I withdrew my money, and then I opened new position, and then I deposited more and more, and that's what we're looking at right now. But since then I basically stopped trading the swings, because what if buying restrictions come into place and I cannot enter the market again, and or what if what actually happened to me, I cannot open it with leverage again to maximize my profit. Yeah. Yeah, I know how you feel. Like I also, here and there it happened, even with Elliott waves, like there are some penny stocks or so that I try to analyze, and then I think we're in this wave, and I create a buy order and I place a stop loss according to Elliott wave principle, and then I can watch it tank and hit my stop loss from time to time. But that's usually if I deal with too small time frames. Yeah. And yeah, like, so what we're looking at here right now, so again, it could be that this here is already our ABC, but it could be that in that case it would then be 1, 2, no. It would need to be like this then in that case. Yeah. So if it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that just builds our wave A, then it would be like this. But however, if we zoom a little bit, what we shouldn't forget is that this wave number 5 is also the end of this wave number 1, so we definitely have to expect a correction that takes us down here. The question is just how do we label it right? So is it 0, 1, 2, and I'm going to project that forward, so which would take 3 like here, 4 like here, 5 like here, and would then put wave number A where wave number 5 is, and then wave number B would be another upwards movement like this, and wave number C would be like that. So it could be that this is the right way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is our wave A, B, C. And it could also be that the ABC that we had already makes sense. Yeah, so kind of like take profit plan, exactly what we're doing right now. Like literally the exact same thing. Like just that we're looking at the 5-minute scale, and initially we thought our market open today is our wave 5. So we started labeling ABC, but then it turned out that it went upward, which proved our ABC wrong, and we had to adjust our 5. And now again, we assume that this higher is our wave number 5. So as a result, it has to be followed by a corrective pattern, which would be like an ABC zigzag or an leading diagonal. And so we're trying to label an ABC here. And if we can, so once we have a point B confirmed, we would know that it's now going to point C. And I would do the exact same thing. I would just do it on the hourly chart, and not at the price of $200, but once I know that we are at the end of this wave number 5 here. So that goes up here on the monthly chart. Yeah. And basically based on this, on the biggest wave possible, I would wait till I reach the point number 5 and then try to come up with my ABC. And once I can do that, then we'll basically yeah, like once I can map the ABC for the correction, I know it's like the corrective pattern and I will sell. So, which usually will then be somewhere between wave number 5 and the high of wave number 3. Yeah. When we get massive short attacks, I don't like, yeah, like, do you 5 minute or still map up? Yeah. Like, I don't know, like you tell me, like even like in my first post, I shared a screenshot that already predicted that the correction will go in this area. And although the price went a little bit further, but I wonder how many people on Reddit in the comments said we have the new floor at 190. Yeah, when I shared that Elliott wave says we will likely go there. I also in my post, I don't want to be like I said it with 100%. I mentioned that it's possible that it will only go here and that it didn't reach that C price target and go up from here, but that I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see a correction into that area again, because it also would close the gap here, which it did. Yeah. So, and that also happened with whatever, call it short ladder attacks, or however you want to call it human psychology. And no problem, like no need to be sorry. So, like all the questions are welcome. What I recommend, I mean, I get the advantage of being able to chatting in real time, but what I would recommend is like, yeah, either if all of this is too confusing, then start from the beginning of the stream. Maybe try to set it to 2 times playback speed or so, if you can follow along. Because I really start at the monthly chart and work our way down how we end up here in this current situation. So, and it makes a lot of sense then. Yeah? And don't forget, grab, like there's a link in the description to the cheat sheet. It's a 1-page PDF. That's the one thing you need definitely for Elliott waves. It's like the most useful piece of paper you can have, because it combines so much of the facts that are in the book in one piece of paper. Now, yeah, so the way we look now, so we see the 1 or the 0, 1 here would predict our wave 2 in that area, and we actually have a wave 2 here, which would now predict our wave 3 in the area of 198 to 200. Yeah? Now if that candle here goes further up, we would move our wave 2 and it would change that prediction, but currently we would expect that our wave our wave 3 here, and lock the wave lines, actually goes, yeah, now it locks in here, yeah, so I have to move it further, goes into that area here, so that this candle here or the next one take us down to here, maybe a little lower, yeah, maybe it barely reaches it, so it's also a possibility. I agree, like, no, like, this is not Wall Street bets. I'm not gonna call people apes or whatever, like talk about your wife's boyfriend and stuff like that. I think that's language that belongs in Wall Street bets. And besides that, I don't know, like, yeah, so if somebody says like take some profit, I agree, like what I like, I lost the most of my money, or like, I always wanted to be rich. I'm not yet rich, but I mentioned in the last stream that currently my wife and I, combined with our businesses, so YouTube channels and all that stuff, we make more than $10,000 every month, yeah, which is a nice amount of money. I know most people think you're already that's going to be rich or something, but do the math. Try to pay a Ferrari or a nice mansion or a nice first-class vacation to the Maldives with that kind of income, and you see you're not rich with $10,000 per month, yeah. But my point being, I always wanted to be rich, not for the money's sakes, but just because my mind was a little bit twisted and focused on money, and I wanted to be rich quick, like everybody else, and so I took unnecessary risks and blah, 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 and it's not worth it. Like, you just basically, it's kind of like if you think of a gambling addict that plays slot machines, and the first time they go play, they play with $50 and they win 2,000 because they have luck, and then they think that it's easy money or so, and then they go play again, they lose the 2,000 plus 500 of their salary or something like that. And then they get to a situation where tomorrow they have to pay $500 rent, but they only have $300. And then their twisted logic is, well, I only have $300, I anyway cannot pay rent, but if I gamble, I might win the missing money plus more, so I can pay rent. So they go and gamble away the $300, so they suddenly have zero. So instead of being able to give the landlord a little bit of the rent, they suddenly can give him nothing. And then they get the next $50 payment from someone, and then, well, with $50, I also cannot pay rent, so they gamble again. And so they trickle away because nuns with guns mentioned being fluid like water. They actually trickle away all the little income that they have in the ridiculous hope that they can get rich quick and make the money that they need. Yeah, and the same applies when you trade with money that you cannot afford to lose, like taking credits to invest or something. It doesn't matter how sure you are. I'm like 99.9% sure about that whole GameStop thing, and once it shoots up, I will regret that I didn't max out all the credit cards. Yeah, but I rather look at a smaller profit in that case than on the 0.001% chance that there are government restrictions or whatever else happens that somehow lead to a loss of money that I cannot afford to lose. Yeah. So like one part is like, don't invest money that you cannot afford to lose. Also, don't invest money that you need next month. Yeah, because if you need it next month, all hedge funds or short sellers would have to do is like kick the can down the road, and you would have to withdraw it, maybe at a loss even, yeah, because you needed to pay rent. So just invest whatever you can, whatever you think reasonable and so on. Obviously, that's just my opinion, not financial advice, blah, 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 yeah. But yeah, even if it's a smaller position, even if you only own half a share or something like that, like don't think that it's like the last time you will have the chance. It's not like a lottery ticket. I mean, something like GameStop will likely never happen again, but investing by itself doesn't go away. Like if you have half a share and you make $1,000, $10,000, $20,000 with the GameStop scenario, ideally, yeah, then don't spend that money. Don't donate anything, be a selfish prick and invest it again, but again, then look for technical analysis and stuff like that. Maybe use Elliott waves and pick your next trades and turn that 20,000 in your first million or something like that. Yeah. So, and taking profits along the way to take your risk out. Yeah. Like if you own a couple of shares and you spend $1,000 on it, maybe set your first sell order at, I don't know, like at $1,000, or sell 2 shares if you have more at $500 to get your money out. It's what I initially did. I deposited $2,000 and I bought around 38 or 40, and I bought with leverage, so 5 times leverage. And then basically it went up and I closed my trade, I took profit and I withdrew the money I deposited. Yeah. Then eventually, because I saw that the whole thing will go further and so on, I just put the money back in and I put more money in. Yeah. And the last I bought was for €1,000 when we had the drop to 120, and I bought at 140. Yeah, so yeah, like when it comes to leverage, I don't recommend it, but that's why I have multiple portfolios. Like I have my regular Popular Investors account where I'm forced to play within certain risk scores. Otherwise, people cannot copy me, and it defies the whole purpose of having the portfolio. And I have another small portfolio where I copy other traders, traders. Yeah. And where I basically look through the eToro Popular Investors list and I check out their profile and I make sure that they have at least more than 2 years of trading history, and that during March last year, where many people lost a lot of money because they sold out of fear, or they figured I'm going to just hold through it instead of cutting some of their positions and so on, yeah, where they had basically acceptable results during crisis. And I have some money spread up on, I think, 6 or 7 people to basically diversify a little bit between my own trades and how they trade. And so far I'm outperforming that copy portfolio, but in the long run I think it should balance out. Like there will be a month where I take more risk or where something goes south in some way, and then maybe the copy portfolio covers that. And then last but not least, I have this third account which is literally called RC Invest, for Rauchenwald Christian, high risk. It's literally called like that, and the description of that portfolio, of that profile is, this is my high leverage account, do not copy. Yeah? And people couldn't copy because the risk score is like 10 out of 10, pretty much all the time. Yeah? And yeah, so overall my return here with GameStop is actually higher. If we look at the chart, I think it's higher. Yeah, it's like screwed with it because I withdrew money and deposited money, so it screws up the statistics in the stats board. But if you look at the chart in an account, you see the actual development. So we went up here, so I already was at like $30,000-$40,000 potential pending profit. We went down to negative numbers, we went up again, we went down, now we are going up again, and so on. So, and for the first couple of days with GameStop, I was actually like, it was like exciting. Now it's like literally like last week, the positions that I have went down from 23,000 to 9,000 or so, and I honestly don't care. Like I know I've done my homework. I trust Elliott waves based on its previous accuracy, and I've done my homework in terms of knowing how accurate they are, and I just trust that. And so I keep an eye on things, and if the squeeze were to happen, I would obviously look at it in real time, but it's not going to happen in a second. It's going to go probably over 1.5 days, and yeah. Sorry. Yeah, if you own shares, even if you would have bought with leverage, the overnight fee, at least with eToro, would have been so ridiculous low compared to the gains that I already made during that time, blah, blah, blah. But if you have shares, you can just wait, yeah? And quickly, before I look at the next comment, we have like this candle here went higher than our candle that we had here. So it could be that this is our wave 2. And then the predicted area, okay, the predicted area then for wave 3 would be down here. Now, in order to confirm that, we would need to be able, oh, it actually would look like this now, sorry. And like this, because wave number 0 cannot be higher than our wave, or actually because this point is lower, so we have 0, 1, 2. And our predicted wave number 3 would be down here now, giving us, have to put it here, giving us a predicted wave number 4 of roughly here, and a predicted wave number 5 of roughly here. I think roughly here, which would make this our wave number A. Moved the wrong one, so that was 1, 2, so that goes here, and here, yeah, tricky, which makes this here theoretically our wave number A, and our wave number B would then be roughly here. And that's actually already getting more likely because it would confirm that our correction goes into the area that we would expect based on this being a wave 2. Now, theoretically, I would need to be able on a lower time scale to confirm that this is another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I may not be able to do that. In this case, it could be possible, as mentioned, that our ABC actually is like A, and then here B, and then here C, which in return would mean that if I look on the 1 minute time scale or time frame, we would need to be able to fit another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 between here and here. So that's the developing part where we're not sure about, but we are sure about, so far we are sure about, unless our price goes further above this point, that this is the end of our wave 5 and we are now about to see a correction. Okay, back to the comments. Hi, nice job. Question 2 videos ago, based on Elliott waves, you predicted 5th wave around 1 high based on current evolution. What do you think 5th wave? We can look at the hourly chart for that. Yeah, so we see that we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here, and that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ends at $22,000. Yeah, and we know that this here is our wave 4, and this will be our wave 5. Now, theoretically, it could be that our wave 5 is like this, but it could also be that this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is just wave 1 of an even bigger 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I still believe that we will see somewhere north of whatever is numbered here. Yeah, and I believe that not necessarily because of Elliott waves, but I believe that because, to my understanding, as far as I know and so on, blah, 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 if you have a sell limit order, so you own one GameStop share and you have a sell limit order set at $1 million, $2 million, $10 million, I really don't care what number, and we make 2 assumptions which are common within the GameStop subreddit. Shorts still heavily short GameStop, which means they have more shares shorted than are in circulation. Yeah? As a result, if there is a short squeeze, they get margin called, they are forced to buy their shares back at whatever price is on the market. And if there are 100 sell limit orders, yeah, and 99 of them are at, let's say, $250 if it were to happen right now, yeah, but one of them is at $1 million. But the hedge funds or the short sellers have to buy back 200 shares. So they are forced to buy the 99 sell limit orders at 250, but then the only other share available is priced at $2 million, so they're forced to buy that. It's the only share available on the market. So if the assumption holds true that 100% of the shares available, or more than 100% of the shares available, or circulating so that can be sold and people would sell, are shorted right now, then it means all it takes is one person with a sell limit order that is visible to the market. Yeah, so not like a take profit in eToro, which is likely not visible to the market, for it to happen. If shorts only have, I don't know, like 10% of the available shares that are circulating shorted, then we anyway don't have a short squeeze, and the price target, yeah, looks different. But I trust Elliott waves, and the prediction right now is that at least for that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we go to $20,000. And I think if we go there, we will already shoot through it, because that would obviously trigger, if that doesn't trigger margin calls, nothing else will. Yeah? Or it would mean if that doesn't trigger the margin call and the short squeeze of all time, then we were wrong and shorts haven't overshorted GameStop anymore. Yeah? And so, yeah, so I think that price target still stands. We'll just have to see how the waves develop, so we can map out if that 5 at $20,000 would be the final 5. But I think it's just another wave 1, so from $20,000, and we might see a higher price because again it will shoot through. We may see a small drop and then we go higher. Personally, I sell once we see a price, as first of all, once I can confirm it's the 5th wave of that we saw on the monthly chart, and then the corrective pattern. But I'm not really considering it below $100,000 per share. Like, if the price goes to 20,000 and I was wrong with that and it then starts dropping, I may sell at $7,000 per share. And if we look at, I mean, I'm not like deep fucking value. I don't have 100,000 shares, but $7,000 times, how much do we have now? 76. Yeah, so it's like $500,000 still. Yes, I can then cry and say, but at 20,000 I would have made $1 million before taxes. Yeah, but even with that, so like if I sell at 7,000 on the way down, it's going to be more than enough money. First of all, me and my wife are not lucky, but we worked hard for the financial situation at Wayne, so we have enough cash flow and no huge worries that will change anytime soon, which means we can pay the salary of our first employee that we hired last month easily. We can pay all our bills, we can put money aside, and we can enjoy life to some extent. So if I leave that position with a profit of $10,000, it's still going to help us because we can invest a little bit more. And if I end that position or that trade with a profit of some couple million of dollars, it will not change our life. Like I wouldn't invest it in the business, because our business should be sustained by itself. So the revenue that we make from our customers and so on should be the money that's responsible for paying salaries and expanding. I'm not going to risk money I made elsewhere to try to speed that process up. Either our software business is solid and our customers love it and attract new customers and blah, 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 and that's why it grows, or it doesn't. And I wouldn't use the money, like, I don't know, maybe I would, if it really would be millions, yeah, so like, let's be ridiculous, so we have 70 something shares, and let's talk about, like, what's that now, 100,000 per share, yeah, so that would be 7 million, and minus 25% speculation tax for me, yeah, so it would be 5 million net, yeah, so, and if you think you're rich with 5 million, try to do the math. Like, if you buy a Bugatti, it's $2 million. Like, so we talk about really rich. Yeah. If you book a first class flight from here to Asia, so from Europe to Asia, and you're looking at like 20,000 euro or something like that with Emirates, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And your 5 million will disappear quite fast. Yeah. So it's not rich. Like with 5 million, you can probably have a life like if you would have like a $5,000 salary per month without spending the money. Yeah, so I would likely just, no matter how it ends, I would likely just reinvest most of the profits. If we really get a lot of money out of this GameStop scenario, I would personally probably set up another company for real estate and buy a few apartments and combine it with some other project. If you check, you can look on YouTube for Christian Rauchenwald and you will find another channel. And there on the channel page, you will find a video labeled like passive income with no effort and initial investment. And I know it sounds like clickbaity, and it is clickbaity, but it's actually another project. It's a cryptocurrency project, blah, 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 that in my opinion has a lot of potential. And so I would then probably buy real estate to put up more hotspots for that cryptocurrency project. So to kind of like build even more revenue streams, yeah, like everything I do is about increasing our revenue streams. Like I'm not working for one-time payments or stuff like that, and everything I do is really aimed towards bringing in more monthly cash flow, because it ensures that I don't have to work more. Like the streams that I'm doing right now is actually an additional work, and I do it for multiple reasons. Like first of all, the more other people believe in Elliott waves and in the projection, the less likely they are to panic sell, which helps my GameStop positions as well. Second of all, I want to grow this new YouTube channel, and obviously what better place to talk about, or what better situation than to talk about GameStop, share my predictions on Reddit and benefit from that huge audience there. Like growing my first YouTube channel to 1,000 subscribers took me 14 months, yeah, and now it's at 30,000 subscribers. Like my wife made the same with her Russian channel in 6 months, yeah. And this channel here is basically, I went live twice, there's like 3 videos, and I'm at 200 subscribers or so. So it's like kind of like cool. Yeah, so it's kind of like a win-win situation. I get to share some stuff, and in return, it helps me with some other agendas that I have. Yeah, and yeah, like I don't know, it's not crypto mining, it's the project. I don't want to go into it because this video should really be about GameStop, but since we drifted in that direction, the project is called Helium. It provides like a long-range network for Internet of Things devices, like I don't know, like if I would say to like the lights here and stuff like that are all connected to smart devices. But imagine you have a sensor for, I don't know, if your door is open, but not at your home, but in a cottage on the mountains or some stuff like that, yeah? And so it's basically you put up a hotspot, and that hotspot provides that coverage, and you can either buy the hotspot, there are different vendors, or you can get one for free, although then another company gives you the hotspot and they keep some of your earnings, but basically just for running that hotspot, and it's nothing else than a Raspberry Pi, so it uses almost no electricity, like 5 watts, so like $2 per year or $2.90 per year for us here. And basically for that you earn a cryptocurrency that has been increasing in value over time, yeah. And yeah, so what do we have? Like been talking it out, so just click like on eToro at some point this year. Should have spare money to play investing, so we'll be copying you. Yeah, you don't have to, like you can also, even on my main profile, I mentioned it like in the original post or my profile. First of all, there, depending on the country you're in, there may be other brokers that may be more suitable. Obviously, as a popular investor, I'm an ambassador for eToro, so like I have to be like careful what I say and how I say it and so on. But there should be, why is this post not pinned anymore? There should be a post somewhere that actually should be pinned. God, I love eToro. Yeah, I can find it, but there should be a post that is pinned there, or no. But even there, I mentioned that I also have like my other, so this copy account. So don't just focus on me. Oh, this month's actually negative 2% there. So there I'm basically just copying those other people here, yeah. And so whatever they are doing is executed on a portion of the money that I have in that account, and to diversify. Now, if we look at that, the risk score on this account is quite low, and that's really the worst month we had so far. But even since August last year, it was 11% return before tax, so not bad, especially compared to having it on a regular bank account and so on. And then if you compare it with my regular account's performance, so obviously I started in end of May last year and managed to achieve 30%. Again, at this time I was digging into Elliott Wave, learning more about it and so on. And that's basically GameStop and some other position, GameStop buying restrictions, and again GameStop. I was forced to cut my GameStop positions in this account to keep the risk below 8. But overall, I think I read a book once, and I can only recommend it to everyone actually. It's called The Richest Man in Babylon. It's written in some weird English, but it kind of like, no matter how stupid you are, if that book doesn't teach you why you should put money aside every month, then nothing else will. Yeah? And it's like, the core principle is, no matter how much money you make, so if you make $200 or $200,000 per month, just put 10% aside every month. Yeah? And if it's not enough, so if you make $200, 10% is $20, that may not be enough to invest, but then put it inside until you have an amount that is enough, like maybe the minimum deposit on your broker is $100, so 5 months, $20 aside, after 5 months, deposit invested in some asset, yeah, like, or in some social trader that you can copy or whatever. But if you do that, like, think about it, like for me now, I'm now 34, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's like always, and I'm still not a millionaire. Like I could be. I made so many mistakes in my life. I had like, I don't know, like I had party nights in quotes, like when I was living on the Philippines, which is a cheap country, where suddenly $3,000 disappeared. Like 2 years ago or three years ago, before I met my wife, I made a trip with a friend of mine to, Czech Republic, I think, to Prague. And there we basically arrived Saturday early morning and we left Sunday, and in that 24 plus a few hours period, spent $4,000 just in a strip club, yeah, and so on. So like, I made my share of mistakes, and like, if you think back, like no matter how old you are, but if you think back, imagine from the first salary or payment you got. So the first time you were an apprentice, an intern or something, and you got a little bit of money, $100 per week, $1,000 per month, whatever. Imagine you would have taken 10% and put it aside, yeah, and invested it somehow, like in stocks, like Apple, like huge blue chip stocks or something like that. And then run the numbers how rich you already would be. And the bigger point, however, is when you start to earn money, like you get your, like maybe you get your allowance or pocket money, let's say, I don't know, $50 per week. Somehow you spend it every week, yeah. Then suddenly you have your first job and you get $1,000 per month. But before that, you were able to just somehow live at home with your allowance, like at your parents' house, and you somehow survived on your $50 per week. So if you from day one start, you get $1,000, but you put 10% aside and you just live with 90% of it, you will have no problem. When you get a raise, you adjust the 10% and you will have no problem. So like, and that's like the easiest way to get rich, in my opinion. Yeah, like I didn't know that when I was younger, nobody taught me, and yeah, like that's kind of like the yeah, I don't know if it's taught in the US, I don't think so. And I think in Europe it's not taught, and the problem is like there are multiple problems. Like I also worked in financial consulting ages ago, so when I was like 20 or so, a little bit. And the problem is how it works is, if your parents don't have like kind of like the right mindset or knowledge, and it's time to get your first bank account, you don't do research. What kind of bank accounts are there? Should you invest and blah, blah, blah. You go to the bank where your parents are at, because the guy that manages your father's or mother's money is like the right guy for you. When you need your first insurances, you go to the guy that also works with your parents, yeah? And you don't even think for a second that guy works on commission and tries to sell you bullshit that you very often don't need, yeah? Every guy in a bank, like every employee in a European bank has quarterly goals. They have to sell specific products to a specific limit. If you walk in at the end of a quarter and say like, I have $10,000 to invest, what would you recommend? The guy won't recommend you the best for you, but he will check what does he miss on his quarterly checklist to get his fucking bonus. Yeah, it's like, and most of us would do the same. Yeah, we would also, okay, can I somehow, can I justify to myself to sell that person this product because I would get that bonus? Yeah, and yeah, like that's the issue. Like, so you need kind of like to have the desire. That's actually what Napoleon Hill is about. It's also a must-read book. Think and Grow Rich. And the point is, and it's kind of like phrased, it's the book that actually nails it, yeah, like if it's worth reading over and over again, yeah. The point is, when you talk with people, yeah, when you ask them what they want or so on, like you hear things like, I want to be rich, yeah, but we already covered today, or during today, that maybe when we ran the numbers and 5 million after taxes for some people that is considered rich. For Elon Musk, that's nothing. Yeah. So the problem is that people don't have goals; they have wishes. Yeah. And if you have a wish, you're not willing to put in any effort. And then you have people that start to set goals, and I've been the same moron. Yeah, like I've done the same thing. I finally, okay, I need to have a goal. My goal is to be a millionaire when I'm 30. Yeah, but I didn't really want it. I didn't really, okay, I want to be a millionaire, like really with a burning desire. So when I had the choice between putting some money aside and investing it or buying a new Xbox, well, the Xbox was it. Yeah, and so on. And for me, honestly, like for me, I've like had multiple years in my life where I managed to earn like 6 figures easily and so on, with a lot of free time and so on. And I've always spent and wasted my money somehow. And most of the time it was because I was single. I asked myself, should I save? I don't want to have an apartment because it would tie me down. I don't have anybody, like I don't have children that I need to leave something behind. So I didn't have a reason. So like a reason for why I should really aim towards making more money. The bigger problem, however, was that because I was, for example, in my e-commerce consulting, the last 2.5 years before I stopped doing that in early 2019, I made my $100,000 per year with like almost no work at all. And so the point was, when I like, for example, I wanted to buy, I don't know, a new TV and it was $2,000. Well, if I couldn't afford it today because I'm spending all my cash, worst case, I would have to wait 4 weeks to issue the next invoice to my client where I get another $8,500 and then I can just pay it in cash. So I never had the reason to save. And it only changed when I met my wife, Irina. And basically with her combined, like it was the purpose that I was lacking, that I know now. I still like to gamble in quotes, but I don't do it, or I only do it like as like in like small reasonable amounts, for example, because I now know that there is a reason for me. It's like if something were to happen to me, I want to make sure that, not that she doesn't have to work anymore and stuff like that, like she's part of our business and is responsible for at least half of the revenue that we make, yeah, but that there is something left behind, you know, that there's no worry about, I don't know, covering funeral expenses or stuff like that. And with her together, there's also obviously, since we are married and so on, there's like, will we have kids and so on. So there are like a lot of different motives that suddenly provide me with enough reasons. So when 2019, we started from zero and I with like less than $20,000 in savings, it was an easy choice to cancel the Netflix subscription and Spotify subscription and all those other subscriptions, because those $10 here, $15 there and so on, it doesn't sound like a lot, but during a year it sums up to $200, $300, $500 if you take all your subscriptions. And those $500 are enough to pay 1 month rent or to allow us to do something else and so on. So it also wasn't hard then to make the sacrifice between going out for drinks or spending an extra hour working. So yeah, like as long as you bought the Xbox from GameStop, yeah, like in Europe, GameStop is not that popular, like especially because I sold them one of my Xboxes once. I actually bought multiple Xboxes. I was a real moron, like in the dictionary. Basically, I have some money, I buy an Xbox, shit, I need money, I take mine to GameStop and get like pennies on the dollar. Oh, I have money, I buy another Xbox. Yeah, so like I've really, like when you look at like the financial mistakes that people make, there are not many that I didn't. Yeah, like just was part of the, like, you know, the obstacle is the way, or the journey is kind of like, it's more about the journey than the end result. And so that's why I also can understand, why some people are like, I want to be rich but not doing anything and so on, yeah. And I don't know, for me eventually it may click, for other people it still hasn't, yeah. No, I don't have AMC because it's not available on eToro and I don't have another broker available to me. Yeah, like Charles, you're 100% right. Like you need to, it's actually scary how many people don't know like their expenses, yeah. And then the bigger issue is that even if they think about their expenses, they forget about things that they pay yearly or quarterly, yeah, and suddenly they're screwed, yeah. It's like, I constantly have a spreadsheet, and obviously for our company's accounting and so on, like in real time, so maximum 24 hours delayed, where I see exactly how much money we have, where it is, how much of it is invested and so on, how much money we are expected to make based on subscription payments and so on, and like where all the yearly costs are also split up as monthly expense. So I already know in advance I need to consider this, not just once a year, oh my God, I have to pay $1,000 for an audit, but already during the year consider that I need to collect that money. Yeah. Hi Camcraft, thanks for the positive feedback, I guess. Yeah. If what we're doing right now we're actually just waiting to see if what's of this year comes true. But if that doesn't make any sense at all, then I would recommend to actually jump back to the beginning of today's streams, because we worked our way to get here, and it should make the most sense this way. Yeah. Luckily, it's like slow development right now, which actually, yeah, thank you for popping in to bring me back on topic. We know based on our cheat sheet that wave number, that in a zigzag, so in an ABC, the first wave can be, or the point from 0 to A can either be an impulse or a leading diagonal. And if we look, a leading diagonal looks like this. And thank you for the sub. And based on that, where initially I figured like it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but if we look at the movement now, I'm going to put the paper closer to me. It might actually be a leading diagonal, which will not make much of a difference because it will still be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It will just be labeled slightly different. Yeah. Basically, in our case, we would have a small downward angle, which would be, but it would, yeah, like now I have to think about how would that look in a bear case, or bear case, not beer. But yeah, anyway, basically we're waiting to have our corrective pattern here to happen. So we finally have another upwards wave to actually do the magic. All right, we'll do a hang out live a bit, blah, 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 yeah. What else do we have? They work best on logarithmic, especially if we look at, for example, if we go to the monthly chart here and we look at, I'm not sure if I can switch it, yeah. So like you hardly can map them here. I mean, it still works, but doesn't work that well. So they work best on logarithmic, but they also, yeah, like here or not here. We're gonna have to switch to Tesla to show that really beautiful there on the monthly chart. Not going to get into it, but you see on the normal or arithmetic or whatever the right word is, we would still be able to map 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now we have an A, B, C, yeah, from here because we have huge movements, but we wouldn't be able to do it here. But when we switch to logarithmic, we suddenly are able to also start mapping here properly. Yeah, so logarithmic is the way to go. And back to GameStop here, back to the 5-minute chart here, and what else did we have? Yeah, so like definitely if you like, I don't know, if you don't know how much money you have, it's also an issue that I see with people that have some kind of gambling addiction, and that I had a problem that I had myself in parts of my life. It's kind of like maybe you owe money here and you need to pay your rent and so, and then you have some income in cash, maybe it's your salary, maybe you sold something and so on. But you then think about, oh, I can pay this and I can pay that, and you totally forget because you never bothered to learn about what are your ongoing expenses, what do you have to pay, and suddenly you're negatively surprised all the time because, oh shit, I have to pay this as well and I have to pay that as well. So like knowing your own financial situation is like the foundation. Yeah? If you don't know how much money you have, you cannot know how much you can actually afford to invest and stuff like that, or afford to spend. Yeah, and yeah, so. But again, it comes down to, that's where, again, what was his name? You mentioned it, I already forgot it. Napoleon Hill and Think and Grow Rich comes into play. If you want to reach so if you have a goal and you have the burning desire to reach it, you will always find a way. Yeah, like, I don't want to name drop here, but when I went to school, for example, for 1 year, famous Austrian, I don't know what the English word is, ski jumper, yeah, attended the same school. And let's say the school was in this city, I lived in this city, and he lived somewhere here. But after this city, so further in the other way, away from his home, was the ski jumping arena or area, whatever, yeah. And while I went home from school at 5 p.m. and so on to play on my computer, very often he took the same train with me to went to his trainings, yeah. And because for some reason, either because of his parents or because he really enjoyed it, he really wanted to become good at ski jumping, and eventually he won, like, I don't know how many gold medals and stuff like that. But he owns, last I heard years ago, like he already retired and owns, and I'm now 34, he already retired years ago, keep that in mind, yeah, and owns a nice house at one of the nicer lakes that we have in Austria, yeah. So not sure what he does with the rest of his time, but he really had that desire, he had that goal to become a professional ski jumper and put in the effort because he had that desire. Where other people like me back then went home to play computers and in 100 years wouldn't have, oh, now I go ski jumping and I come home at 11 p.m. or some shit like that and then I have to do my homework. He had that desire, and as a result, I'm still hustling in quotes, and he's already retired, yeah, so really comes down to that. Know your own financial situation, and you need a goal with and a burning desire to reach it, where it's like whenever you have the option between doing something that gets you to that goal or doing something that might be fun, it's a no-brainer for you to pick the option that takes you to the goal, yeah. And you might end up having to sacrifice a little bit for a year, 2 years, maybe 5 years, but once you reach that goal, you can do whatever the hell you want, yeah. And for me, it's like I'm the laziest person on the planet, so for me it was like an easy calculation always. I can either be average and work the next 40, 50 years or some stuff like that, and always worry about, will I get my vacation approved, can I afford the vacation and stuff like that, or I can put in more effort for a couple of years and then reach the point where I can just do whatever I want and I can basically semi-retire the rest of my life. And it's like, well, we are not rich, by far not, yeah, but we are all, my wife and I, we are already at the point. Like every day I have like 2 or 3 support emails that I answer to. I spend half an hour replying to comments on YouTube. I spend some time on our community Discord server. If I don't wake up because of an alarm, I wake up because I'm done sleeping. And then I check my emails, I have breakfast in peace, I don't have to worry, oh my God, I need to be at the computer in 5 minutes or so. If I wake up and I'm like really, for some reason, not in the mood, or I don't know, maybe I have a slight headache or whatever it is, I just don't work. I do the bare minimum that I have to do and then I go back on the couch. And to reach that point, we had to make sacrifices the last 2 years, so no or shorter vacations, or when we went on vacation it was like to visit family and then there stay in the apartments of friends to save money and so on. But like, I don't know, nothing worth having comes easy, yeah? Pretty much. Yeah, so in one of your videos posted a few days ago, you said might be last chance for GameStop at a low price at around 120. And I think it's the same, because if we look now from that 120, we have our wave 1. And based on that wave 1, our prediction would be that the correction will go at best to 150. Yeah. I mean, we also had our predicted price area 130 to 170, and we went to 120. So it's possible that it goes further. Yeah. But overall, like based on Elliott waves, I would say like 120 was the best spot to buy, 140 was even better. And while we will see a correction by definition of Elliott wave principle, that correction will or should not go that far. Yeah. Yeah, the question now is with that pullback, so we see that if we label it like this, so 0A, B, then our correction area for C would be here. However, if we consider that ABC, again, the 0 to A, according to the cheat sheet, contains another impulse or leading diagonal, so it could also be move C, move B, that this is just our point A, then again, I'm going to lock that level here, so this would be our point B then, and our point C would be here. And I would actually expect, because in the end those areas should overlap ideally, yeah, so I would expect that maybe we have to drop further, so it moves our, I need to move it on the side so that it moves the projected area B. And then, so if it would be something like this, so that it adds up, that our ABC correction gets down here. But again, that wave A should be another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which currently, or leading diagonal, which is also a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which currently is not the case. And other than that, our ABC, yeah, I mean, there are other corrective patterns as well, but this is again a wave 2. Again, each wave is another, or contains waves by itself and is part of a bigger wave. And if we look at the impulse cheat sheet, we look at wave 2, it says any correction, but if you look at that neat table below, you can see that wave 2 in 42% of cases is zigzag, and 40%, what was it, sideways movement, yeah, in 10% double free, and so on, yeah. So the question is, which of these patterns actually applies here? Like, the most likely one, according to the percentages, would actually be the sideways movement, which also is an ABC, sideways, yeah. But it just goes a little bit sideways, as the name says, yeah. And yeah, just have to wait and ABC, I guess, yeah. He has mentioned 100K a few times, the next wave up, blah, 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 yeah. Yeah, and in the original prediction we had, if we go back to the hourly chart, we still have it there. In the original prediction we had this wave 3 here at 2000, but that was based on the correction only going to roughly 140 to 107 or 201, yeah, 140 to 201. But because that wave went further, it also moved the predicted area here a little bit, yeah. So, and back we go here and try to figure out, like, again, I really suck at corrective patterns, because when we have the upwards movements, wave 1, 3, and 5, yeah, then it's super obvious, in quotes, when you understand the basics and have this neat cheat sheet and you have wave bases. But with the corrective patterns, there are like 8 corrective patterns that we have here, and figuring out which one it is like the tricky part where it's like, for me, yeah, like it's like kind of challenging, yeah. And that's why I really hope that during today's trading session, I might try to keep the live open till the end, if I don't lose my voice. And that we actually get to see the point of wave number 2, so we get to watch another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where it gets easier for me to say with quite, yeah, with almost certainty where we are at and what to expect, yeah. So yeah, and what else do we have? Please be as optimistic. How much do you think could potentially reach? By the way, like the 100,000 price target, so if we, like, again, for the people that just tuned in, first of all, if what I show you is totally confusing, then watch the stream from the beginning. I know it will take you some time, but you also want to make money, so you will have to, or you should be willing to invest some time to educate yourself, yeah? And if spending, I don't know how long are we live now, 2 hours, if spending 2 hours of your time to understand a little bit more about your investment is not worth it for you, then I don't know if you deserve to make profit, yeah? And so regarding the $100,000 question or price point, we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with our predicted goal for wave 5 now 22,000. Yeah. However, if that wave 3 gets higher or lower, it would move that wave 4, and if I move that wave 4, you see it moves the area for wave 5. Yeah, which means that can still change. Now, this is, however, not necessarily the end of our squeeze, because every wave by itself is part of a bigger wave and contains subwave, which means we know based on the monthly chart, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and are currently in wave 5. Back to the hourly chart, which means from the monthly chart we would have our wave 3, wave 4, and that would be our wave 5. However, if we look at our cheat sheet, we know that the first wave, or we know that wave 5 itself can be another impulse, so another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or an ending diagonal. And we also know, so theoretically it could be that this is the best scenario, here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it's also possible that, I'm not gonna label it, but from here, and that's what I think, from here till here is actually wave 1 and of a bigger wave. So this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will just be wave 1 of a bigger wave, and it will then be from the 20,000 wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, wave 5. Yeah? But time will tell. The more candles we have on the chart, the more accurate we can be about our predictions. What we already, in my opinion, again, just my opinion, not financial advice, yeah, what I already believe in it is that selling now or panicking if the price drops $100 or something like that is, yeah, makes no sense at all. Like, that pattern here is pretty much confirmed already, by the way. The only thing how that would change is if the price would drop below the low that we had here, so below 38. If we somehow end up at 38, it would mean that our wave 4 that we labeled here at the low at 38 was not actually our wave 4. However, the reason why I don't expect this to happen is because that low at 38 only happened because of buying restrictions. If there would be no buying restrictions, it would have not gone till 38. It may have ended somewhere higher. I don't know, like 130 was my prediction, if I remember it right. Yeah. So I think we're like in this part here, and today we're focusing a lot on only this area, and we're focusing on the 5-minute time frame, because if we look from here, that's now wave 2 to wave 3, which basically started with the low from after the earnings call, so yesterday morning. And again, our cheat sheet tells us that this wave here, so this 2 to 3, is another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And on the 5-minute chart, we already found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, maybe labeled a little off, whatever. And again, this wave is part of another 0, 1, where we are now waiting for our wave 2 to form. Yeah? And then we have smaller waves in between, which basically, again, here we have wave 2 to wave 3, and within that wave, according to our cheat sheet, is another impulse wave. And we see from this 2 to 3, we have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we also see that the price targets in most cases get confirmed. Currently, we unfortunately are in a corrective phase. I suck at corrective patterns, and therefore the labeling that we are trying to match here is like a little bit of a guesswork based on the information that I know, because I suck at corrective pattern. And hopefully during the stream we get to reach the low of this correction, which would bring us again 0, 1, 2, and then wave 3, and wave 3 is going to be another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that would be where I can really show you the power and accuracy of Elliott waves. Yeah, and yeah, so I need to take a sip. Thank you for answering. As I stated, I always seem to buy in at the higher end. Yeah, but did you already try Elliott waves? Try to apply them to the chart and figure out which wave you're in. Like, I also sometimes, I mean, if you look at my positions, like I use Elliott waves, but if we look at my portfolio and my positions, then you see like there we have Tilray with minus 22% average, yeah? Like, and the biggest portion of it is minus 40%, so I also got it wrong. I still believe, I check it, and I still believe that we are going to go upwards, that I will see those profit targets, yeah? But yeah, like, I mean, that's the only thing I mentioned it earlier, like, where we are in this situation, as said, like we wait, we assume this here is a corrective pattern, and we assume that because it's the highest point, we can confirm all the subwaves, and now we are having a slow drop. And as a corrective pattern, and it's a wave 2, we can use the cheat sheet and then know it's either a zigzag or a sideways movement or whatever. And if it's a zigzag, then it would be an ABC. And if it goes ABC, then the first 0 to A would be another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah? So we just assume, yeah, based on the facts, how Elliott wave principle works, and we try to figure out if that pattern matches here. And we have to successfully match a few of the points to confirm that it is actually that pattern. So like theoretically, could be like this, and then it would bring our wave number 4. No, that's 5, so it would bring our wave number 4. I'm also going to lock that in so we see it, and also going to lock that in. So it could be like this, that this here is the, okay, now why is that lock in? That this is going like this, which means this here would then be our point number A, because according to, again, cheat sheet, corrective pattern, zigzag, the A from 0 to A contains another impulse or leading diagonal. Yeah? If this here is our A, we see our prediction for B would actually be somewhere up here, and then our prediction for C would actually be somewhere down here. Now, and we know that ideally we'll achieve an overlap with that orange area, because that would be the prediction for our area of wave number 2. But we only, while the candles develop, we get more and more of an idea of what's the exact pattern here. Yeah? Like if I would short sell, we wouldn't have sold here, because our original assumption was that we already have our wave 5 here, and we already tried to map an A, B, C, but then this candle here happened, which showed us that we're not yet at wave 5, and so we would likely short sell, I don't know at which point. Maybe we would have actually sold then here once we also had this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, if we wanted to sell. But point being, like that, if you try to trade Elliott waves, the biggest point is that you first need to do your homework where you're in the biggest scale. Yeah, so 1, and there are going to be some rule violations in labeling this, but they are mentioned in earlier parts of the video, so I'm not going to repeat them and why they don't matter. But yeah, so I'm not going to label wave 5, but if I'm able, or if I label that chart based since the IPO, I can say, assuming this is correct, that we are currently in wave 5. Yeah? And if we are currently in wave 5, and I know wave 5 starts at the low at $38, then I can look up, okay, wave 5 is another impulse or ending diagonal. So I can look for the low at $38, which was no, not here, which was somewhere further before. We actually have it on the hourly chart, so we're going to go there. Yeah. So I can look up the low at the $38 and know here our wave 5 starts. Then I can look at the cheat sheet or look in the book and again say, okay, wave 5 is another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which means I try to start labeling a wave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I know wave 1 is going to be another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so I labeled this one here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah? And after wave 1, we have a wave 2 that is a corrective pattern, blah, blah, blah. So pretty much the point is, if you use it on higher time frames, which obviously takes longer, like on today, you see here we have pretty much nothing going on the hourly chart. We could start to try to label a 1, 2, yeah, maybe, but I don't even think we have 1 reached yet. That may be 1, yeah. But it goes slowly, yeah, to actually see real movement from one area to the other. And but it's more accurate because we confirmed everything, and like we dug down on the hourly chart to confirm that here wave 4 to 5 has another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inside that works out, and so on. We confirmed that this corrective pattern here works out and both the predicted price areas overlap and so on. So like it's a little bit tedious work probably, like to get to the point to figure out your trade entry. But on the other hand, it provides you with really, really great entries. Yeah. Now it looks like we got it right now, so that the pattern that we applied now makes sense. So we would have 0, 1. It would have predicted the area here. It went a little bit further. Our prediction for wave number 3 was already quite on spot. It went a little further. Our prediction for wave number 4 looks like it hits. We will see how far that candle goes. And so if we label that like this, and then based on, depending on how big that candle here gets, it moves the area for wave number 5, which will mark the end of our A in our ABC zigzag correction, and which moves our price target for the end of the correction even nicer into the area of 150 to 170. Yeah, and yeah, so AMC, I looked at it, but I'm like, yeah, I'm just not gonna spend the same effort of really digging into and figuring out what's going on when I cannot trade it. Yeah, like so. But Wavebase is the software that I'm using here as a 14-day free trial. So, and the really only benefit with Wavebases is that you can set the wave degrees. Yeah, so again, each wave is part of another wave and contains waves and so on. Yeah, so that you can label them properly. And the second benefit is that it automatically shows you the predicted price areas, that you don't have to study parts of the book and figure out how to manually come up with those price areas. Yeah, but yeah, and you can then just basically open the AMC chart in Wave Basis in your trial account and look at the monthly chart and work your way basically from the waves that you can fit in the monthly chart. Use the cheat sheet and just follow the most basic rules, like wave 3 cannot be the shortest, wave 4 cannot retrace into wave 1, and so on. And if a rule is broken, especially when you look at the chart since IPO, then ask yourself, has there been some kind of government regulation, or is it really because it's the first wave or second wave since the IPO, and that's why you might be willing to accept these rule violations for yourself or not. But I think like most of the AMC chart behaved, at least since the whole GameStop situation started, almost identical to GameStop, so I don't see why it should be much different. So I would also on first guess say we are in a fifth wave, it's going to go up. How far is another question, yeah. But I could be wrong, so like, but yeah. One of the things, like, since I shared it on my newsfeed, so I don't have to draw it again, but newsfeed. How do you guys like the picture, by the way? Yeah, like my wife made that today, like me diamond handing serving Elliott waves for GameStop to the moon, yeah. And but yeah, what I wanted to share, like, so I sold my Neo positions. I may be wrong here. You see, for example, when you automatically label, so when you use the automatic labeling in wave basis, it also sometimes applies question marks, which means this wave is not confirmed yet, yeah. But based on what I could come up with, I expect a drop in Neo, so I sold my Neo positions, still at a profit. And I'm not sure how far it will correct, but I would expect an overlapping in the areas again, so like 23, 24. And for Tesla, my prediction based on Elliott waves, again, not all waves confirmed and so on, but I also sold them and expect actually that we will see 400 to 460. And that's where I would buy again. Now we can check real quick where Tesla is right now. How are they doing today? Yeah, so kind of okay. And it's kind of like the more you work with Elliott waves, the easier they get to spot, in my opinion. Yeah, so you can also use them on TradingView, which is for free, but you don't have the predicted price areas. Yeah, but I don't know if we. Yeah, let's go to the monthly chart. And how far back are we here? 2015. Okay, yeah. Like here, for example, I could just say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, maybe an extended fifth wave. Maybe I got the 3, 4 wrong. Yeah, which means that as a result in Tesla, the logical conclusion would be that the next thing happening here would be an yeah, like this. There we have a low A, B. Could be like this, but could be further. So it could be A. Which one is lower here? Here the low point is 717 and here it's 699. Okay, that's definitely our A. I would need to look on a lower time frame. We can do that real quick. For example, daily. And check. Okay, that cannot be. It didn't go far enough. So there we have the highest point, which likely would make it like this A. Then we will have a B, however far it goes, and we will have a C. And in my prediction, the C is at 450. Yeah. But yeah, and then I don't know if we look here at 1, 2, yeah, could be here 3, could be here 3, 4, 5, and so on. And in that, from here to here, it should be another 1, 2, could be 3, 4, or 3, 4, 5, and so on. So it's like, I don't know, the more you do, I don't, but wave basis automatically does. So like whatever areas get highlighted here by wave basis, they are based on Fibonacci. Yeah. So that's the part I suck at. Like I'm kind of spoiled. I found wave basis before I was forced to really figure it out myself. Yeah. But yeah. So it's kind of like I rather pay the $50 per month for the wave basis account, which also comes with 300 auto counts per month, so I used 150 this month. I never use all of them, yeah. which is kind of a nice feature. So I can do that for you because of AMC. So I'm not going to put a lot of effort into it, but AMC. Can't find AMC. Like, what's the full name of the company? Something with probably American Media or something like that. Yeah. There we have, okay, and there, whoop. So there we would have the monthly chart, and now it's just, you see it starts here at the top, so it finds the highest higher, the lowest lower, and from there it does, and I push a button, and it auto predicts. Now the tricky part here is, because we start high, it would predict the downward movement, so it would say 1, 2, 3, 4, and bankruptcy, yeah. That's something I honestly don't know how to handle. Like, what do you do when the overall trend is already downward? Yeah, if you can really say, okay, will aim towards bankruptcy. I'm not sure if that is something Elliott waves can predict, but yeah, so like based on that, that would already be a problem for me because I wouldn't be 100% confident in which wave we're in. However, what I would still be confident in is that we have a wave that starts in April last year, or in that case March last year, with the COVID low. Yeah. So I would be confident with that we have a start here. The question is, it actually maps out quite nice. So it says wave 4, wave 5. So let's jump to the hourly and start from March. Ah, yeah, true. Thanks Visual for pointing that out. Yeah, the book mentions that. Yeah, that you can theoretically, it doesn't have to be the price per share, but you could be shares available or shares per, the other way around. Yeah, I don't know how to phrase it properly, but yeah, true. It's also in the first chapter, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Are we already 21? I hear it's tricky. The automatic labeling will not start from back there because the point here, there were also buying restrictions in AMC, if I recall correctly. The point here is lower, so we'd force from here. But what we could do in that case, we can use another feature and basically this one here, and then we can mark a candle here, and hopefully, I'm not sure if it works if I move further, but mark the area that we want to count. It could still ignore my selection and just label it from here. Yeah, it ignores my selection, yeah. So it assumes that this is the starting point now, and then you would see that it says, I would ignore the biggest wave. No, I would not ignore the biggest wave, yeah, but like we would go from here. So the prediction would be that from here it goes to $80, wave 3, then down, then up, yeah. But the time frame is a different thing, yeah. And we would currently, yeah, also we see the predicted correction that got hit here, and because that's a wave 2, so if we zoom in, so from the high here to the low that we had would be a wave 2, and as mentioned, wave 2 could be an ABC or a leading diagonal. In this case, it labels it as a leading diagonal, although it doesn't look like a diagonal to me, but whatever. So that's what I mean, like the auto wave feature is not 100% accurate, yeah. And that's why the auto wave is nice and useful to quickly get the waves on the chart in wave basis, but it anyway requires like manual correction. So the best way is pick a stock and start from the beginning. Yeah? You mean mid of March last year? Yeah, it could be. Like, haven't looked at AMC too closely, and for the auto wave count, the bigger problem would be that because of the artificial low that was lower than what the low was from last year, it refuses to count from the earlier part on, yeah. But maybe it works, like we can just try, but we would need to pick the right areas, like, wrong button. Yeah, now it's gonna label again, but yeah. This March, okay. You mean because of the buying restrictions that it resulted in a truncated fifth? But yeah, what we could do is like just try to mark an area like, I don't know, like let's say like from here to this high. Yeah, I would then count this one as wave 1 likely, and 1, 2, yeah, something like, oh no, not even, so it says wave 1, wave 2. Yeah, but we see that would be off, but we basically just pick the sample in the middle and let it try to apply wave patterns to it, yeah. But yeah, anyway, like I cannot invest in GME and, not in GME, and AMC, and also the auto wave features are thrown off course here, so I'm just gonna switch that back to monthly and GameStop. So, and then let's see what happened. And what do we have? Like, funny, yeah, like, so while we were playing around, so our prediction was, or the Elliott wave predicted, like, once we had figured out that, or we think we figured out that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and we had this 4, it predicted that now we are going here, and at least 2 candles are already going down. Let's see if they get there or not. Yeah, and it would also map up with the A, B, C prediction. Yeah, now in terms of time frame, it's going to be a little bit trickier. Yeah, because obviously it took us so long for the A. Question is how fast we're going to see the B, and then how long for the C. But yeah, it would be another case where once you have enough candles that confirm a pattern, the rest of the pattern you can trust, in my opinion. Yeah, but the tricky part is at the end of a wave, when you have the transition into a new wave, to figure out which of those patterns actually is the case out of the possible patterns that I always explained in the tables. And there was something else. Oh yeah, Charles, yeah, just started learning wave basis because of you. It has like, I'm still refusing to upgrade to the higher plans, but it has like features that once you understand them probably make it so easy, like right click, drill down, and then you can say forward and it pick a time frame, but I'm too dumb. I haven't got it to work yet, so I'm not gonna try to screw things up here. But then you could pick the lower time frame. So if you're on the monthly chart, you label monthly, and then you say drill down in this new wave on the weekly chart or daily chart, and it would also apparently link the charts properly. Yeah? So there's a lot of features here for Elliott waves that are make it definitely worth the $50 for me. Now we have a jump up here, which obviously isn't necessarily in our favor to confirm our movement down here. But we also know that the wave 4 to 5, if we were to look at the 1 minute timeline, should be another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we'll see. Yeah. I haven't found any other service, to be honest. Like, I know there are services out there like Elliott Wave, the site where I can get the book, that offer like trader classrooms where they share some of their predictions and teach you how to do it. But I haven't found any software solution besides wave basis that really helps. And I think the real reason why it's helping is not even the auto label feature, because that again, either you already, in my opinion, either you already know enough to be able to apply the wave patterns yourself, and then the auto wave feature just is confusing because it throws so much on the chart in one go and you have to double check it anyway. And if you don't know enough, then the auto wave feature also won't help you because it may get things wrong. And so the real valuable feature that I see is that they actually have the elements to create all kinds of waves, and that it automatically predicts the price areas, that you don't have to manually figure them out. Yeah. I'm not sure if there is like a company, a public one. Yeah. I actually honestly like, if we talk about like what would be if, and you know, those like, be like on Wednesday I'm gonna win the lottery and with those millions I'm gonna buy shit, so like that kind of mindset or thought process, I would likely hire 1 or 2 developers, because I love wave bases and I love developing, but that's beyond the scope of my possibilities. But I would likely invest some of the money to have like automatic predictions, so like buy the trading data for for stocks based on the second since their IPOs, and then have some developers and some expensive hardware to come up with like the wave predictions from like the biggest wave, smaller, 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 to actual trade recommendations, and then connect that somehow to, obviously not to eToro, but to some other broker to basically automate trading on Elliott wave principle. Yeah, but it may not be possible because again, like we saw here when we assumed we had our wave 5, and then we have the candle that tells us no, we're not yet there, and we always need a few candles to confirm things. So I don't know, like I suck at timely predictions. I have no idea where it will close. Like I know that we are going in this area. I'm like, while it now looks that our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here is labeled correctly and the predicted price levels map up, I'm still not 100% sure unless we hit that 5 here. Yeah. But if we hit that, we will have a pattern that goes to B, and that pattern, according to our cheat sheet that you can download with a link down below, will be any kind of corrective pattern, and it will be in 40% of cases a sideways movement, in 30% of cases a zigzag. So within that A and that B, there will be another either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no, another ABC, yeah, oh, the other way. And I don't know how long it will take to develop. Yeah? They're also like, in the book you learn, there are basic like rules or rules of thumb, like for example, if the correction in wave 2 is a sharp correction, then usually the correction in wave 4 would be like take longer and stuff like that. But I'm not sure about like with the timely restraints. I honestly don't care, because it's not that I'm aiming for a specific date. I'm aiming for a specific return. So. And I don't care if that return is in a day or in a month or even in a year with GameStop, yeah. But yeah, so it looks actually like we hit the nail on the spot. So you see the price retraced into that area. It may drop further. I'm not saying that it's the final and now it goes up, but it looks like our prediction here was accurate, and based on that, we would now see this candle or the next 1 or 2 candles go, or maybe the next 10 candles move up into that B area, yeah. Based on the small software that we are running and some other things, our software is for business owners, so it's nothing relevant for here, but basically I'm in touch with a lot of people that run bigger businesses and stupid filters, and already got asked multiple times if I want to have investors or if they can invest, but I don't want that. Like, I started my first business, so like backstory, yeah, like so. When I was 16, I went to a school for technical computer science and internet engineering. Yeah? So I would say I attended that school because I didn't graduate. I dropped out when I was 18. However, for that school, and again, it's for technical computer science and internet engineering, so some nerdy shit, I needed to make an internship for 1 month at least to be allowed to attend next year's classes. Obviously, lazy teenager that I was, I didn't apply anywhere, and so eventually my grandma had to sort something out with a small one-man carpentry shop that runs, so I could do my internship. You already see the logic. The school requires an internship. You attend the school for computer science, you do an internship at a carpenter, and it's perfectly fine, yeah, where you don't have to do anything with computers, but okay. And for me, during the time, like I had to get up at 6, show up there, blah, blah, blah. He told me when we can have lunch. He told me when I can go home. And honestly, I know that's like really overstating, yeah. And simply for lack of a better word, it felt like slavery. Yeah, I felt like somebody else owns me. Yeah, I know it's really overstating, and probably there is a better word, but I don't know a better word to express how it felt to me. And that was the point where I decided that I'm going to be self-employed. Yeah, now with 18, dropped out of school. And one of my kindergarten friends back then, he worked full-time in the Austrian military and had an okay salary of like 2,000 to 3,000 euro. And so he decided to jump on board. Basically, the deal was we start an online store, I do all the technical work, and I do actually all the work, but he takes part of his salary to fund the whole thing. Yeah? And he brought another work colleague, so another soldier from the Austrian army on board that he trusted. And a year later, the result was that I had 20,000 euro in debt because that other partner that he brought along, that he trusted and I trusted because he trusted him and so on, screwed us both. Yeah. So it's kind of like, I don't know, like the last partnership I tried was last year for our software project. We wanted to partner with a copywriter. We just launched. We couldn't afford to pay her thousands of dollars for her work or something like that. So the offer was, and we have a monthly subscription-based business that now is like at $5,500 monthly subscriptions, yeah. But the offer was, and within a year, we got from 0 monthly subscriptions to now $5,500 in monthly subscription payments, yeah. And the offer was that she basically gets 30%. And with the idea that she writes some social media posts, she also has like a huge friend list of people that are our ideal audience, and spend time talking, spend time setting up contracts and so on. And then she didn't do shit, like she didn't do anything. So eventually after 2 or 3 weeks passed and multiple time wasting calls, just had to dissolve that partnership, yeah. But as a result, like, I don't know, I know with an investor, with partners and so on, things go faster, but it also means that I cannot make the decisions. It also means that I have to rely on others. And between my wife and me, it like, I don't know, it works out perfectly. Like I do all the nerdy technical stuff and she's good at like social media stuff and other similar things. And we get everything done. We grow a little bit slower because we don't have like huge investment incoming, but I also don't have to justify my actions to anybody other than my wife. Like, so, and anybody who's married has to do that anyway, so. But yeah, so while we were chatting here, we have like this candle went further. We saw that previously already with some of our candles that they exceeded our predicted levels. Here, for example, yeah. But we just move here, which means our area for point B moves as well. Overall, the rest of the prediction, the rest matches. Yeah, it doesn't mean that the pattern here is 100% correct. Again, I suck at corrective patterns, but we see that the area for wave 2 was hit okay, went a little bit further. Our prediction for area 3 went a little bit further. Area 4 was hit nicely, and our area 5 went a little bit further again. So it adds up. It follows the rules so far, and it makes it likely that this is point A, and here it will go to point B. Now, this is a spot that I personally would likely never trade because the trend, the short-term trend here is downward, and I never trade against the trend. Yeah, like it's something that I also learned the hard way. Yeah, it's like people that shorted Tesla when it was rushing upwards. Yeah, doesn't make a lot of sense to bet against the trend, in my opinion. Yes, if you're right, you usually have a huge payoff, but more often than not, you're likely wrong. So yeah, what else did we have here? Broke support, had a low 182. Oh yeah, that we had here, yeah, like 100. No, that's 186. But here we already have 176. Yeah, so did we just found a company on YouTube Live? No, we didn't found or find, or yeah. Hopefully you can get yourself some investors. We already had that part. NFT this shit, yeah. That's something I don't get. Like honestly, like I mean, I get buying art. I'm not rich enough to buy those collectibles, but like paying money for digital collectibles is like somehow that I don't know. Doesn't make sense to me, but yeah. Now there are LinkedIn stalkers found, okay. Small world, damn impressed with the accuracy. So you don't target a buy at one of it. Well, in this case, I would have my buy order somewhere here. Like I had it also, I had mine at 140 when we had the original prediction. Where was it? Here. So I had my pending buy order for another 1,000 euro at 140 here, because I picked 140 because that's 140.50 because that's where that gap would close. It was likely that it will go a little lower. I didn't expect that it will see 120, but it was like only slightly outside of the predicted area here, but still within the predicted area of that C, and it closed the gap. So that's where I would place it, or would have, or where I actually placed it. And here now, if I would still want to buy, I would wait till we have the B confirmed, because if we move the B, you see, it moves that area. And once we have the B confirmed, especially if we look at the history that with GameStop, very often when we have downward pressure, it moves a little bit further. I would either split my buy order up in 2 or 3 parts and scatter it in that area, or maybe have 2 parts of the money to buy in that area and one even a little bit lower or so, yeah. But yeah, so I wouldn't buy this dip here, because the way it looks now, we have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, followed by our wave B here, followed by our wave C. And I also wouldn't buy with like, I'm gonna buy here so I can take profit here, because we are not 100% sure that it is like this. Like, it's currently, the waves add up and are confirmed, but again, on the lower time frames, it's like, yeah, it's not like a guessing game, but it's like harder. You need more confirmed candles. Yeah, like on the hourly time frame, it's easier, because on the hourly, I know that we are now in this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here, and that we are likely also going to add a label here. So that is our point 0. That could be our point 1, and our point 2 prediction would be here again, 151 to 170. Now, and to have the right degree, we have that's 1 level smaller of the turquoise, or whatever color that it is, wave degree, and the turquoise, so that would be minor. Yeah, so. And on the hourly, it's easier for me, because there I bought because I saw the C prediction, so A, B, C, so there was my pending buy. Now I know, based on Elliott waves, that we are going up here, so I don't have any reason to buy anymore here, because I already bought at the low that I predicted. But if I were to buy, I would look here, and then from the hourly, I would obviously zoom in like we did here. I wouldn't go to 5 minutes, but maybe 15 minutes, and try to figure out what kind of overlapping areas I have here, and those would be. And the more areas I can get to overlap, so for example, from wave B to C, if we again look at the cheat sheet and we look for 6x, other side, 6x, then you see from B to C, it's either an impulse or an ending diagonal. So, and if you look at impulse, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ending diagonal is also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which means if or when we hit that point B, we should have another, like the blue one here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And when we map that out, the prediction for the 5 should overlay with the prediction for C. And if that's the case, so if those two overlap and they overlap itself with the orange prediction for wave 2, then I have 3 different price predictions from 3 different waves that are on different degrees that provide me with the same recommendation, and then I obviously feel more comfortable in placing my pending buy order there. It may go further than that predicted area, but it's very likely that around that area it will turn around, and then we get our wave number 3. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3. Yeah, and I hope we see that today. I really hope that we get to see the start of our wave number 3. Yesterday, it was really beautiful to watch, because yesterday I pretty much mapped out, where did we start? There was our low. So yesterday I could pretty much map out that whole 1, 2, 3, 4, and almost till the 5. We ended here. And I could, like, in real time just watch beautiful in the 5-minute chart. Okay, now it's going to go down to here likely. Okay, it's going to go up to here likely. Okay, it's going to go down to here. We had it labeled a little bit differently before, but basically it's still, yeah. Today it's a little harder because we're at the end of a wave, and we started by trying to figure out, first of all, where's the actual end? We thought it was here, but it turns out that it's likely here. And now we had to figure out like which pattern we actually can place on this formation here to have a corrective pattern that fulfills the requirements. Yeah, so. Charles, you obviously in some aspects definitely know more about Elliott waves than I do. I'm gonna like say this as it is, because it definitely is like this. And for me, it always works out like this. Like if I try to dig into, like for example, if I look at extended waves or truncated waves and so on, if I try to fit them in there, it just becomes more confusing, because especially with the extensions, you can still label them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, even though if it might be 9 waves in total, yeah, it still works out with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I don't think we have the option to label them longer. And yeah, so like it just works like this for me. And but if you, yeah, like if you think, that's the important part. If any of you like has a little clue about Elliott waves, I'm far away from being Jeffrey, whatever his last name is, from elliottwave.com. Yeah. So if any of you have a little clue and you disagree with any of the labelings, speak up, because it helps not only me, but it helps everybody else that watches. Yeah. I don't know how many people are watching. I actually want to check. 53 people watching. Impressive, like new record. I think last time we had 38. Yeah. I think honestly, like not only because obviously I want to grow this YouTube channel and blah blah, but based on the whole GameStop thing, I think it's something that pretty much everyone in GameStop, yeah, should see. But I also don't want to like spam the Reddit with promotional posts. It's kind of like people that want to do research anyway stumble upon the posts with the due diligence and dig into it further. And the other people are those that, oh my God, it dropped $50, should I sell? Yeah. Thank you, Adrian. I appreciate it. Yeah. And you know, that's also like, it brings me to one point that you have the people that are like diamond hand, don't sell. Yeah. And I also say like, don't try to trade those waves. We already saw in today's live that just we would have sold here because we thought it's the wave 5, and we would have missed all the wave up here. And luckily enough, our correction here would have allowed us to buy again, yeah. But overall, it like trying to trade those waves on small time frames, you will miss out more profit than what you gain by trading the swings, yeah. Especially if you live in a country where you have to pay speculation tax or any kind of other tax for short-term trades, yeah. And now I lost my track, like forgot what I wanted to say, but. Yeah, I literally forgot what I wanted to say. Happens. Sign of age. That's why I prefer on my other YouTube channel to not go live but record videos, so there I can just fix those mistakes. Yeah, yeah, not spamming Reddit. Everybody should see. Getting there. Almost have it. But I think that, you know, like we talked about, like, what was his name again? Think and Grow Rich from Napoleon Hill, that, you know, people have to have goals and burning desires. And many of the people that now buy GameStop are like those I want to be rich people that don't have a goal. They just want to, I don't know, they want to be rich overnight with no effort, a lot of money. And those are the same people that invest money that they would need tomorrow to pay rent, that invest money on credit, that don't do even the smallest amount of due diligence. And those are the same people that then sell when it's like here, and then they also sell, yeah. But now I actually remember where I wanted to go. So we have those people that say don't sell, diamond hand and all that stuff. We also today already talked about like taking profits along the way, yeah. The point is, if nobody were to sell, Elliott waves wouldn't work. So it's kind of like, because then we wouldn't have waves. We would just have like a candle up, and then we would have a short squeeze, and then we would have a drop down. But Elliott waves always apply, like literally always apply, and as long as there's no buying restrictions or government restrictions or something like that. And so no matter what you tell people, like if you see the charts going down, it's not because the people in GameStop are paper-handed and sell. It's simply because out of, I don't know why, but the human psychology that Ralph Nelson Elliott analyzed and came up with to come up with the whole theory, just always applies. Yeah? I even think, if you think about all those, most of transactions nowadays are actually made, or most of trades are made by computer systems. Yeah? They either work based on a pre-programmed logic created by a human that suffers from human psychology or follows human psychology, or they use machine learning, which means they analyze the past to figure out how to trade. But if they analyze the past and the past follows human psychology and Elliott wave principle, the machine learning algorithm will also follow Elliott wave principle. Yeah? And so all that don't sell and hold, or don't sell and just hold till the end stuff is, yeah, like it's some kind of like, I don't know, I wouldn't say bullshit. The only reason why I'm not trading the swings is because I'm aware that if I were to do it, there could be another buying restrictions, unlikely but possible. Then I took a small profit, but I missed the rocket because of that maybe. Yeah, I could miss, like price targets could miss. Like we had, so here our price target went through, but we had it off enough here. I would have sold here, but I could only re-enter here at the worst price, yeah, and so on. So the only reason why I don't trade it is because I lack the time, and I know that I would just make a few small profits, but miss out on bigger movements. And as long as my hourly and monthly predictions looks like this, why should I try to trade a few swings here when I know the next stop is anyway at like 5 times the current price or even more? It's more than 5 times, yeah. So, and it doesn't even matter to me if that's gonna happen on, please ignore the dates down below, yeah. It's not about timely prediction here, yeah. But it doesn't really matter to me if that's gonna be on the, whatever, like 28th of March, or if it's gonna be in March next year. If within a year, no short squeeze, but GameStop goes to $1,500 per share, it's been a great trade, like nothing to complain about. Thankful for whoever, like whichever post or message I saw first that got me to look into it, yeah. And let's check, what did I miss? Not spamming on Reddit, covered that, should have listened to you earlier, yep. I also should have listened to myself earlier, yeah. A lot of things that I'm sharing with you guys today, like 10% of what you earn, you should already put aside and learn to live with 90% and all that stuff. I already knew that 10 years ago, but somehow I didn't follow through. I lacked, and that's where Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich, a book everyone, in my opinion, should read, comes into play. I did not have a clear goal and the burning desire to reach it, so I had no reason to actually follow through on the good advice that I already knew, yeah. And yes, because I haven't finished setting up the channel yet. You notice there is no logo, there is no cover image, there are no sections on the main page and so on. It's really more of like, our YouTube earnings are great from our 2 YouTube channels, and I wanted to make another YouTube channel to basically, again, everything I do is aimed to improve our income streams, yeah. And I'm like really, when it comes to passive income streams, I'm kind of like a maniac, yeah. This YouTube channel here, so you guys are watching, which is great, and I enjoy the interaction, like really a great benefit of the live. Eventually it will reach the requirements for YouTube partnership, which is 4,000 hours of watch time during the last 12-month period, plus 1,000 subscribers. At that point, I can enable advertising on YouTube, and I will start to earn money from the views on YouTube. Now, their revenue there varies. My main channel makes $10 per 1,000 views, which is okay. Yeah? For other channels, it's a little lower, but still, even if it's $2 per 1,000 views, doesn't matter, because it means I can sit down, record a video, and that video will then be online and get views for years to come, even if it's only a handful of views per month, which means I will earn more and more money from YouTube. On top of that, because this channel is about trading, and in every one of the videos I also mention that my eToro profile, for example, some people then decide, okay, I will also sign up for eToro, yeah. And obviously I'm also an eToro affiliate, so that's where the disclaimers and description. So if people sign up for eToro and they use my affiliate link and they deposit money, I get a commission from eToro. On top of that, if they then decide to copy my portfolio on eToro, which is a popular investors account, once I reach 10 copiers, I'm currently stuck at 2, I actually can go to the next level of the popular investors program, at which point I will already get between $400 and $800 per month from eToro. Yeah? And that popular investors program goes up if you have more copiers and so on, to the point where you get I think it's up to 2.5% per year of the money that copies you. Yeah. So yeah, and that's why this channel, I'm using it now for those lives. I didn't plan on creating lives about Elliott waves. Just once when I wrote the post about Elliott waves, I saw all the questions, I saw all the people that somehow assume that those price levels that are highlighted on the chart are there because of future candles, and don't understand that they get predicted based on where I put the labels. Yeah, so that it's really prediction based on past So prediction of future price levels based on past labels, yeah. And so that's why I decided to do those lives. Obviously, I saw the benefit that it might get me views and help me grow that channel faster and so on. But it was also then another benefit, of course, for me. I'm also invested in GameStop. The more people understand Elliott Wave's work and are not panic selling right now when we're on the way to 150, the better for me as well. So, yeah, and again, so this channel is not finished yet, and while it's not finished, it's not listed on the other on my main channel. Yeah? One of us should post the direct link to the stream, because I think it's more up to him to this. You can post wherever you want. I'm not going to complain about more people watching. I just don't want to, like, I included it in the top of both of the due diligence posts that I published. I made a separate media post with the thumbnail of the stream that my wife created. I'm not sure if I still have it somewhere, or we saw it on eToro. So there you can, I think there you can see it somewhere. Up. Ah, yeah, wrong browser, wrong portfolio. There. Up. Yeah, so I posted this thumbnail with like riding Elliott waves to the moon, yeah, and a link to the stream and so on. But personally, like, I understand that if I were to just post like, okay, here's the stream, then it would be promotional, and it's always like a conflict of interest things. Yeah, I'm very transparent about all the benefits that I get from this stream and from what I'm doing, but I would understand that it might annoy some people, yeah. So, but yeah, one thing that you definitely, if you take nothing away other than this cheat sheet and that Elliott waves are awesome, one thing you can take away is like whenever you're confronted with a situation in your life where you have to pick a relatively high one-time payment or receiving some kind of ongoing recurring payment, even though if it's smaller, always pick the recurring one. Yeah, it's one of the mistakes that is the difference between me still working to become a millionaire or me already being a millionaire, because I used to pick the higher one-time payment and abandon the monthly stuff, and now all the monthly stuff that we have now sums up so incredibly. It's, yeah, like my wife's YouTube channel in Russian, she just became YouTube partner, and like a week ago or so, it took her 6 months, so beat me by 8 months, no, yeah, 8 months, no, 10 months. And her channel now generates $4 to $5 per day. Not a lot, but it's $150 per month, $1,800 per year, yeah. In affiliate marketing, in regards to recurring, what about time value of money being taken? You mean the time I invest? Well, yeah, can you clarify? Do you mean the time I invest to get that revenue or that income, or, yeah, so once you clarify that, I can answer that, yeah. But for example, in affiliate marketing, which is what we thought we might do first, and we started doing it in 2019, we're not doing that anymore actively. We just do it as a byproduct of everything else. And even there, like, there's a software that we promoted back then, and we wrote a few blog posts and published a few videos and stuff like that. And from that stuff, although we don't do anything anymore actively in that area, we still make between $300 and $2,000 per month from that one affiliate program. And so it's like, I don't know, like, spend a little bit of your time. If you don't have financial freedom, you still have to work to pay your bills, then work and pay your bills. But spend a little bit of your time to build like passive income streams, no matter of which kind, yeah, like, because even the GameStop scenario, doesn't matter if you have 1 share, 10 shares, or 10,000 shares, even if you walk away with 20 million from the GameStop squeeze of all time, yeah, it's 20 million in a one-time payment. It's not that you have recurring income, so you would have to ration it and make sure that it lasts or that you invest it properly. Build passive income streams that pay your bills, so that even if you're sick, even if you're too lazy to work, you know everything is covered. You don't have to worry. Yeah? And gonna check. We had, you could be writing Elliott Wave educational restaurant. I think they increased the minimum amount for copying. It used to be 200, but it might be 500 now. But like, yeah, like you can also, like, eToro increased all their limits. They had a new user milestone and so on. I'm not saying that they're the best broker out there. It's the broker that I'm using, and I'm using them because of their Popular Investors program. And I'm sure there are other options out there. Just check what's available in your country and don't just pick a broker because I'm using it or so. Yeah. Let's check. What else do we have? You could be writing Elliott Wave Educational Resurrection. Yeah, theoretically I could, yeah, but I don't want to. The biggest luxury that I have, I can do the things that I enjoy. And while I enjoy, for example, this stream, because everyone that shows up is somebody that's curious about Elliott waves and about the GameStop scenario. So there's some kind of like, everybody wants to learn a little bit and also share a little bit and blah, blah, blah. So it's quality, but I don't like streaming. I mean, it's not that I'm uncomfortable in front of the camera or something like that. I don't like the time commitment. I don't like, for example, today I had one ticket in our software stuff, which took some time. And at the end, I had to rush my food to manage to be online on time. I don't like having fixed appointments of any kind. Yeah. And what the tricky part is with the whole trading thing, on my main YouTube channel, I'm talking about cryptocurrency projects and stuff like that. And if I make a mistake there, so like I may say like, I think it's like this, but in fact it's something else, nobody gets harmed, yeah? But when I make trading videos, it's way more, it has to be way more on spot. Even, of course, I have like legal disclaimers and stuff, but it's kind of like if somebody decides, to give you one example, yeah, I don't want to show it because it would show some person, but one person that copied me, I mentioned it in the last video as well, basically asked me where I think GameStop will go. And I told him what I think, and I told him that he shouldn't risk money that he cannot afford to lose to all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And so he copied me with a certain amount. I don't see how much, but then I saw that he increased his account by 90%, so, but not copying me, and bought 90%, all that 90% that could be $800, could be $8,000, could be more. He bought GameStop at a high price before the drop. And then he sold it below $100 per share. So he had a huge loss. And now when the wave is going up again, he bought again and he recovered the loss. But if he would have held his position, he would have a decent profit already. Yeah? So it's like, don't do things because you think, okay, I know what I'm doing or stuff like that, or because I'm saying so. Do your research, try to understand what I'm saying, see if you come to the same conclusion following the rules of Elliott waves and the cheat sheet and so on. Let me know if you disagree with something. And if you come to the same conclusion, then make your own decisions based on that. Yeah? And yeah, so minimum copy amount, educational. So to see if I'm learning this, is this red candle the end of the fifth wave? The green zone looks higher than the previous waves in the cycle. No. Not sure which red candle you're referring to, but so again, like you work from the beginning. Monthly chart, we have our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 5 is going to be the wave we are currently in. Yeah, and we zoom in on the hourly chart. So our wave 4 goes down to the correction that we have here at 38, which means this is our wave 5. Wave 5 itself contains another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And within that, we basically had our wave 2, which was the drop we had till yesterday after the earnings call. And we are now, here within wave 3. Yeah? And jumping to the 5-minute chart, which focuses on this area here. So that's the area here, and this is basically the wave 3, so that will be wave 3. Wave 3 itself contains of another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so we are currently in wave 2 of the impulse, that is the wave 3 of the bigger impulse and so on, yeah? And a wave 2, according to our cheat sheet, can be any correction, but not a triangle. Forgot to mention that, so if we zoom in here, you see that it says any C, but not a triangle. Yeah? And then we know if it's an ABC zigzag, so the zigzag correction, we know that the A, so the point 0 till A, is another impulse or leading diagonal. And both impulse and leading diagonals are labeled as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we are able to label 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, confirming this here is our point A, which would leave us with a predicted point B in that area here. And the wave from here to here should be another correction. So it could be another ABC. It could be any other kind of correction. Let's check if it's an ABC. So if we say from here till here is our A, and that would be blue. So we change the wave degree to minute or minute, yeah, and we log that in, log all. Oh, yeah, wrong one. Anyway, log, let's try this again. All smart tools, and we're gonna hide the predicted areas here because we already passed it, yeah. Yeah, wrong button, my mistake. Hide, and this one as well. And we don't need that one, yeah. So the prediction would be, and let's say project forward again. So the prediction would be that we have now a drop till here, and you see it adds up quite nicely again. So it would predict that we go till here, and then wave C of this A to B wave would be here, yeah. And it would again fulfill the requirements. So first of all, our wave 2 is a corrective pattern, in this case an ABC very likely. The wave A of that corrective pattern is another, in that case, an impulse, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wave B of that corrective pattern is currently developing and would by itself be another corrective pattern. And we could look it up. Again, in the cheat sheet, we have like the, also the tables with the numbers, where you see, I'm actually going to switch to the camera real quick so you guys see it better. So you see when we look at the table, and so we look at zigzag, and you see the table at the top, yeah, so like somewhere here, and you see that it says wave A in 39% of cases is an impulse, in 7% a leading diagonal. Wave B in 30% is a zigzag, in 40% a sideways movement, FL, and so on, yeah. So we can basically map that along and confirm basically. So switching back. So we already have the confirmation. Again, in 93% of cases, the movement for A is an impulse. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sounds about right, looks about right. Yeah? And that wave here in 30% of cases is an ABC zigzag. In 40% of cases, it would be a sideways movement, which also is labeled ABC, so it doesn't make a difference for us. Yeah? And luckily enough, as we noticed, the predicted price areas for that wave match. So the prediction for wave B matches the prediction that we get when we label the ABC here, and which in return then brings our wave C down here. And yeah, so. And let's see. They're catching up with the comments. Minimum copy amount, we had that. So to see if I'm learning this. So yeah, jblackclef, however to pronounce that username. I hope that makes sense now with like fifth wave and so on. And 102 viewers. Welcome everyone, yeah. In regards to the recurring, what about the time? The time value of money is the concept that money you have now is worth more than the identical sum in the future due to its potential earning. Yeah, but that, I mean, I haven't heard that phrase yet, but that's basically like inflation. Like if I have $1,000 now, I can buy more than I can buy with it in a year from now or in 2 years from now, yeah. But I don't know how that's, like where that's relevant, because like in our situation, because we are working towards cash flow, and whatever cash flow we have, we use. So it's not we spend it, but as mentioned in the last stream, like this month we spent $2,000. We spent 500 euro just to pay for an English class for our first employee, so her English gets better. I bought new studio lights. We bought a new height adjustable desk where I can push a button so I can record standing. We bought the new cupboard here. We bought some other stuff and invested in a lot of books that we're reading and so on, yeah. And whatever we have left, so whatever doesn't go into the business gets invested, yeah. And so, but yeah, I guess if the point is that you get a lot of money out of the GameStop trade, and then obviously if you don't use that money in some way, then it loses value. Yeah, then you may have the same dollar amount, but you can get less for it. But I have never heard the time value of money. Maybe just not maybe there's a German equivalent that I have heard, but just didn't hear it in English. Yeah, but I think inflation is basically what it comes down to, at least to my understanding. Interest on 20 million would be nice, yeah, but only if you invest it properly. Like if I put it on a bank account, like I get like 1/8%. Like it's ridiculous, yeah. And But yeah, lazy. Yeah, I'm definitely, I may not seem like this, but I'm the laziest person that you can imagine. I'm just smart enough to know if I'm like trying to maximize my output right now, I can be even lazier from 35 till whatever, however old I get. Yeah. So if you think about it, like I'm sacrificing a little bit now, so I have like 10, 20, 30, 40 years where I can do whatever I want, never have to worry about money, whereas the average person isn't lazy enough because they keep working their 40 hours for the next 40 years. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like, and I think it's going to be a problem. Like, you know, in Germany, there's a famous guy, he's called Lotto Lothar. He basically, I know he won the lottery once, but I think he actually won it twice and ended up in bankruptcy. So like buying Ferraris and houses and so on, but not considering the maintenance cost and so on. And the money was gone and then couldn't keep up, was not willing to sell, you know, trying to maintain a lifestyle you cannot afford anymore. And eventually then you are like at the bottom of the social chain again, or social pyramid or whatever. Wow, I have lots to learn. Rick Petters, yeah. Everybody, like I learn something new almost every day. Yeah? It may not be something about finances, but it may be something about, I don't know, like Photoshop or some technical things or e-commerce but I don't know who said it, but there's a quote that like, you know, like in the direction of if you think you know everything, you actually know nothing. Yeah, it's like, you have to remind you, like I'm fairly confident about what I'm sharing, but I'm also open to somebody just showing up in the chat and tell me like, you're full of shit, like what you're sharing here is wrong because you labeled this wrong. Yeah. I'm aware that while I understand wave-based or Elliott waves probably more than most of the people that are watching this video, I'm aware that there are people that are better at it than I am. Yeah. I'm aware that I'm great at developing web-based software. Yeah, like it's one of our income streams. But I'm also aware that there's a lot of developers out there that are better than I am. Yeah? So like I think it's about knowing what you know and also being aware what you don't know, and that whatever you do, even if you're the number one, I don't know, like if you're the number one tennis player in the world, I would bet that there is some guy that just doesn't play in tournaments that can beat you. Yeah, so even if there's an official list that tells you you're the best in the world in something, always consider there is somebody that just doesn't compete and it's still better than you. Yeah, like that you can learn something from. And yeah, but yeah, so the guy copying and but the problem is because he just wanted to also like, oh my God, he got greedy. Like I literally I started the Popular Investors account with like $1,000 or so, like the minimum, so I can work a little bit, yeah. And it went to, before I started to invest in GameStop, it went to like $1,500. And from there, basically, GameStop pretty much doubled it. Yeah, just my GameStop positions. And obviously, he got greedy. Yeah, and then, okay, I'm going to invest everything. And he didn't do any research, apparently, and also didn't pay attention to everything I mentioned in my message, or just focused on the get rich part. Yeah, and so when it dropped, eventually, he cut his losses because he didn't buy with the understanding that even if it drops, I'm sure long term I will make a profit here. Blah, blah, blah. If not seen, the time value of money is the concept that money you have now. Oh, okay, we already got that, yeah. Maybe you're like nuns with guns. Maybe I'm just not smart enough to understand that sentence fully, yeah. If not seen, the time value of money is the concept that money you have now is worth more than the identical sum in the future due to its potential earning capacity. So one point I understand here, like, is if we escape the word earning capacity, I would just say if I have $1,000 now, it's worth more now because of inflation, because in a year from now I cannot buy the same stuff with it in theory. Yeah, and earning capacity would be if I invest it now, I can get interest. So obviously, but then it's not the same amount of money anymore. So I'm not sure if that applies. And in regards to recurring payments, I think, I'm not sure I'm able to follow, but I think it depends on the type of recurring payments. If your recurring payment is a loan, then that applies and you pay back less than you owe in terms of purchasing power because of, again, inflation in quotes. That's how I would call it. However, when it's about like our software, it's a monthly subscription to get access to something, and those $37, yes, they're also work, so their software over time gets cheaper because everything else gets more expensive in comparison, but then we will also increase the price of our subscription eventually, so yeah. Maybe I'm just not understanding it, don't understand the phrase, yeah. So, assuming you are using eToro's TradingView software, was there a first sentence that, or a second sentence that, that completes that? No, can't find any. I'm using eToro to place my orders. I don't do any kind of research there, yeah, because if we look at, I don't know, GameStop, I mean, while there is information about like general company information and so on, and analyst recommendations, yeah, ranging now from $50 to I don't know what, yeah, or from $29 to $175. The charts are horrible to use, in my opinion. Like, yeah. So when I do something, I either use TradingView or I use Wave Basis. So. Okay, I'm catching up here. Now I'm following how you calculate what makes more sense. Of course, if you have to make the choice, because I said earlier, if you have to choose between like getting monthly recurring payments or some kind of residual or passive income versus a one-time payment, pick the monthly recurring option. But obviously you can run the math. If the one-time payment is enough and you consider getting interest on that payment, it may be the better option, because with that interest on that payment, you end up accumulating more than if you would take the monthly option, yeah? So it considers that you take the one-time payment, but you don't spend it, but you use it, yeah? So I think that's what we're talking about, yeah? So I believe it's going down for a bit. Sorry, I'm just trying to understand. Yeah, Andy, like I would recommend, like really, we worked our way towards getting here, and I know the live is already long. We are now at 3 hours, and I'm gonna take a 5-minute break soon. But ask yourself how much you want to understand what's going to happen with GameStop, and then ask yourself if it's worth for you to invest 3 hours of your time to watch this stream from the beginning to see how we came to that labeling here, yeah? But to answer your question short, yes, I think we will see this. We might see that area here from 181 to 184, followed by the area up here. And then we see our wave C in that correction. It takes us down to around 157 to 160 something. Although depending on how high our wave B gets, you see that wave C also has wiggle room. But should be somewhere in the overall area of 150 to 170. And from there we will have our wave 3. So you see 1, 2, 3, which will go up again. Yeah, so I hope that answers it. But to really understand, like, enjoy, like, ask questions and so on. But if somehow nothing makes sense, first of all, grab the cheat sheet. Second of all, either order the physical copy of the book or read it for free online. Link in the description down below. And third of all, if nothing gets up for you, but you're invested in GameStop, consider maybe bookmarking this video and watching it from the beginning in, I don't know, like on the weekend or whenever you have time. And okay, we had that. Are you able to write off all those business purchases? That's an interesting question. Yes, most of them. Like for me, it's like quite unique because I'm born in Austria, so I'm Austrian national, but I haven't lived there for, I don't know, like a couple of years. My main business entity is set up in Hong Kong, and Hong Kong basically has a rule that all the profit, so first of all, one of the rules is all the profit that we generate that's outside of Hong Kong or China has no tax on it. So we already don't have any kind of tax we pay from the company side. And so I only have to pay taxes on dividends that I pay myself and blah, blah, blah. But there are also some, yeah, you know, like tax loopholes and stuff like that. And luckily I'm able to deduct pretty much everything. It's company expense. Like if we use it for the business, it's a company expense. Theoretically, if we would have an audit, so like we have to do our yearly audits, but they are done by our accounting office. But if somebody from the governments would check it, they could look and say, I don't know, the expense for the $29 for this book are not a company expense, and then they would throw it out, but it wouldn't change anything because there is 0% tax on our profits because we don't have profits in Hong Kong or China. It would just change the numbers in the yearly audit, but it wouldn't lead to us paying more taxes. It may then require me to refile or update my taxes in Germany or Ukraine, and depending on that, I may then be forced to pay profit tax or whatever tax on that $29 for the book, because it suddenly was not an expense for the company that I paid, but it suddenly becomes a dividend that I paid myself and then spent from my personal money. But yeah, so far so good. Like, I have the company in Hong Kong since 2016, and we have another one here in Ukraine since 2018, 2019, yeah, I'm not sure. And our accountant's doing a great job. So, but yeah, like, accountants are what you need then, and a little bit challenging with the international companies to find accountants that know what they're doing, but once you have them, things work very well. And yeah, where were we? So yeah, we already had this. Assuming a drastic, should we be seeing a much larger sell-off in the overall market? I don't know. I personally, like, it may be just coincidence, but I personally, no matter what I look at, if I look at Tesla, I mean, we labeled it here, yeah, that's the daily chart, but we went, yeah, we can even stay on the daily chart. We see 1, 2, 3, 4, and wave number 5. So we are in an ABC correction. The price levels here are purely coincidental, yeah, and are completely irrelevant. My personal expectation is that it will fall till there. And many of the major charts that I look at, Microsoft, I mean, don't quote me on the names that I'm dropping right now, yeah, but like, I don't know, like, yeah, like Tesla, NEO, PayPal, and so on. In most of them, when I draw the charts, I see that we're currently in a corrective pattern, so I expect that we will have a drop. And it may not have to do with GameStop, it may just be another cycle, another end of a fifth wave followed by a correction. And yeah, hard to say, so I really don't know if we will see a sell-off because of that. And football coach just getting into trading, yeah, like, great. Yeah, like, look at other things that you can do. One thing I can recommend everyone, I know most of you will not do it, but start your own fucking YouTube channels. Like, it's like the easiest thing in the world. All you need to get started is a phone and a YouTube app, maybe a $20 tripod to put the phone, and then pick a topic you like. You don't have to be like, great at what you do. Like I said, like, plenty of people know Elliott waves better than I do, but I know more than most of you guys, and that's all it takes. Like, I can basically, while I keep learning, I share what I learned with you, yeah? And so you guys are like, oh my God, you're so amazing, in quotes, when it comes to the predictions, yeah? But in fact, I'm just sharing the process, in that case, in an asset that most of us are invested in, yeah? And YouTube is really, it might take you, again, it took me 14 months to become YouTube partner. My wife made it in 6 months, yeah? And while from the first 6 months with YouTube, we earned around like $300, $400 per month, and then $1,200 last December. This year so far, we haven't had a month below $5,000 from YouTube. And the work doesn't change. It's like, you don't have to put in more hours. There may be a little bit more effort in like replying to comments, but the effort of like, okay, every week you sit down and you record one video, that doesn't change. It's always the same effort, yeah? But you start making more and more money because more and more videos are online. And with more and more videos online, you get more and more views. And even, for example, this video about GameStop, yeah, like now it may be highly relevant to people and they may tune in and watch and blah, blah, blah. But even in 10 years from now, if GameStop still is a thing, yeah, there will be people looking for videos and they will find this video. They will not pay attention to how old it is and so on, and they will just watch a couple minutes. And if they do that in 10 years from now, assuming this channel is also a YouTube partner at some point and so on, I would still make money from the ads that people might interact with before the video. Yeah? So starting a YouTube channel, the best thing you can do, like pick something you are passionate about. Don't pick something that you think might work or rank, but pick really something that you enjoy, that you're learning yourself, that you're already good at, and then just make videos about it. And just like you're learning about the the topic that you're sharing on your channel, you can also learn about what you can do better in your videos. Like if you look at very old videos on my main channel, the setup that I used in terms of how the picture looked, where I was placed on the picture, background decoration, and so all of this just evolved over time. But yeah, YouTube is something that I think everybody should do. And because not everybody will do it, the few people that do will actually end up making a decent income. And it may take you like 6 months like it took my wife. It may take you 1.5 years like it took me. It may take you 3 years. But once you become YouTube partner, you have an income stream that consistently grows for you as long as you keep publishing and learn a little bit about how to write better descriptions, make nicer thumbnails and so on. And eventually it will pay you more than your regular job and you will become free. You can work wherever you want, record the video once per week, publish it, and enjoy life. Yeah. So that was that. But congratulations, Rick, on starting to trade. Yeah, like just don't invest money you can afford to lose. Only buy when you yourself come to the conclusion that it's that it will go in the direction that you want it to go. And yeah, it's not going to make you rich quick. That's not how it works. GameStop might if we see a short squeeze, but it might not work like this. So like think long term, think lazy, think like rather making a few sacrifices, like a little bit smaller vacation, more money investing for 3, 4, 5 years to build up a foundation that you can work with, so that you don't have to work, I don't know how many years you would have in front of you before retiring. So yeah, think lazy, think like rather being suffering a little bit more now so you can be lazy while other people still have to work 10, 15, 20, 30 years. Yeah. TVM is useful in terms of how to take out payment of a one-time payout of a one-time payment, lump sum versus recurring. I think I already agreed that, or like winning the lottery, you can get lump sum or any. I didn't know that the lottery offers annuity payments payout. Yeah, like, or maybe it's just an example that you pick. Yeah. But yeah, I think I already replied. Maybe you missed it, or maybe I didn't fully nail the answer. But got the point. It's to calculate what's the smarter move, taking the monthly option or taking the one-time option. Yeah. What I thought more about was not really if I give you an option. Okay, I'm offering you, hypothetically, I'm offering you $1,000 or $50 per month until I paid you the $1,000. What I was referring to, I was building apps for an e-commerce system and selling them for monthly subscriptions. And I did that for 6 months and I reached a point where I made $1,000 every month from those subscriptions, which was like, back to me, it was like great, but it was not, oh my God, I'm rich now, yeah? And then I had a client that wanted me to code something for him, but I didn't have the time. But he wanted a quote. So I simply took the number that I usually would charge and multiplied it times 3 and told him, okay, I will do it for 12,000 euro, because I figured he will say no. It took him less than 30 seconds to say yes. And it put me in a predicament because I knew that the project will take longer and that I will lack the time to maintain and update those apps. And therefore, I made the mistake, instead of considering the $1,000 per month from putting effort in this income stream, I didn't consider that it will grow further and will be long-term, but I was just blended by, oh my God, it's 12,000 euro. It's like, again, imagine when you were a teenager and you only had maybe $100 and somebody would say like $2,000 here for you. It seems like a lot of money. And then when you grow up and you earn $2,000 per month, you realize that it's not. Yeah. And so that's what I was talking about, not the option if you have one kind of payment and you can pick one time or monthly from that sum. But when you are making life choices, should you, for example, you could do freelance work on Fiverr or Upwork or something like that about whatever, like design images or something, or help others, or cut videos for other people or something like that. And you would get one-time payments, or you could put in the same hours to grow your own YouTube channel. Yeah? And the YouTube channel will only pay you later once you suffered for actually growing your audience, but it will pay you for a long time and the income will keep growing as long as you keep publishing, where the one-time payments give you money now. So more about that kind of choice. That's what I thought. And I'm probably about 20 minutes late regarding the lump sum. What if you just YOLO'd all on GME? Yeah, see, that's one thing I did when I was poorer, in quotes, taking huge risk for no reason. Yeah, like I rather, luckily enough, by now we have a great financial situation. Yeah, so I could max out all our credit cards or take all the cash that we have on accounts and so on and put it all in GameStop. but I don't need to. And I wouldn't, because I'm never going to invest. I did that, but I'm never going to do it again. I'm never going to invest money that I cannot afford to lose. And it's like, if you YOLO everything into GameStop and you're wrong, yeah, you're going to have a very hard time to build up again the same amount. I mean, unless you're talking about everything is $100, yeah. And however, if you take some of your money that you can afford to lose, that you also don't need within the next, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, in case there's no squeeze and it turns into a long-term investment, and you put it into GameStop. If you're wrong, you used money that you could afford to lose, so it doesn't kill you and you still have other money left. And if you're right, yes, instead of 20 millions or 200,000, you may have less profit, but you made a more than amazing profit, and you can use it to invest it again into something else. And yes, it will not pay off with the same percentage, but you can use that to work further. So like, I have I have that one portfolio where I take more risk, but overall, I don't know, I learned my lessons. I rather make it slow and steady, because that's how you get there guaranteed, versus gambling and hoping that you hit it. Yeah. And then the problem is, if you YOLO everything into GME and maybe it works out, or GME and it works out, yeah, then you have a bunch of money, but you still have no clue how to invest properly to make sure that you keep that money, that you don't end up broke. So yeah, but yeah, that's just my 2 cents. Sorry, just wondering what you were using when you were plotting all your waves. Well, I'm using wavebasis.com. There should be a link in the description down below. So, but basically you can also use TradingView. TradingView has the instruments to draw the waves. Wavebasis is a paid service with a 2-week trial. Only benefit they offer is that you don't have to manually calculate the price targets, but the moment you start adding waves, it already adds those target areas for you. And there are a few other features, but that's really the core feature, that it helps us right now to see where we think things are going. Yeah? And it looks, by the way, now, so we had our wave A confirmed when we had that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 confirmed, and we reached the point A here. We got our point B barely. It may still go a little lower to actually get into the area of point B, which would provide us with a target area for point C here, and which would mean that if point C is here, it would move our overall wave C area here. Yeah? We still have 3.5 hours left in today's trading session, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. And we might get to kind of like moving slow, like 18, yeah, like, but it, yeah. But so we might get to see this down here and have a red day, since we opened here today, yeah. Thought we would see more, but I think, like, well, initially we had our troubles again because we were at the end of a 5th wave that we first had to figure out where's the actual end. We thought it was here, but it turned out that it was here. And then we had to figure out what kind of corrective pattern we have here. But I think ever since we decided that this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of this one wave A here, pretty much all the predicted price areas were hit quite well. We are now basically waiting to hit this one here, and along the way we try to see if that one also matches. Yeah, and I'm trying to catch up with the chat. Do you mind going over your Tesla entry point based on Elliott waves? I don't have an entry point. I just have an exit point. I sold my Tesla, yeah? Like not my Tesla, but my Tesla shares. And I'm just gonna wait, because I shared it on my eToro profile. There's a link to the profile in the description down below. I expect, based on the last time I checked, a correction down to 401 to 459, and I might update that once we get closer to that area. But yeah, that's where I would start buying, likely, if nothing changes. So even if you cannot sign up on eToro, or you don't have an eToro account or whatever, if you use the link to get to my profile, you can just bookmark the profile, because all those posts are public. And if I'm about to, and which means you can also check my portfolio, it will not show you positions exactly, but you see what I buy or what I'm invested in. And when you click on it, you also see when I bought it. So you could pretty much just, I don't know, set a reminder, check every day or every second day if you see a Tesla position, and then you know that I bought as well, or check the news feed or my profile if there's a new post about Tesla. So even if you don't have an account there, or you cannot sign up there, you can definitely do that. Now back here, do you mind? All right, we had that. Sorry for the confusion. I'm always confused, so perfectly fine. Interesting note, max pain for today is 160, which will confirm our corrective range. It's like funny how things add up, yeah? Like, it's the same thing like my first post about GameStop, where we have, if we look at the longer prediction, a price target from even 1 million or more, and then the posts about that glitch in some user interface that shows a huge position or something, where then some people do their research and also come to the conclusion that they might see 2 million per share, which matches up with something I shared, although there's no, like, it's not using the same methods to get there. So much confirmation bias out there, it's like really great. An idea for you live streams to help you with your voice seminars might be a good idea to look news, tweets. Yeah, but that's the point here. That in general I would agree, but the point here is that we just look at Elliott waves and we don't care about the rest, and it matches. Yeah. So like if I were to start to look at, okay, now there is new GameStop news, and I expect it to be good or bad or blah blah blah, yeah, then I could have already, even if we don't have waves, if we go to the hourly chart, yeah, just common sense. So we had our floor here at 190, and we move closer to the earnings call. Everybody on Reddit is like, okay, earnings call, earnings are going to be positive, it's going to be the rocket, yeah. Obviously, every short seller sees that, and we already know that they own the media, yeah, and that they are willing to spend a lot of money to, I don't know, dump the price, yeah, or pressure the price down, or however you want to say that. And so even before the earnings call, it was kind of almost guaranteed, because everybody was expecting the earning call will be the trigger, or will be a trigger, that's the one day where hedge funds will do everything to make it look like, oh my God, the earnings are so bad, we have to sell. Yeah? And so even at that point, I mean, didn't expect that we hit the 140 area before that, and definitely didn't expect that we go to 120. But so even without looking at the news, it somehow is just funny if you look at it, that the prediction was that we will go down to that area, and then we have the earnings call and the situation that leads towards it confirming it. Yeah? And so like looking at the news when we're talking about Elliott waves, it's kind of like a little bit contradicting again, because Elliott waves just are, and they don't care about the news. It just somehow human behavior and human psychology leads to Elliott waves being accurate. Yeah, so, and I think the bigger problem is, like, I would need to look into copyright-free music so that I can play some background music, so that even if I don't talk, it's kind of like you guys don't just fall asleep in front of the screen. And then it's just about like talking a little bit less. Yeah, so, but yeah, maybe wrong. And where were we? So I'm still catching up. It might be interesting to see how these catalysts match up. Yeah, but for that we would have to actually take the timely prediction serious. So whenever we have a wave and we press right-click project pattern, which I didn't do right now, then it also shows us basically a time frame. Yeah, like, and I haven't looked into how accurate they are, but it basically, if we zoom out and we zoom out, and we cannot even zoom out far enough, yeah, on the 5-minute chart, but basically it predicts where a certain area or when a certain thing should be, and we could look at that, yeah. But in the end, especially with GameStop, the when is, for me, irrelevant. Yeah? If we go to here in a week and then go to the moon in a year, still a great trade. So, like the stock, yeah. Confirmed B, yeah, might be. Like again, like we barely touched the area for B, and it could still be, yeah, that, or now unlikelier than before, but it could have still been when we were here that it drops a little further and gets us a B here. But yeah, looks like this B here is confirmed, which again it lines up with the prediction for our bigger B here, so the wave on a higher degree. I've been trying to do that on my own. Curious how to time connect catalysts to the waves. Yeah, yeah, I wouldn't try that. Like, I mean, it's an interesting approach to try to map news events and stuff like that, but that brings you to the problem that at every point in time, theoretically here, I'm sure if we try very hard, we would be able to label this here differently as well. And it may still, or at least in this area here, we were able to apply different labels because or from here actually till here, so on the 5-minute chart for an hour, we didn't know what pattern we're actually looking at. If wave 5 ends here, now it ends here, and so on. So I think it's kind of like, I don't know, like once you have the drop, once you have the movement in the candle, it will confirm. And I think what you also shouldn't forget is that news events always already are priced in. It's like when you have the earnings call scheduled and the expectations are already positive, then usually you already have the increase before the earnings call, yeah? And that might already be your wave 2 or 3 or whatever, and then the expectation actually is met and it goes up a little further, so you just look at an extended third wave or an extended fifth or something like that, or the expectation isn't met and you have your drop and you just have your wave number 2 or wave number 4. So I think it kind of like by default works out, yeah? And as an idea, why don't you make a series of videos going from the first page of the book? Like, did you read that book? Try to understand what it says in there and then try to rephrase it in an easier way, and like you'd be my king. Like I'm really like struggling with understanding parts of the words, parts of the things in there fully. Maybe it's because I'm not a native English speaker, but it's like really one of the books that I'm rereading parts of it over and over again to just understand it more and more. And I'm actually more of a learning by doing person. That cheat sheet, yeah, and then applying it here. And I talked about this with my wife today, and I think the bigger issue is if I would create videos that explain all of this and how you label it and so on, then I could make a course on the YouTube channel, whatever, then people watch it, but when you then, in a year from now, you watch those videos and then you go to your, I don't know, McDonald's stock and you look at it and the chart looks different and you're overwhelmed and you still have no clue. So, but I like the idea, but it's kind of like something that I wouldn't do or could do, or I don't think I could do it properly, yeah. Yes, I had a scratch card channel. People loved gambling but couldn't keep up with the scratch card losses. Yeah, that's something that you can only do once your channel already makes money, yeah. Like once you make money from YouTube, you could say you spend if you want to make a channel like that, you spend every month half of your YouTube earnings to produce new content, yeah. Like we are reinvesting in better equipment, but that would be something I wouldn't be comfortable with unless the channel is about showing people how ridiculous and dumb spending money on that stuff is, which won't help you because the people that watch that stuff, they just want to see if you win, yeah. And in your opinion, do you believe the assumption regarding GME about shorts? I don't know, it's hard to say. What I believe is like, I mean, if we really rely on official information, yeah, so then I can go to the NASDAQ website, I can scroll down and I can push a magic button somewhere and push wherever it is, I think in the summary. And no, not in the summary. Oh yeah, there, no. Oh, where was it? I already visited it, so we might be able, oh there, institutional holdings, yeah. I don't know how updated those are, but I see that 105% of the stock are owned by institutional ownership, and that doesn't contain, or that doesn't consider insiders like board members, yeah. Which means every share that I own, that you guys own and so on, is actually not even a real share. It's something that only exists because the stock has been shorted. So even if I don't trust or look at FINRA numbers or about things like short ladder attacks and the ETF numbers that are shorted and so on, based on that, like, I think that maybe GameStop isn't, okay, that doesn't open right now, but maybe GameStop isn't shorted 100% anymore, but it means it's still shorted, and I still, like, what really matters to me, and the reason for the stream is really to show the accuracy of Elliott waves. Like, we basically, while we struggled a little bit, again, we had to find the end of this wave, but ever since we had those points here, you see that the predicted price areas got hit, and now when we wait here, we have our wave A, it hit barely, but it hit our wave B here, the next stop will be here, and then we go down here. And I'm showing this to you, so you guys also understand why I just Okay, I don't have it on the monthly chart anymore, but I just trust my Elliott waves here. I just trust what they say, yeah, because I see how accurate they are in every situation. Like, I don't know, like, so I don't care if the stock is over-shorted, because even if it means that it takes a year to go to 1,500 and then another year correction, for example, and then in, I don't know, like even if in 10 years from now we only see 22,000 per share, it still would be an amazing trade. Yeah, it wouldn't make me rich in a week or in a month, but it still would be one of the best trades that I ever made, probably. So, like, so I look at the numbers and I look at what other people are sharing, but it's hard to know what data is accurate, and there's a lot of people just assuming things, yeah. And that's why I also say, assuming that more than 100% of the shares are shorted, yeah. It's also like, if you think about, there's the assumption that shorts have to pay interest every day and they lose money every day, yeah. But nobody considers that there was also a post that explains that market makers can short, I'm not sure if it's accurate, it's just something I read, yeah, that they can short, they locate the share for the short, but they don't borrow it. So they short, but they don't borrow the share. If they don't borrow the share, they don't have to pay interest because they didn't borrow anything. If they don't have to pay interest, then shorting shares for them costs them exactly the same that holding shares for us, nothing. Which means the only way that they lose money is when the price goes up. And yeah, so like, it's really, that's why I follow all the other posts and all the other facts and due diligence posts and so on. But the real reason for me is simply Elliott waves. Yeah, like, because all the numbers, considering all the manipulation that's been going on and so on, you don't know who to trust. Like, which source can you trust? And obviously you can trust the guys that post in Reddit in quotes, in my opinion, but where do they get the data from? Yeah, how might that data be manipulated? What kind of wrong assumption do they make? Yeah, like in the beginning of today's stream, when my assumption was that this is wave 5, I was wrong because we then saw a drop, we saw the rise, and this is our wave 5 and so on. Yeah, if I would have made a post on Reddit, I would have said we have our wave 5, it's going to drop, blah blah blah. Yeah, and I would have been wrong because my assumption was wrong. My data was not complete yet. Yeah, and so I think either you like believe in GameStop that it will have long-term value anyway, and you see the squeeze as like, if it happens, nice. If not, I don't care either. Or you believe in Elliott waves and you see you're able to follow my kind of labeling and you come to the same conclusions, and you will see, oh, it's still a great investment to buy, in my opinion. Yeah, maybe you come to the same conclusion or you don't. And whatever, like, so where have it been? Diversification, yeah. I don't know, I read a recent article, I don't know where I read it, but I read that a highly actively managed portfolio is better than a diversified one, yeah. So I'm not sure if I agree with that. Personally, I also have more money in the portfolios that I manage myself than I have in the copy portfolios that I use to diversify. But I guess it depends how much time one can invest to manage things, yeah. I also, what I don't get on eToro, there are a couple of very successful popular investors that I invested in like 200 different things, yeah. It's something I wouldn't do. I rather limit things to be like maybe 10 positions, so that I actually have the time to, maybe not daily, but once per week at least, check the chart for the 10 assets I'm invested in and make decisions, yeah. If you diversify too far, I think you lose the ability to manage those positions better. Yeah, and what's after C? Well, we have cheat sheet. Yeah, so you always have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So like if we look back here, yeah, so we have here from here. So you see this here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, and this wave by itself is part of the 0, 1 of this wave. Yeah. And this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I didn't label it everywhere, but here from wave 4 to wave 5, you can also see that we have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 within it. And within that wave, you can see that here from wave 2 to wave 3, I also labeled another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah? So you always have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, an impulse followed by a corrective pattern. Looking at the cheat sheet, 8 corrective patterns. Yeah? And so we have our corrective pattern, which we're currently following, which is the ABC, which will also be, again, we have this big wave here, 1, 2. So this will be also our wave 2 here. So if I'm going to just project the pattern forward, and then I'm going to delete whatever it projects after that. Okay, I deleted too much. Project the pattern forward and delete from here. Up. And auto scale again, yeah. So this will be our wave 2, and the wave 2 consists of this ABC pattern. And the ABC pattern itself, again, you can look it up on the cheat sheet, consists of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from 0 to A, an ABC from 0 to B, and another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from B to C. Yeah, so it might take a little longer to get there. We will see that, but that's basically the current assumption, yeah. So where we're currently at. You actually can see all of them. Like if you look on the monthly, it's not labeled anymore, but on monthly we are on wave 5. So, and when we then go to hourly, which basically our wave 5 starts here. So you can see that from wave 5 could be here, but that could also be just wave 1 of that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And which means here we're currently in wave, or we used to be in wave 2 on this degree, and we're currently in wave 3 on this degree, but within that degree here we are in wave 2, which is currently correcting, and so on. So the further we zoom in, the 5-minute session pretty much only shows this small part here where you currently see 0, 1, yeah. So that's what we're looking at here. That's 0, 1, and we're waiting for the 2 to finish the form, yeah. And I think the basis of Elliott waves is human psychology, so even catalysts will play nicely with the waves. That's likely why we see impulses delayed after some catalyst releases. Yeah, like yeah, that's what it is. It's human psychology. Like the sad thing or the amazing thing is actually to realize that Ralph Nelson Elliott discovered or published or talked about this stuff in the 1930s. So for the last 100 years, pretty much, we haven't evolved. We're still following the same triggers or, yeah. And you know, some of those things are kind of like, I don't know what the right word is, but I think self-confirming, you know. It's like, if you think about it, when we look at the hourly chart, yeah, then you have people that say, oh, we have our new bottom at 190, or we have a support level or a resistance level at 190, yeah. As a result, because most people, that's a basic trading strategy to look at support and resistance level. And what we do is we look at levels where the price bounced multiple times or had a hard time going through. So as a result, on the way up, yeah, so when we break through it to the bottom, on the way up, there are automatically people that set their take profit at those levels because they assume at support or at that resistance, the price will bounce, yeah. And the same goes with Elliott waves then. So like, because most of it with the price predictions is based on some kind of Fibonacci stuff, yeah. And Fibonacci's are also quite popular, like that people are like, we can even draw them here. Yeah? I'm really bad at Fibonacci's as well, but if we find them, Fibonacci, fan, arc, time, might be Fibonacci extension, not sure here. Yeah, but if we draw one from, I need to click here. From here till here. Ah, okay, so it takes also a time constraint. Yeah, okay, we're not going to do that here. But if we go to here, and so Fibonacci, GameStop, and yeah, just going to clear that chart. And then, I don't know, like, where do we have my Fibonacci? Here. So let's draw from, I don't know, here to here. I'll need my magnet, so it uses the highs and lows. Currently I only have 2 price levels in there, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so edit that and enable all the other magic Fibonacci levels. And many people, like when you start trading, I think you learn about moving averages, Fibonacci, support resistance. I think those are like the most basic things, even if you don't fully understand them. I'm not saying that I fully understand them, but many people, okay, this way it doesn't work properly. Let's realign that. Let's make it from here till here. So from a low to a high. And many people automatically have some rules, like whatever, like it's gonna bounce on this and that Fibonacci level, yeah? And if we look, while it's not perfectly, we see that this candle here goes to that Fibonacci, to the 0.68, bounces, it goes down to this Fibonacci level, doesn't go through, finally pierces through. We can see that the overall low that we reached didn't reach, but got close to the 0.236 and so on. So, and I think the only reason why that works is because enough people know it, so enough people place their orders and take profits at those levels. Yeah. Now here, in our development here, we might have an interesting development. And why is that? Because there's now two possible cases. Number one is our wave C didn't go far enough. Number two is because each wave by itself is part of a bigger wave and contains waves. And we already know, because we have an A, B, C, that wave number C, if you look at the cheat sheet, is another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's possible that we here have another, I don't know, like how we would label that, maybe 1, 2, 3, but that would be a violation. So it would need to be 1, 2, 3. It's going to be tricky. There's going to be like up 4, and it doesn't add up fully. But 3 would be here, 4 would be here. Why does it jump to the left all the time? Yeah. But so basically it's either that we didn't reach our price target here of wave number C, or that we are actually able to see the development of the subwave for that. I'm going to delete that because it doesn't stay in place. I'm going to have to wait a little bit, delete pattern, and we continue. So earnings could have been a rocket if beats expectation beyond belief. Yes, but in that case, and that's the nice thing, if we look at it, yeah, we were already in the area that was projected for our wave number 2. We didn't reach the area, so like you see the candles in the background are already in that area. We didn't reach the area that was predicted for wave number C, so we were not in the overlapping area, but we were already in an area that confirms that we're overall on the right track. And we already learned that while Elliott waves are highly accurate, we don't always get to see exactly the price levels that are predicted. Yeah? So sometimes it falls a little bit short, sometimes it goes a little bit farther. I think it's the most accurate method out there to predict where the market is going, but it's not 1,000% on spot. So even if the earnings would have been great and it would have gone up, then we would just have our wave 2 till here, and we would already be in the wave 3, or we anyway are, but it would already go up here. Yeah, so it would still be correct. Elliott wave still applied, still every condition fulfilled. So yeah, would be fine. And buy the rumor, sell the news. Yeah, works quite well in most cases, but yeah, like buy based on Elliott wave, sell based on end of wave 5 also works. Because it's a course of the, yeah, okay, so I don't have a 1-day chart. We have our 60-minute chart, and that's what we're looking at. So, which obviously, so again, we have from the monthly chart, we have our wave 4, and this is our wave 5. And this here is our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. However, that could also be just a 1, 2, and blah, 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 and so on. So we actually go to higher levels. We will see that as we proceed, yeah, but that's pretty much it. So no daily chart here right now. And thanks for the work, yeah. Thoughts on Bitcoin? Actually, Bitcoin, last I checked, I didn't look for quite some time. Last I checked, I expected that we see a correction below 50,000. 48,000 was my target area. And on first glance, like literally first glance, so I haven't had that chart open for some time, I would say that this is 1, 2, and we get to see 3. 3 can never be the shortest, yeah, and could be like this. Yeah, would be my first glance on that chart here. And obviously, we know wave number 2 to 3 has to be another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we could check. Would be easier in wave basis, but there I don't know if, so we could check 1, 2. This one here is higher, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, it could be like this. No, that one retraces too far, so that doesn't work out. So the 1, 2 would be different, yeah. But yeah, something like this. So the last time I checked, I expected it to go to, I think, 48,000 or so, like in this area here, and then go further. Could, by the way, also be that it's just that this here is basically A, B, C, yeah. So, and overall, if we look at the monthly chart, auto, yeah, so. I don't know, now you guys are already familiar with Elliott waves, but if you look at this, I think if we were to, we ignore the first really low point here, I guess, or maybe we use it, doesn't really matter. We could likely 1, 2, and theoretically that would even already work. So 3, 4, 5, yeah. And then there's likely an ABC pattern in there, but for our case, we could go like this. And yeah, like could go like that. Obviously, that's not accurate right now, but it's just an example. And then we could go here and would have our, I don't know, maybe A, B, C, which means that here has to be another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which we may not be able to spot based on this high time frame. It may be when we look closer, it may work out. Yeah, and which overall would mean that we would have 1, 2, that cannot be wave 3 because, so this would be wave 3, and which means we would be now, if there is a correction, it would be going to wave 4, and then we would see wave 5, yeah. And wave 4 cannot be lower than this, yeah. So I think we will not see, if that's correct, we wouldn't see below 20,000, yeah. But yeah, so I would start with this, and obviously preferably in wave basis, because we see like the predicted price areas which help us confirm if the labels are right. And I would then dig deeper to see if I can also fulfill the requirements. Again, each wave by itself contains waves and so on. So I would try to see if I can fulfill that to basically confirm that my assumption that we are currently in a wave 3, likely at the end, but in wave, so at the start of wave 4, is accurate. An interesting aspect, if that would be correct, is wave 3 can never be the shortest. Now our wave 1 here is quite long, and wave 3 is shorter, which means if we have wave 4, our wave 5 would need to be shorter than the wave that we have here to confirm that. Yeah, so it would help us with predicting where wave 5 could go. And yeah, back to wave basis. And yeah, looks like we're going down here. So either we have something labeled wrong, or we simply didn't reach the predicted area for C. And keeps jumping, yeah. Which means our point B would also be here, and I don't know why that stupid C keeps jumping over to the other candle. Which would mean as a result, although we're not far off, yeah. So like, while we missed the blue area by a bit, yeah, it keeps jumping to the other candle, but shouldn't make a difference. Where we missed the blue area by a bit, we actually, the green area, which was predicted by the overall ABC pattern, we got quite close to it, yeah. So it really, again, not super on spot, but it helped us predict, yeah, like where we are going. And now we basically would see another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that should take us ideally to point number C down here, somewhere in that area. And yeah, so thoughts on Bitcoin, can you do some Elliott waves on AMC? Yes, I could. We looked at it earlier, but I cannot invest in AMC, so I'm sorry, but I'm not going to spend my time looking at some asset that I cannot buy. So it's kind of like counterproductive. Plus, the stream is literally about GameStop, so every other quick excursion is kind of like in between. And we already looked at AMC. It's going to be hard to find in a 3-hour or 4-hour stream by now. I'm sorry. But we actually checked it already, so yeah. But there we had some problem with labeling it because of the low that resulted in the buying restrictions, and I'm not sure if there's an option, like we may sound completely out of place for most of you that just tuned in, but we mentioned that when we have a downwards trend, we could also, instead of having a label that shows us the price per share, we could have it labeled differently and have basically the shares per dollar. Yeah, which means in an upwards trend, when you have shares per dollars, it would show you as downwards candles and vice versa, which means you could use this to label or to have a bear market appear like a bull market in terms of candles. So if you're more confident or more comfortable labeling upwards movements, yeah. But I'm not sure if that's possible. So here there's no way to do that. So yeah, but that was one of the issues with AMC, because since the IPO, they've been going in a downwards movement. So we would need, need to look at it differently. Basically, the stock will dip to about 150, 170 and just go up after that, not coming back to... basically, our prediction right now would be that we go to 153 to 161. Yeah. It could be, again, so if we look at our cheat sheet, again, each wave by itself, blah, 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 contains other waves and is part of a bigger wave. And if we look there for the zigzag, we see that the wave from B to C, so this wave here, always is another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, we cannot fit a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in here. It could be that we can only fit it in on the 1 minute time scale, yeah, or time frame. But it's also possible that we will have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to still get to the 204 area. Yeah, so it's like kind of like not 100% confirmed yet that this is our wave B. Yeah, so it's like we would need to look on the 1 minute time frame. We're not going to do that because the last time we tried, it crashed the application for whatever reason. And that's also again why we usually wouldn't use Elliott waves on that small time frame, and usually wouldn't look at like what's happening 5 minutes to 5 minutes. But we would just use the smaller time frames to confirm our bigger waves and trade based on the hourly chart or maybe even on the monthly chart and so on. Yeah. So, but yeah. So overall, even if this is not our point B yet, so the level here, it would, and this will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then it would just mean that our point B is up there, and you see that just the projected area for point C will move a little bit. Yeah. So overall, while there may still now be a small upwards movement to actually get us in the predicted area, the expectation is that we have a correction that will take us into that area, and from there we will have, then that will be the end of our wave 2, and from there we will then have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that takes us upwards. And eventually, so that will be the orange line, wave 1, 2, wave 3, and then we will have a wave 4, but wave 4 shouldn't be lower than the price of wave 1, so we shouldn't go below 200 once we have the wave that comes out of this low finished. Yeah? And so basically the upcoming low is probably the last chance to buy cheap. Now, it's possible that we don't fully reach the predicted area. Happened in the past, yeah, so again, it's really just about getting an idea where we are going with a high accuracy, but not about 100 or 1000% always perfectly right. So don't set your pending buy orders at 150, we might not go that low. So if you plan to buy, I personally, again, just my opinion, not advice, I would split it up and maybe buy a little here, and so on. And I would keep watching to see how the predicted areas adjust, the green one, because that's the one we actually hope to see. And yeah, so like that's just where we are right now. So we will go down and then we will go up. And so far, other than early in the stream where we were struggling with finding our wave 5 here, because we assumed it was here. So far the rest, our predictions have been quite okay, or Elliott wave predictions have been quite okay. And lunchtime for us, thanks for the great morning stream, looking forward for more. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for all the people that ask questions and provide their view. Like really, I enjoy it, so it makes fun. And honestly, if I wouldn't see it on the screen somewhere, I wouldn't notice that we're already streaming for 4 hours, so yeah. Got a bounce, but thanks. So Chris, also, you're already gone, but still, bye-bye. It's been my pleasure. And how much research do you do? Almost, not a much. Like really, I'm looking, like my portfolios are more for, I mean, GameStop is the exception because it's a unique situation, and obviously without the hype in Reddit going on about it, I wouldn't bother to look that close. I'm really doing that because I shared a post and people had questions and doubts. So I decided the best way to show to guys that really want to know for sure and are not just some kind of shills is to actually go live and show you in real time how accurate the predictions are. And while I get that, like, I prefer to use the hourly charts and so on, we wouldn't be able to predict or to confirm anything in an 8-hour stream or something on an hourly chart. So that's why we're looking at this. Like usually I just look at the monthly chart, try to figure out which wave we're in, and then look at the hourly chart to figure out where's the next turning point, and that's where I invest. Yeah, but I don't invest like everything in one stock. And if I want to invest, like let's say I want to invest $1,000, I don't buy instantly for $1,000, but I may buy for $100 or $200, and then I see how that position develops. And if that goes into the red, then I start to look closer to find the more accurate predictions, to find where I can buy again to average down, yeah, the best way. So. Oh, yeah, so Charles Brubaker says, seems like we're developing the next shoulder to an inverse head and shoulders pattern when viewed on a 2-hour chart for the period of 12th of March till to date. What can you share regarding patterns such as that? That's something I looked at years ago when I started trading at the time where I was still burning accounts. Yeah, there I looked at those patterns, and back then I learned about head and shoulder patterns where you basically, if I recall it correctly, you have like, I mean, not gonna spot one here right now, but basically you have your two movements that come to the same point, and once you have a breakthrough, you can expect the movement in the other direction that is exactly or equals roughly the height of that movement here and so on. And yeah, like ever since then, never bothered to learn about it more. So can't say much about like how accurate it is. You said from the 3rd of, so we would have to zoom out, but I'm not going to go on the 2-hour chart here, but you said from the 12th. How do you like, okay, maybe it's because of the chart. So let's go here. Please don't crash. Oh, we're on monthly. I thought it's minute. 2-hour. And from the 12th. How do you see an inverted head and shoulder? Maybe let's ask Google. Yeah, inverted head and shoulders. So instead of head and shoulder, got it. So instead of regular head and shoulders, you have the dips inwards. Do I see that right? Yeah. So let's look at this here. So. No, regular, so shoulder, head, shoulder. Okay, let's see if we can spot that and what we can learn from. The best way I could do it would actually be from here, that I would, if I'm creative, I can say shoulder, head, and then we form the second shoulder, yeah? But I don't know, maybe I'm not creative enough to see it there. You know that if you can label it in a chart on TradingView or somewhere, and then just take a screenshot and upload it on Imgur or some service like that and share the link in the chat, then we can look at what you are looking at or what you want me to see, because I'm definitely not familiar enough with such candle patterns. I actually have another cheat sheet that I never use. I just found it once. It's about all the candlestick patterns and what to expect and so on. And it's kind of like, you know, when people say, if it were that easy, everyone would do it, yeah. And I think that really applies to the easy methods, like just support resistance, or just trend channels, or just, I don't know, like moving average. But like, yeah, so like that's why one pattern alone is something I wouldn't trust. It's the same with Elliott waves. If we only would look at like, oh yeah, we're now in wave number blah blah blah, yeah, then it would be something I might not trust fully. But by confirming different degrees of the waves and having everything add up beautifully, that's why I then start to trust the patterns. Yeah. So But yeah, it would be great if you can label it on TradingView or some other website, take a screenshot, share the link, and then we can look at it at the head and shoulder pattern that you see and what it might mean. Yeah, I ain't bouncing. Yeah, great that you stay. But I'm gonna bounce. Like, I'm not gonna leave, but I'm gonna first of all get myself a new Red Bull. Talking about product placement, yeah, here, so it's instead of coffee. And yeah, I'm gonna be back in, I don't know, 5 minutes or so. Let's see where we go from here. We already have our predicted price areas. Theoretically, according again to our cheat sheet, what we have here should be another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can try to assuming that again, this is our wave B and C. We can try to label that maybe like this, 1, 2. And that would also be in blue, so wave degree, bloop, 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 minuet. Yeah, but it doesn't, yeah, no. Somehow when we get that close, it somehow doesn't want to do it properly anymore. You see that the label always jumps. But you see the moment we have this label here, it actually predicted the point number 2. It would predict our point number 3 down here, roughly. So like here, point number 4 would be then down here, and point number 5 would be down here, yeah, which doesn't fully add up because we kind of like want to get down here, so the 1 and 2 may not be correct. So it may be 1, 2, I don't know, we will see, yeah. There's an AMA of whom, like, I noticed that I saw something about it, but I don't know who. Oh, there we go, AMA. That's how you start an AMA. I sent you a 31-page PDF. Like, let me hear what you think about it, yeah? Like, that's just insanity. Like, but yeah. Hi everyone, I'm Dennis Keller, weird name. President CEO Better Markets. Some of you might know me from a recent testimony. Okay, so I'm just gonna, actually, since I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, and each and every one of you is capable of opening the chart for GameStop if they want to themselves. Keep in mind, we're waiting for basically reaching our area at 170 and or lower. And while I'm gone, obviously there is no live on computer, yeah. I thought I could show live comments, but apparently I cannot. So yeah, well, then you're just gonna be stuck watching the chart for now. And when I'm back, we're actually gonna, since we are like a little bit bored here waiting for the movements to complete, we actually can look at the AMA as well, so that we get more value out of this. Yeah, so just gonna make myself disappear somehow. Just need to, yeah, so first of all, I'm gonna disappear. And second of all, I'm gonna mute myself. Yeah, so here I am again, but while I'm gonna stay in the picture, I likely will have to mute the microphone again a little bit because I'll have to jump on a quick call. And what did I miss? Oh, we are moving further down. Our predicted area for wave number 3 was hit quite nicely, which means we could expect to go up till here, which could theoretically happen in the same candle. So we had the low and then it goes up. There's slack, okay. And I'm looking for, damn, forgot my phone. Which means I'm gonna mute myself and go grab my phone. So, just need to check. Direct messages. What do we have here? That's already answered. So, and where's direct message? Move that MacBook there, and here we said we are going to look for the AMA. Close that on the phone. Okay. Yeah, definitely. When you with Elliott waves, it definitely increases the accuracy of your trades. Yeah, so you might not get it right all the time, but yesterday's low might be today's high. Yeah. But yeah. Maybe I found even when I buy the day's low, my trade rally significantly green on the same day. I have to say, like, personally, I'm quite happy with my trade accuracy. If we look at my stats, I mean, now I had 2 recently that went into stop losses. I rarely use stop losses because either I'm sure about something or not. But basically 80% of my positions, and it's not that many, so since I opened that account in May last year, have been profitable with roughly the same profit and the same loss. Again, like since May, somewhere there I figured out, finally found the Elliott wave book and so on, and started learning and blah 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 and so on. But yeah, overall I'm quite happy with my results, and most of them are of me applying Elliott waves and applying them better over time. What timeline do you use when you're looking at the 15-minute chart? Yeah, depends. Like, I'm obviously looking at what kind, like at the start of a wave. So I'm looking at the bigger time frame first to figure out where wave starts. Like in this case, we found the start of our waves here, and therefore, even if I would look on the 15-minute, I would start from here and then map everything out. So. Yeah, like it's tricky with the videos, you know, like I thought so again, like I mentioned earlier, maybe around the 3 hour mark or so, that this YouTube channel is one of many ways for me to grow passive income. And when I started recording my first videos for this channel, I figured it's really, really challenging. With my main YouTube channel there, I talk about stuff and maybe I share a screen or something like that. But overall, it's kind of like if I make mistakes, I can just cut it out, that small mistake, and continue. But with trading, it's difficult because if I'm like, oh my God, this is the ultimate Elliott wave GameStop video, and I start labeling things like we did at the beginning of the stream where I thought this might be our wave 5, and we started to label A, B, and then this happened, which told us, okay, it was not, and here is our wave 5. And then when you record videos, it becomes horrible. Like I'm still like in a kind of like in a learning process to figure out how I can best structure the videos so that it doesn't end up with me re-recording everything. Like, in fact, on Sunday, I recorded a 1.5 hour video about GameStop and Elliott waves, and then I went to edit it, and I noticed that during the first 5 minutes of the video, I made 2 crucial mistakes, yeah, which ruined the rest of the video, yeah. And it's also one of the reasons why I decided to do the lives, because in the live I have the possibility, if I get something wrong, to explain why it's wrong and to explain why we make the adjustment. Yeah, so there's like multiple reasons for this live. So it kind of like shows everyone the accuracy of Elliott waves and helps me grow this YouTube channel, blah, 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 and so on. And with more people understanding that even with that drop that I expect to see to go down till here, that the overall tendency of GameStop is up there. So I'm holding GameStop, other people are not panic selling, helps my own positions and so on. So yeah, and yeah, so I need to keep that other MacBook from timing out because I don't have the right finger to unlock it, so since it's not mine. And yeah, let's see if we are correct here. We also said we're gonna look at the AMA, which means I can do less talking, which is nice. Just gonna, if somebody here and there, yeah, exactly. So like helping others, it's like one lesson I learned when I stopped focusing on results, so on my own financial gains, but not only with trading, but also with affiliate marketing, with our own small software, with our YouTube channels. So the moment I stopped focusing on the money aspect, but just asked myself, how can I provide the most value? Suddenly our financial results also got way, way better. Yeah. By the way, based on the current prediction, before we jump to the AMA, so we would have wave 1, 2, and wave 3 predicted here. However, then our wave 5 would be predicted here, but our wave 5 prediction eventually needs to add up with that wave C prediction, which means this here is likely not our wave 3. We will see another low that goes lower. It could even be our wave 1, 2 is actually here. It just jumps all the time to this candle for some reason, yeah. But our wave 3 is likely lower. So I don't know, like if we put our wave 3 here, I'm gonna enable the resistance levels so it's like easier to move those things, yeah. So that would be a more likely scenario, because this way the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that has to fit between that B and C, would actually add up. So those areas overlap. Could be like a little bit different. Could be, I don't know, something like this. But that's why, while I initially labeled it 3, 4, and 5 would be here, it's more likely that, because then our 5 would be totally away from and disconnected from our C, so it's more likely that there will be a bigger drop, maybe really till here. Also gonna, yeah, don't need to lock that because obviously it doesn't fit the theory, but that there will be a bigger drop, which would still match up because, as mentioned, there is something called or maybe I didn't mention it, but there are extended third or extended fifth waves. And there are waves like, well, the smallest movement would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but there are waves where you could end up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for sharing. So basically, So thank you for letting me know. Yeah, so basically instead of having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where our predicted wave 5 would be here, far away from our predicted wave C, it's more likely that we will have a further drop and that there is like some kind of extended third wave or something like that going on. So that overall our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 aligns with our A, B, C here, so that that wave here between B and C matches. Yeah, so with that, I'm gonna move my camera to this corner now so it doesn't block no matter if we go up and down, and we're gonna move to the AMA and let's see what we can find there. Yeah, I already asked, like we looked at AMC along the way and didn't get a super great result because of, yeah, okay, back here, because of not putting a lot of effort in it. Unfortunately, I cannot invest in AMC at eToro, and therefore I hope it's understandable that I will not spend a lot of time looking at it, because it doesn't gain me anything. I don't have any vested interest in figuring out exactly where it goes. And as you can imagine, going from the, we don't have a monthly chart right now, but going from the monthly chart, figuring out the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then going to the hourly chart and continuing the labeling from here. And then again, our 5-minute chart only shows the small area here, and then digging into that and figuring out all of this, which is just from yesterday's market open, and all of that, which is what we did today, takes a lot of time and a lot of like figuring out which pattern actually applies. And if I don't have a vested interest in doing that because I cannot buy that stock, yeah, I'm not gonna spend the time. But you can read the free book. It's 200 something pages of probably the best financial advice or strategy that you will ever find. You can download the free cheat sheet that's linked in the description down below. And you can just then sign up for the free trial of Wave Basis yourself for 14 days. And map it out yourself. If you invested heavily in AMC or consider, it's definitely worth your time, because in the end you'll also profit from that investment. And yeah, so we jump to the AMA. We already saw this candle here got a little bit further, just real quick. So might be right with the assumption that our wave 3 prediction here was wrong, and wave 3 will actually be further down somewhere here already. But we'll see. We'll just check every 5 or 10 minutes to see where things are going, and reloading the AMA. Also, if you look closely, I have a tab open with trading view, so we see the current GameStop price there in the title. I can close this one. And oh, the message got expanded. I've sent the PDF. I'm not going to read everything because, as you can assume, after 4.5 hours of talking, my voice starts to suffer. What's the price prediction for GME? No idea. Like, I suck at timely predictions. So, yeah, moving camera up here. So basically, I know that we're on the way to go down here, somewhere in that orange area. Ideally, it will also be the green area, and ideally, our mapping of the blue wave will also add up. Can actually remove the highlights from at least this one, and we definitely won't see the jump here anymore, so we can remove this one. So we slightly missed this area. It touched on that area, but it didn't go in there. But other than that, again, like a very accurate prediction. It's like not super accurate, but again gave us an idea where the price will go to and then bounce. And yeah, so I don't know, like we still have 2.5 hours today. Each candle is 5 minutes, so we might get to see the bottom here. Yeah, we might get to see the point number C. Yesterday, the whole day basically went from here till here, so almost finishing the 5th wave. That's why today I assumed we are at the end of wave number 5. But basically, so a whole day for an entire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on a smaller degree. And today it looks like it will take the whole day to complete the ABC pattern. I know we opened here, yesterday's close was here, so we're already in the red today, yeah. And yeah, and so I think maybe we get down here during the trading day. Maybe we get close here, but that's the next stop that we're looking at. This area here, and from here we go upwards. So that's, in my opinion, the last chance to buy in below 200. Yeah, I mean, there will be more on this way, but that's going to be another low where it's like makes sense. Yeah. What was the 115 to 200 jumps? Which one? 115 that we had? Probably we'll go to the hourly chart for that. Yeah. I mean no, that was from 40 to something. 115. It's been a while. 115 was somewhere here. So cannot say what the jump is. Like all I know like is, I mean, it could be some, I don't know, some bigger investors buying. It could be some shorts closing. Could be a million things. All I know is that for me, the reason why there is a jump is because Elliott waves match up. I mean, the jump could be further, but the point is, this is like the jump to 200, or in that case it was 350, I think was the high, 310, 350, is a wave 1. Each wave 1, according to our cheat sheet, is another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we look 1, it predicted the area for point number 2. It didn't predict the right area for number 3 because it went further, and it didn't predict the right area perfectly for point number 4. But we got the perfect prediction for point number 5, so yeah. Oh, pre-market. I don't care about pre-market. It's low volume. Not every trader has the option to trade there. Yeah, so you automatically have high variance there because it's low volume. It's not everybody can trade there, and therefore it doesn't like on eToro. There are everyday people that share their pre-market numbers. And they share it like in the beginning of when the pre-market opens, and I think it's the most irrelevant information ever. Like when you get closer to the actual market open, like 15 minutes before, then it starts to become relevant. But before that, pre-market is completely irrelevant in my opinion. At least for me. There is also, well, when the market closes, we will see the aftermarket candles as well. And if we would open wave basis early enough, we would also see the pre-market candles. But when I then refresh the chart, all those after and pre-market candles disappear. They are not relevant for me. Yeah, so yeah, back to the AMA. So that almost went dark. Okay, is there a failed to deliver squeeze realistic scenario? Is it also possible that the majority of recognized short squeezes since the 1980s stock borrow program can be tied to collapsed form of an, yeah, like that's above my, or today goes above my head, yeah. So that's the summary. Do we have an official reply here? The username, okay, Wall Street for Main Street, yeah, that's what we're looking for. Okay, haven't had the time to read, yeah. And no more answer to that, yeah, so. But I understand that, like it's like he's showing up for an AMA and obviously wants to get as many questions answered as possible, and also likely avoid questions where could be considered financial advice, yeah. And so and a question like this, as much as I love Renzo and his like daily summary and so on, seems like obvious that it will not get answered, yeah. So let's see if we close that. It was great to watch you live during the hearing. What was your first reaction to find out about the editing done to the hearing upon release by the media? Well, first, thanks to the Redditor who spotted it and brought it to everyone's attention. I wasn't surprised. As I said in the press release we put out on this, CNBC's one-sided pro-Citadel and most of Wall Street, we did find it odd that they would do it to a video of a congressional hearing, but they know their audience and don't like to offend, disappoint big finance. Here's our press release if you're interested, yeah. So we may have hacked your website to death, yeah. Let's check. No, it's still loading. Yeah, I'm not going to read the press release, but yeah, so. In case you didn't know, there was some part of the congressional hearing that where CNBC removed like a 10-minute part that was really crucial to pointing out that basically Citadel puts everyone at risk, or is the entire, or something like that. Yeah, like if you care about it, you can watch it yourself. Close that. Thank you for doing, like, who writes question? I mean, I'm impressed that he takes the time to answer stuff like that. Yeah, because it's kind of like one question, answer one, ask one question, get one answer. Do you believe order routing, especially with it being incentivized by payment for order flow via dark pools, has any impact on the fair public market share? Distorts the order route. Okay, so he agrees that there is some negative influence. Next, how easily is it for market makers to reset their failure to deliver obligations, and in what ways can they do this? That's interesting. The failure to deliver in this is inexplicably based on the public information, but it has all the hallmarks of abusive behavior, and hopefully this part of hopefully this is part of the SEC investigation, which they said they would publicly report on when done. As I noted in my written testimony, we also believe the SEC should review regulation blah 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 and its other rules and ensure that there are appropriate sanctions for violations, especially, yeah, that's obviously clear. If you looked into some of the DD posts on Reddit, you notice that Citadel already got fined 50 times or so, and the fines are always ridiculously small compared to the money they made, and they just always pay the fine without any admission of guilt. Yeah. 3-4, there's no answer for it. Yeah, so we leave that. 5, do you think the reasonable belief aspect of this rule should be taken away? Yes, is far too permissive. Okay. What is your opinion on dark pools generally? Blah blah blah. Frankly, anything called dark pool should be a red flag. Yep, makes sense. So moving on. Yeah, 31-page PDF. Thanks for doing this. Do you have any opinion on the real short interest of the stock? Oh, yeah. Shorting needs much greater transparency. We have called for more transparency, blah, 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 weekly, if not more often. Everyone doing it regardless of form, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so there is no information as if he thinks the interest is higher than expected or not. Thank you for all you're doing. No answer here so far. Actually, we're also going to take the time to quickly upvote everything that we already hidden. I already did that one. So that it becomes easier to figure out where we already looked at. That one is already done. And yeah, that one is pinned anyway. And now something reloaded. Okay, that worked well. That worked well. So I clicked on something I shouldn't have clicked. Okay, back, there we go. And that was pinned, so yeah. That would be an interesting question. So about the glitch with the order books with the huge volumes, but no answer so far. I don't know, I would try to keep my questions short. So like, don't expect anyone to answer that. No answers here, no answers here. I mean, there may be. Can actually do this the other way or not. We can just go to his profile and we should see all the comments he leaves there. Why was the, okay, see more. Why was the hearing so focused on the payment order flow? The focus was because of the 680 million in payment for order flow Robinhood received alone, blah, blah, blah. This is a conflicts of interest, blah, blah, blah. We called for investigations, okay. Yeah. Thanks for everything. And we're loading. you're asking if I expect that we end at 170 or if, what was his name? The guy from the AMA expected. I said I don't know because I suck at timely predictions. What I know is that I'm expecting to see us going here. If it finishes today, we still have 2 hours, might be possible. We would fit enough candles in there to get there. But it could also be that we're stopping somewhere here and on Monday we continue our journey downwards. Also with that upward movement, it becomes possible that actually we have our wave 3 here. Our wave 4 is forming now here, and the predicted area for that, as you can see, would be this, and that we would need an extended 5th wave, yeah, to get down here. Or our wave 1 and 2 are labeled wrong, so I probably could also just label our wave 1, 2 here, or 1, 2 here, and so on. But overall, in the end, when we're done labeling this pattern here, we should end up in that orange block. If that happens today or on Monday, no idea. Doesn't really matter, because the real reason for this endless live video is to show that the predictions of Elliott waves are fairly accurate. The only big area of mistake is human error by labeling them wrong. So like initially when we started the live, we had parts of it labeled wrong here and had to adjust it after only after roughly an hour. Once we were here, we actually figured out, okay, that's how it should be, and it gave us the right predictions for here, and almost perfectly also for here, and it also gave us almost perfect predictions for the B movement here, almost perfect predictions for that drop here, not perfect for this one here, but overall with the combined overlay from here still okay, and so on, yeah. So I don't think we will see 150. Like I think, like, depending on how this plays out, that the green area is already more accurate. Yeah, I mean, okay, there's still 152, but basically that 150 to 170 prediction is based on a very big wave 1 and this wave 2 prediction now, whereas the labeling that we're making down here is on a smaller degree, which makes it more accurate because the predicted areas get smaller as a result. And the fact that they're overlapping just confirms that things add up. So we're following the rules of Elliott waves, and the prediction for this area here, which is a future prediction based on putting our wave 1 here, so it predicts that we go there. And based on that, we can label all the rest. And it's basically, I think the green area depends on more granular accuracy as the candles form. Actually, ideally, we will end up with the blue box in the green and the orange box, so to have all 3 overlapping. That would be the ideal case. But we could also end up, in case you remember when we started the stream today, that was the today markets open, and I thought this is already wave 5. And I tried to map the A, B, and then it went up, making clear that it's not already the 5. However, based on that, if we look at it, our prediction for area 5 would be here. That's why I also was convinced that, or thought that it's already our wave 5, but it went further in this case, yeah. And the same goes, another wave 5 ends here, so we have this wave 5 that ends here, and the prediction for that wave also was in that area, but it also went further, yeah, so, or farther, or however the right pronunciation is. And so it's like, ideally we get all 3 areas to overlap, and we actually get there. But it's a little bit challenging for me. If we look at the cheat, first of all, I mentioned it often enough, I suck at corrective patterns. And what we are having here is a corrective pattern. It's like a wave that goes against the overall trend. So wave 2 and wave 4 are always corrective patterns. And then in the whole wave 2 here is basically a corrective pattern, and I suck at those. So what we did that part here very well up till here. And now it's like, if we look at our cheat sheet for zigzags, we see that wave C is always an impulse or an ending diagonal. We can look up impulse, we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can look up ending diagonal, we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so what we're doing right now is basically try to map the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 so that it follows Elliott waves rules to figure out where, or to get to our point C. It's also possible, so that I labeled it wrong here with, that I was too, I don't know, excited and labeled it too fast, that this here is 1, but then the prediction for wave 2 would be not adding up. So it would predict wave 2 here, but then let's say wave 2 would also be here. Yeah, like that's likely not the case because it would already say wave 3 would be down here. And if wave 3, or it could be, look, it actually could be. Because then wave, oh no, it could not be because that would move. Or maybe it is, like it, we could, if we go to the minute time frame, which likely causes me to crash my browser again, try to confirm, because this wave 1 here also should contain another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah? And if we can confirm that, then it would confirm that this here is our wave 1. Then we would need to look on the minute time frame, which might not even be small enough to confirm that this is wave 2, because that's the highest point here or not. It's like 183.56. Yeah, so that's the highest point of those candles. And that would then predict this here already as wave 3, make this here wave 4, and our wave 5 would then be down here. Yeah, and we can obviously then, which would then basically mean that we are looking at something like this. Yeah, so. And we would still achieve an overlap of all 3 areas if that's accurate. Yeah, so. Don't pay attention to the time frames that we are here already on the, basically on the next day or midnight or something like that. It's really more about the price levels, yeah. And like the only thing that's here that's not clear is basically human error of me labeling the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 properly, yeah. But we already basically confirmed 2/3 of that ABC, making the green area already a very sure prediction, and the orange area, because we already confirmed that this is our wave 1. Also a very accurate prediction. Yeah, so like the overlapping green-orange area is already something I would be fairly certain about. Now the price could only touch there, it could go through a little bit and so on, but I expect it to go there before we then have our wave 3 that goes up again and goes way beyond what we see here at 200 something. Yeah? And the question is just how can we label 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down here so that it adds up and fulfills the requirements of Elliott waves, while at the same time giving us an overlap with the wave 5, with the last blue box, the green box, and the orange box, which we would achieve here, yeah? Which would narrow down the perfect entry point to between 152.93 and 155. Yeah? But we'll see if we get there. Now let's see if we have an update here. No, it says loading, so great. Okay, let's try to open the post again. And I know this stream is like insanely long, and obviously almost nobody will bother to watch the entire stream, but the purpose of it is really to confirm or to show you or provide you with proof, like real-time proof, how accurate the predictions are. Well, I'm not going to do that stream very often because like we're looking at a now 5-hour stream. Yeah, so I mean, I have another YouTube channel to run. I manage my own positions, and we run a small software business, and on the side I'm actually waiting for a customer of us to reply to jump on a call with him. So like 8-hour streams like this gonna be it might be ending up an 8-hour stream or even more, 9 hours. Yeah, so like we still have 2 hours left, so that will be like the pure exception. It's really just because people don't understand that if I share a screenshot, yeah, like if I share a screenshot, like I don't know, like not in this post, but if we jump to my profile and go to post number 2, and if I share screenshots like down on the 5-minute thing here, like this one here, yeah, then somehow people assume, oh, it's easy to draw lines when the candles are already there. But what we're doing here with wave basis, so in case you haven't noticed yet, that price area is not, that price area is not shown because we have reached it. It's shown because I placed a 0 here, a 1 here, and a 2 here. So only because of these 3 factors, even if all those candles wouldn't exist, it would already show us that price area. Yeah? And the same here, once I put the 3 here, it predicts the price area 4. Once I put the 4 here, it predicts the price area 5, which was incidentally or accidentally also roughly market close yesterday. Yeah? And so this live really serves the purpose to show you on a time scale that's fast enough so that we can track some kind of movement and not the hourly chart, to show you how accurate those things are. Yeah. And yeah, that's what I mean. It's the same for me. Like obviously, like I mean, we would have already, that's actually the funny part about the whole thing, is that if they wouldn't have put in buying restrictions into place, we actually would have seen the squeeze already here. Like, and it would have gone to, in my prediction, to $4,000 per share. That would have been the top. Yeah. But because they did that, it converted, like the wave basis somehow always applies. It's a miracle. Yeah, like there might be some rule violations when you have restrictions, like that our wave 4 here, so the point down here got a little bit lower than it should, but overall they apply. And because of those buying restrictions, the pattern adjusted, so I could relabel everything properly. And now, even this wave, which could just be, that whole 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 could just be another wave 1, followed by wave 2, 3, 4, 5, already goes to 22,000. So basically, with the buying restrictions, they ensured that based on Elliott waves that proved to be super accurate, even in GameStop with all the manipulation and so on, that they are going to pay way, way more per share. Yeah, and it's really the same thing for me. Like watching the drop here was a little bit, and I also considered, oh, should I take profit? And the only reason why I didn't is because of the buying restrictions, because I expected that we will go further, and I was worried that if I sell and take profit, that I will not be allowed to buy again and I miss the actual real profit. Yeah? And now by this point, like here, my small GameStop portfolio, which is now $14,000, and although I just recently bought for another €1,000, here at this point it was worth $23,000. Yeah, so. And I just recently bought at 140 again, which now is not that much in profit, of course, but also again was in profit. So, yeah, but I mean, like, you know, like what I would have done in their case, I mean, it depends on how much they shorted and so on, but maybe if they would have just used all their cash that they have, yeah. And the difference is, for example, if I want to short GameStop, I cannot do it because eToro prevents people from short positions in GameStop and other stocks, yeah, for good reason, because you cannot really short the stock. You can only do it as a CFD. It's likely with leverage and blah, blah, blah. So there's huge risk, yeah. But if I were Citadel or something, maybe once they push the price down to the low that we had at 38, they could have just used all the money that they have to buy GameStop, basically trigger the squeeze themselves, so, and then use their own bought shares to cover some of their short sells, still suffer a loss, but maybe at the same time short it again at 4,000. Maybe they would be able to short it again at 4,000. You have to consider the computing power that they have available, the manpower that they have available to come up with some algorithm or automatic program that does that. They manage the order flow, so they can pretty much pick or they manage 50% of the order flow or something like that. So they can pretty much pick when there are orders coming in, if they want to execute those orders or their own first. Yes, they might get a fine from the SEC if somebody reports them because they prioritize their own orders, but I think they had plenty of ways to minimize the damage, or maybe even really even get out with an insane profit, because they know the order flow data, which means they likely knew where the biggest sell limit orders were. And if I know where the biggest sell limit is in a squeeze, I know the highest point the squeeze will reach, which means that's the point where I can short again. And if I short from 4,000 down to 200, yeah, I likely make up for a lot of the losses that I made with my thanks to the short squeeze. Probably likely even make a profit. I don't know. Like, and then you have to consider, like, depending on, I'm not familiar with the legal requirements and so on, but if they get margin called, do they have to show the money within 5 minutes? Do they have to have it on the account right now? Does it disappear instantly? Or do they have a period of time to, okay, like with some brokers, when you're about to get margin called, you get a message like, okay, you have 24 hours to add additional funds, yeah? And so maybe they also would have the option, so basically to use that grace period or the tolerance period to, the price shoots up and their short positions are killing them, but at the top of that squeeze, they create already new sell orders for the downward trend. And where all of us are guessing where the top will be, even with Elliott wave, we get some nice numbers, but there's like, we see that they're highly accurate, the Elliott waves, but we also see that here and there they miss. Sometimes we fall short of the predicted price, sometimes the price goes further than the prediction, yeah. And so even with something like that, we're not 100% certain. Citadel, on the other hand, or Melvin Capital, has the order flow data, and they know exactly, or with quite an accuracy, where the highest sell limit orders are. So what's the worst, the highest price that they will see, and if they short it from there back down, they should look at so much in profit that it would more than compensate for the amount of money that goes out for paying everybody that sold during the squeeze, yeah. Yeah, Charles says like that they hurt themselves with restricting the buys, because when he looks at the money flow indicator on 1 year daily, it's insane how much money is flowing in and how much flowing out, yeah? Yeah, of course, because with the buying restrictions, they got media attention that they didn't want, yeah? And now more and more people are like, okay, are willing to buy. I saw today a post from somebody from Africa that basically bought their first share, and she mentioned that that's the equivalent of 3 months' salary for her, yeah? If there wouldn't be the media hype about it and the community in GameStop and partially in Wall Street bets, yeah, I'm not following there anymore, then those people wouldn't buy. And even that one share, well, it's not a lot in all the millions of shares, but it still makes a difference. And especially when people are holding, especially when people are like literally like, if it wouldn't be for the potential short squeeze and for looking at the long-term results, like the moment I have the prediction that we will see to 140, I would have sold here at B, yeah? If it wouldn't be for the long-term outlook that I know we go further and for the worry that I might not be able to buy back in, I would have sold at point B, and then once we hit that area, buy again, yeah? So I could have sold back then I had 67.89 shares, and at point B, or the predicted point B would have been the area around 250 to 200 something. So 67.89 shares times, let's say 250, yeah? And then I would have bought again at the overlapping area here at 140. So basically I would have 67.89 shares at 250, and then basically I could have, or in a usual scenario, I would have doubled the number of shares I have almost, simply by using Elliott waves. But I'm also not doing that because I'm afraid I might not be able to buy back. South America, okay, my mistake. Okay, the post was about a woman from South America, not from Africa, yeah? But yeah, so, and based on that, with if there wouldn't be buying restrictions, if they wouldn't have happened, I mean, first of all, we would have already seen the squeeze. But second of all, more people would not just hold through all the dips, yeah? I'm sure then even deep fucking value would have taken some profit, buy in again, and so, because I'm sure that ape is smarter than I am. Like, I'm really sure that he's like, has even more clue where the price is going than I have. And so definitely, like his screenshots, if you look at it, he was up at 44 million in profit, and then down to, I don't know, 14 or 20 million. Even if you consider the taxes that you pay on the profit that you already made and blah, 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 it would have still been a smart move for him to sell and buy again. And even his 100,000 shares wouldn't really make a huge impact on the market. It wouldn't move much more, yeah? So, but yeah, like, so that's where we're at. So they hurt themselves, yes. I'm not sure how much cash they have liquid to buy out. If they had it, it seems unlikely. Well, it's hard to say, you know. I mean, I think that I don't know, like they may, I don't know how much preparation time you need to set up a bond. Maybe that was an offer that you already planned to create anyways before the whole hype around GameStop started. Yeah, it doesn't mean that the bonds will sell, so it's not like they will likely get money this way. And I don't know, like I think if I would be one of them, I would probably just try to see how much money I can take away in terms of bonus payments and other stuff, so that I can remove from the company into my own pockets, so that when the company blows up, I'm still okay. Yeah. But yeah, new day low at 168. Yeah, we're getting there. See, like it looks like our second mapping makes more sense. So although not all the levels add up, so like our predicted area 2 doesn't reach, but it looks like here that will be our area 3. And surprise, surprise, by the way, we are in the orange area now, which was predicted for our wave number 2. And it has been predicted already since we reached that today at 15:50, so like let's say at 4 p.m. my time. Yeah. So after 1 hour market open, we already predicted that this area will be where we are going. Yeah. And yes, I could have sold today. Like, I mean, I could have sold here or I could have sold once we actually confirmed. Like, I could have sold here once we had the confirmation that, okay, now we are actually in the ABC pattern. That would be the point where I could have said, okay, I'm going to take my profit. I'm going to sell at 200 and we're going to buy back at blah, blah, blah. And then, I mean, now I have more shares because I bought for another 1,000 euros. So it's 76.28. So I could have said 76.28 times 200. And now we would buy again at the overlapping area, ideally of 150. And we again would like increase our shares by 30% or so, or 50% even, yeah. But there's no point in doing that because sometimes the areas that we predict don't get reached. Sometimes we shoot through them, so we would sell somewhere where we think it's the top, but we miss profit then on the way. So the only thing that matters is that we see that in I don't know, 9 out of 10, 3 out of 4, 99 out of 100, or I don't know, I don't keep track, but in most cases that the predictions are extremely accurate, and with that knowledge, or we can just go back, look on the bigger time frames, see how the prediction looks there, and just relax, and even if it goes down, we know the next stop after we reach that low, so after the low that we are currently working on is finished, our next stop will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that gets us up here. And that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will by itself again contain smaller 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s and ABCs and so on. But that's basically the next stop. Yeah. And I mean, and it's definitely possible that I mislabeled some of the things, yeah. So, but that's why I mentioned all the time, like the cheat sheet, and like as you can see, an ABC consists of this and that, and so on. But pretty much, I don't know, like if anyone can argue with me on Reddit after watching this live or parts of this live about the accuracy of Elliott waves, yeah, like, and if it applies in a stock like GameStop and so on, like, and we're even looking at a very small time frame where it becomes even harder because the movements are smaller, yeah, like in terms of, yeah, because each wave is shorter on that small degree of a wave, yeah, so. Yeah, let's see, like it could also be now, if we look, so it could be that this was our wave 3, which means our wave 4 goes till here, which could already be that, yeah, which would also work out. So it could really be like 1, 2, 3, 4, and our wave 5 would overlap here again, yeah, so. Could be that it goes further down and that will be our wave 3 and so on. Could be that it goes a little bit further up and therefore then our wave 5 prediction moves a little. But the way it looks now, and that's the tricky part, and that's also interesting while we're doing it in real time, because the way it would look now, especially if that red candle goes lower, I couldn't label it like this, yeah, because we have low and then maybe lower, yeah. But because I saw that this candle here first went up, I can label it like this because I know it happened in this order, 3, 4, and then it went down, yeah, so. But yeah, now our overlapping area is between 152.93 and 155, yeah, so. And Yep, cheat sheet is in the description. It's like the most accurate PDF file on, like, it's like one page. And yeah, like since we are waiting a little bit, we're gonna switch and explain the cheat sheet for everyone. Yeah, so toggle camera, there we go. So it's this magic piece of paper, and you have the 3 impulsive patterns that there can be. So the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 movements that go upwards. And you see, if you focus on the impulse, you see that by itself it explains that the first wave of the impulse, so the 0 to 1, is another impulse or leading diagonal. Again, every wave by itself is part of a bigger wave and contains waves again. Yeah. Then we also see every wave 1 to 2 is any correction but not a triangle, or yeah, not a triangle. Wave 2 to 3 and so on. In addition to that, you see requirements as to the height of each wave. So like wave 3 goes beyond wave 2 or is bigger than wave 2. Wave 3 can never be the shortest. Wave 5 usually is at least 70% of wave 4. And wave 2 or wave 4 cannot retrace into the area of wave 2, blah, blah, blah. And beyond that, you have even more information. If we look at wave 1, we see that it tells us, because here it says wave 1 itself contains of another impulse or a leading diagonal, and here the table tells us wave 1 in 93% of cases is another EM, and if we look, EM is the shortcut used on the page for impulse. In 7% of cases it's a leading diagonal, which is LD, leading diagonal. Yeah, and the same applies to every other pattern here. So it's literally, you start on the monthly chart, you try to figure out your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that follows all the rules that are mentioned here in that box. And then basically you look at which wave you're in, and you look basically, okay, we're in a wave 5, it can be an impulse or an ending diagonal. You look at the percentage, it's most likely an impulse, and then you go like smaller and smaller and smaller, like we are doing here, where we're currently pretty much on very, very low scaling. Again, if we look at the bigger picture, small reminder, this is the hourly chart. I'm gonna zoom it a little bit, yeah. So this is our hourly chart, and everything we're doing, so only the last 2 days and everything we see on the 5-minute chart is only this small area here, only that small area. And although we already have waves here, we are pretty much just looking, what you see here in green, the 0, 1, is what we have here in orange, 0, 1, yeah. And we just follow the rules. Each wave consists of subwaves. So this wave 1 consists of another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then even within those waves, we look at, okay, this wave 4 to 5. So wave 5 consists of another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. And we just follow the rules. And basically every time we're able to fit a wave within a wave according to the requirements, it helps us to confirm its accuracy. Yeah? And eventually, like when more things add up, we get those overlapped price predictions. So our orange, our biggest degree of the wave, predicts this area. And then if we look at a smaller degree, which would be our green ABC pattern, it predicts this area, already narrowed it down. And then within the wave C of the ABC, we know that we have to fit another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's what we're working on right now. And it would predict this area here for 5. So in the end, giving us an overlapping area of all 3 predictions, which is the most likely final point that we reach here in this, and which will then end our wave 2, and we will look at a wave 3 that goes upward again. Yeah? And I think I can only agree, like, knowing all of this, and not just knowing, but it's like, it's really, I understand that it's one thing if I share a screenshot with you guys and you look at this, you don't fully understand it, and it's just, yeah, well, whatever, like he highlighted an area on a chart that shows old data, but watching it in real time and seeing how it develops and how accurate it is, because again, at market open today, I actually thought it's like this, but then we had the development here and we had to make the adjustment. Yeah, it's like basically human error for me, assumption that we end here. So even an hour after market open, we already knew that the next stop will be in this area. Now it may go precisely in this area, it may turn around here without hitting the green and orange and blue, it may go a little bit below all of those predicted areas, but in this area we will have the end of our wave 2, and it will go up again with another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, but that's obviously not financial advice, just my personal opinion. Like it states down there in big letters for even for blind people. Yeah, so let's check the AMA if we have something new there. And yep. Also have 69 viewers now, huh? Nice number. Record today was 71, so, but I settled for 69. Can we see more, like maybe on the profile, maybe it shows the latest replies, yeah? Why was the hearing so focused? No, we already saw that one. There it still says loading, it's like, okay, thank you so much. No, what is stopping from forcing a cover at this point? No need if the regulators require transparency and impose certain operation requirements. It feels like, I mean, I definitely like the guy based on the hearing and so on, but it feels like his answers are trying to stay as, I don't know, like, not superficial, but yeah, like to stay above, or to not make a statement that would force him to commit in some way. Yeah? Like we're literally streaming so long today that the lights of my subscribe now like background are dying, or the batteries are dying. Yeah? Well done, well done. Gonna be financially ruined buying new batteries because the thing needs 8 batteries or so. Yeah, so. So somebody here has been suffering with me the whole time. Yeah, thank you so much, Eldrick. I appreciate it. I hope you are able so far to take a lot away that you can use yourself, not only in GameStop, but maybe it helps you. Maybe my video helps you to show you that suffering through the Elliott wave book and reading it as often as you have to actually makes sense. Yeah. See, we have a new wave 4 here theoretically, so it shot through that area, which just leads to our wave 5 overlapping even nicer with the green area and then the orange area. Yeah. You going live with this makes so much sense, and you're right about it being more meaningful than just posting photos on Reddit, although that's great too. Yeah, like thankful, like grateful for everyone that suffers through the whole stream. Like really, I mean, but I think like, I mean, I'm not mad if you guys at some point decide to leave when you reach the conclusion, okay, oh my God, this shit is so accurate, I'll trust it, yeah. And then instead of watching me, grab the Elliott Wave book and start reading it so you learn it for yourself, so that with your future investments, with the profits that you might make from GameStop, you can then invest it in a way that you make even more profit, and more money means helping more people. Yeah, and yeah, like I mean, depending on where you are in life, one lesson that I also learned very late. I used to be one of those guys when I made money, then I would give away my last shirt and like help people in or pay for drinks or whatever. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. And eventually at some point in my life I realized, and it also didn't happen really much earlier than when I met my wife, that your first priority in life, like your really biggest priority, even if you have family and are in a relationship, is your own happiness. Yeah, like whatever you do, the biggest priority is making sure that you are happy, because only if you are happy, and then obviously based on that happiness, you enjoy more what you're doing and you have better results and blah, blah, blah. But only if you are happy and then eventually reach some kind of financial freedom for yourself. So it also means like when people ask you for money, if you are not yet at the point where you can give it to them without actually missing it, yeah, you shouldn't give it to them. Like you should work and focus on your health, your happiness, your financial well-being, because once you reach that point, personal happiness and financial stability, I'm not talking about Lamborghinis and Ferraris, but income and cash flow beyond what you actually need, so to pay your bills without a problem, yeah, then you can help other people more. Yeah, when you try to help people while you're still not there, so while you're still struggling to build your own wealth, all you do is make it harder for yourself to get there, because if you borrow money and you don't have a lot of money yourself, the $100 that you cannot invest in stocks or in whatever are going to compound and are be missing. It's going to mean it's take you longer to get where you actually want to be. Yeah? No, I don't have an affiliate link. ElliottWave.com actually asked me if I want one, because I mentioned it earlier, based on the traction the original post got, they reached out to me, blah, 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 and so on. And I simply told them, no, in this case, I'm just happy to spread the word, educate people about Elliott waves. And yeah, so like it's already a win-win for me. Like every one of you that follows or watch the stream or reads the posts and starts to trust in Elliott waves based on what you're seeing with your own eyes is a person less that will just panic sell, which makes my own GameStop investments also more powerful. Yeah, so like no need for an affiliate link there. Yeah. I think the best thing is when you don't come from cash, you try to help those when you're doing financially well. Yeah, but there is also some kind of wisdom that I heard already 10 years ago, but it took me very long to really understand it. You can't help anyone by giving them money. Yeah. I used to be the same. So I mentioned earlier in the stream about how I started out self-employed, how everything went bad, how I had debt and so on. And I had a point, like I had some family members, especially my beloved grandma, that helped me out. And it was a point, like maybe, let's say I would have had to pay rent next week, yeah, and I didn't have the money. So I would try to earn that money, but in the back of my head, I knew, well, if I don't manage to, I can ask my grandma, yeah. And that went until the point where one day she said, okay, this is the last time I give you money, yeah. And at this point, the next time, it was like, shit, if I cannot figure it out myself, I don't have anybody to ask, yeah. And I was forced to figure it out myself. So as long as people know that you will save their ass, you're actually not helping them. You're keeping them from actually getting over there, whatever is holding them back, yeah. So it's like really small, or a small grade or grail, or however the word is, to walk between helping people financially and not doing that. Like, yeah, like for me, with some family members or friends that by now, since my life is going better and so on, are like, I mean, very rarely, but when they ask for money, like the only way that I say yes is if it's really an absolute emergency and absolutely necessary that they pay it, and I know that there's no way for them to solve that problem themselves, yeah. But I'm also like, I'm enforcing that I get the money back. There's no like, okay, you can have it, yeah. Yeah, walking a fine line, yep. And it's like, because it's also, you know, like I also would consider it unfair, because for the last two years or 2 years and 3 months, yeah, since I stopped e-commerce consulting and started from zero, my wife and I, we work 7 days per week. It's not a lot of work, like it's not, or it used to be obviously a lot of work, but we're at the point now where we still work 7 days per week. Every day is when I get up, I first go to my computer, I check my emails, I grab myself a Red Bull, I check and answer the YouTube comments on my main channel, I reply to the tickets that we have from our software, I check the live chat or the chat in our software, I check the Discord server that I have from the YouTube community and so on. So for 2 years, or more than 2 years, we work 7 days per week. Like, we didn't buy the newest iPhone, we didn't buy new MacBooks, we didn't buy a huge TV and so on. Like, we really made sacrifices so that we can live with less money, so keep our expenses low, and invest what we earn back into our business and stuff we needed. Like maybe better, next thing on the list are better cameras and like different lights and, you know, like stuff like that improves, for example, the production value of our videos, or that helps our, I don't know, better hosting for our software and stuff like that. And then I don't see a reason why, just because somebody else cannot manage their income properly and is not willing to put in effort to build a side hustle, why I should save their ass. Yeah, like, I mean, I know there are like some exception and people that are really had bad luck and so on, but it's like at the end of the day, there's a dude, he's part of my Discord community, he's like 65 or so, and he has some kind of cancer, and he's publishing videos on YouTube. He's not optimizing them in any way or so. He just takes his phone in the hospital he's in and just goes live, or just records a video and pushes publish. Yeah, and if that person can do that, like an old guy that is not tech savvy, then everybody can grow a YouTube channel, yeah, and or do something else to have some kind of extra income. And so that's why when it comes to borrowing money or giving someone money, I would only do it if it's one of my acquaintances, they needed to pay the insurance for their car, and they didn't expect that the insurance, based on their credit score, will insist on a yearly payment instead of a monthly payment, and they needed that car to work. Yeah, so that's something that I consider like an emergency. They need that car to work. They definitely cannot come up with the difference between one monthly payment and a yearly payment in 2 days. And if they don't get that money, they lose their job, or likely lose their job, or have to make other expenses to compensate or to like get to work, yeah. And so that's something where considered, okay, helping out in that case, yeah, okay. But if it's something else, like if it's not really an emergency, then it's like up to them. Then it's like, okay, cancel your Netflix subscription and save $100 per year on that, yeah. But yeah, so. Yeah, like when somebody asks for money, I consider it a gift because I'm probably not going to see it back. I also don't expect to see it back. Like when I was living in Germany, one of my friends, acquaintances, he actually was an American. His wife is in the US military and was stationed at Ramstein. And he left her while she was still stationed here, and he had to fly back home and needed money. And I also back then borrowed him €1,000. I got like $60 back from that so far. But I mean, by now we're not talking anymore because of the way he handled that debt. Yeah. But basically, when I give somebody money, I also don't expect to see it. Like, I try to enforce to get it back, but I'm also willing to end friendships and relationships because of that. And I don't care about the amount, to be fair, because for me it's a sign of respect and honesty. Yeah? Like I'm still not perfect, yeah, and I also made my share of mistakes. But for example, if I would borrow $100 from you and I tell you I'll give it to you back next week, and then next week I realize, I don't know, there's another bill I forgot about, or I didn't get paid as expected, I would be proactive and tell you, I'm sorry, something came up, I cannot give you the money. Yeah, it's not that I don't want, I just cannot, and I will already tell you the rough estimate when I will be able to. Yeah, but most people stop answering their phone, for example. Yeah. And kind of like, and when you ask them for your own money back, suddenly you are the dick, yeah. And that's the point where I don't draw the line, where I simply say, okay, like those people are not grown up enough or evolved enough or not on the same level as I am, not financially, but in terms of like common sense, treating everybody the way you want to be treated, and simple things, yeah. And I don't want to have such people in my life. Simple as that. It's not about the money; it's about the way things are handled, yeah. And what do we have next? The time is the least accurate part of Elliott waves, yeah. Yeah, like the time, I'm bad at predicting the time stuff, and like right now here, because I manually move the predicted stuff so that the length of those blocks is completely irrelevant. But yeah, like with the timely predictions, there are some rules that apply, but not always. Like, I don't know, like, I would need to look it up in the book, but for argument's sake, how many candles you have for wave 1, and you also have the same amount of candles for wave 5, yeah, which we see here is not the case. Not sure that is a rule, it's just like to give you a random example, but I wouldn't care about the timely predictions because, first of all, you anyway shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket, so don't invest everything in one stock. Which by definition means if we would look at 10 different stocks and we find 10 stocks where we can come up with a wave pattern like this, where we know, okay, we are now in a wave 3 that goes upwards, then maybe for one of those stocks it goes upwards all the way in a day, for another one it goes in a year or in a month, but overall on average you still look at a more than decent profit and you outperform many other traders still a lot, and that's all that counts. Yeah, it's not about like how fast it will happen. I rather have accurate price levels than accurate time frames, yeah, or timelines. What Ben said. Ben said, do you have an affiliate link? Get a different light. Huh? What? At Ben, what Ben said. Charles, you're not making sense. Yeah. Do you have any idea what happens after the next prediction? Should follow a trend of a high degree. Yeah. Yeah, but it's like that's the beauty of it. Yeah. Like, I mean, you have to consider how our whole financial system is structured. Yeah, if we look at, I don't know, Dow Jones historical, yeah, Google can already do that, and we say maximum, then you see how our financial system works because of the way that inflation and so on, it always goes up. We have corrections, but it always goes up, yeah? Which means if I tell you now that GameStop will be worth $1 million per share, maybe within the short squeeze you consider the possibility, but if I tell you it will be worth $1 million per share even without the short squeeze, it sounds ridiculous, but if I tell you it will be the case in 20 years, yeah? So what happens is on the monthly chart, if we zoom out, we have our roughly 1, 2, 3, there's the correction based on the buying restrictions. Okay, didn't get that one right, but whatever. And we're in our wave 5 now, yeah? So like something like this, yeah. But by definition, each wave by itself is part of a bigger wave. So the moment we finish that wave 5, it will be followed by an ABC correction. But that wave 5, so from here, from 0 till wave 5, will be another wave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that wave 5 by itself will be part of another wave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. So, yeah, get a different light. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, yeah, I bought that one at Gamescom 3 years ago, before, yeah, in 2018. Yeah, kind of like was a steal. Didn't know how many batteries it needed, but I knew that I want to have something like this because it's useful for background decoration of videos and stuff like that. Yeah. But yeah, so what do we have? Do we have any? Yeah. So basically, the moment we have our first 5 waves fulfilled, it will show us another. It will be part of another wave 1. We will have a correction. Obviously, with a short squeeze, all of that will happen in like not in minutes, but in like not in months either. So it will go fast. And as mentioned before, you may not be able, like some of the candles that we see may be labeled with 2 values at the same time, because simply on that time frame you cannot distinguish it. But if you then look at the daily or weekly chart, you will be able to label it properly. And yeah, as a result, we will have a drop. And from that drop, we will be in another wave 3 that by definition will go higher. But that overall, that big wave 3 that we are in, so again, this will be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5 will be likely the top of the squeeze. And then that bigger wave here, that wave 3 here may take 10 years, 15 years to develop. And it itself will contain another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will also, again, contain other smaller waves and so on of smaller degree. So there's always a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the biggest scale you can look at. Yeah, and we've been at the 5-minute chart. How are we doing there? We could go even further because we know the wave 4 to 5 is also another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we could see if we can, I mean, it might get tricky and impossible even to do it accurately. But theoretically, what we have here could be the start of another, which would then be not blue, but let's see, wave degree. Yep, so it would be sub-minuet. Stop that. And we can project that pattern forward. And we'll need to scale again. But basically the prediction would be, based on the candles we have right now, that it goes here, here, and then ends up in here, which would kind of like align perfectly with this area. So like, I'm gonna lock in the support resistance of the predictions here as well. Which would narrow down our like perfect area as well, yeah. I don't know, no idea for AMC. Like I cannot buy AMC on eToro, so therefore I don't spend or haven't spent the amount of time that obviously went into coming up with what we did here today. Like, I mean, so I cannot tell. Like, if you really want to know if you're investing in AMC and if you're invested in AMC, and by now you see the accuracy of Elliott waves, then grab the book, start reading it until it makes sense, download the free cheat sheet from the description down below, and apply it to the charts. Yeah. And for the predicted price levels, there are chapters in the book that explain that, how you can come up with the prediction based on the points that you labeled, or you can also just sign up for Wave Basis, also link in the description. There is a 2-week free trial, and after that it's at least $50 per month. That's the plan I'm on. And yeah, like so if you invested and you really want to know, then you can figure it out like this. Yeah. Now our labeling here would be wrong. So this high here is 174. If 0.37, they go to the same 175.8. Okay. And that one here is 174. So that one still isn't higher as this, which makes this 0.1 still okay. And here it actually breaks now. So that's now 175, and here it's 175.08. Yeah, going to be close. If that moves higher, we have to relabel this part here. Yeah, otherwise it would just move this here, which would move this here, which would move our wave 5 out, which obviously doesn't make a lot of sense, which likely means that this here 175.068, 175.08, so 0.8 is still higher. Yeah. There we go. Now we are, no, still 0.68. Like, can you see if we go higher here? Could also be, as mentioned before, sometimes we don't hit the area precisely like we had here. So it could also be that we already are at the end of this point. Yeah, so that this here is already our, basically our wave 2 ends here. Yeah. Then I would have to check how I can relabel this part here to fulfill the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it would be possible that this is already the end. We will see that with another 1, 2 candles. Yeah. Actually likely the case because this one here has the low at 176. And here we are already at 177. So this one here is already not accurate anymore. So it's more likely that we have this here, 3, which predicts this here as wave 4, and wave number 5, and then we can get rid of that red prediction here because that's then something totally different pattern, and which would mean we didn't hit our predicted green area for wave number C, but it's not finished yet, but just based on what's happening right now, I would adjust it like this, and like this, it would say that from here on out, we have our project pattern forward, our wave, yeah, I'm not going to get there, it's like too far out. But this is now our wave 3, and we could gonna hide the predicted levels here again, support resistance, support resistance, support resistance. And that's again why you shouldn't necessarily try to trade the swings, because you might have sold up there, but you might have missed the buy here because it didn't go into the green area. And which means the next thing here would be that we have another 1, 2, and that's still a work in progress. So first of all, the wave degree would again be minuet, so like the same subwave as the blue one. No, actually not, it would be the green one, because that was the ABC pattern, so like minor, yeah. And we're gonna lock in the prediction for wave number 3, and we'll have to see. So it could be that we get wave number 3, wave number 4, but it's also possible that our 1, 2 can be adjusted and so on, yeah. And it's still possible that we will still see a drop here, then we would have to readjust this part. But based on what's happening right now, the most logical scenario would be that we actually reached our bottom here. We at least got into the orange area and we got close to the predicted green area. Yeah. And can we check that? Yeah. I don't remember if I recall it perfectly, but the book mentions something from when a fifth wave ends with a bigger fifth wave, something like that. Yeah. So what we have here, that then the retracement is to around wave number 4, so somewhere here, if I'm looking at the right one. And if we look here, it kind of like matches up, so it doesn't go all the way to wave number 4, but it still matches up. So yes, the chart is similar, but Charles, we looked earlier, like, I mean, the problem is, I think the main difference is if we look from the monthly chart, that GameStop initially went up, then down last year with COVID, and now up again. And if we look at AMC, ever since their IPO, they are going more or less down. Yeah, so it's kind of like, for me, it's difficult to find the biggest wave degree there. Yeah. We still have 1.5 hours left. Assuming that this pattern here is correct, we would likely see the $200 area again, like maybe even today. So we can predict or project the whole pattern forward to see a little bit more. Now another thing, so we always say that like one wave by itself or each wave contains waves and is part of a bigger wave and so on, yeah. And obviously this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 doesn't go all the way the orange line goes, which means if this is how it plays out, that would be the one of another wave, yeah. So hope that makes sense, yeah. But like overall, like, well, yeah, we can argue, or somebody could argue, that the prediction here didn't hit and the prediction here didn't hit. Already 1 hour after market open, we had the prediction for this orange area and it hit. So yeah, like doesn't get more accurate than that. But again, a reminder, that's why trading those waves, especially on the very small time frames, is not a great idea, because initially our 0.5 was here because it made sense at the time, and we would have sold at market open. We would have realized too late and missed the movement till here, and we would have only noticed our mistake here, and basically, luckily enough, maybe we would have then set our buy order here and it would not trigger, so we would have sold here and then eventually would be able to enter the market once we have that 1, 2, 3 confirmed again. And in the end, we would have just risked missing an upward movement, because our, again, entry point might be not much better than, or our re-entry point might likely be not much better than what we sold for. So looking at all those small time frames really just serves the purpose to provide you with enough visual proof and real-time proof about the accuracy of Elliott waves, and then basically allow you to lean back and look at the hourly chart and the overall prediction that we have here, where again, today, everything we're looking at on the 5-minute chart is just a small area here, yeah? Don't pay attention to the dates that are at the bottom, because that's just me randomly dragging things to a position that it looks okay, yeah? But still, today we only focused on this small area here to show you on a time scale, where we have noticeable movements, so the 5-minute time frame, how accurate the predictions are. How do you know something went wrong in prediction? Instead of going retrace from 10K to 7K, would go to 5K? At what point would you think? Well, I don't need to. Like, how do I know? It's when a pattern doesn't work out. Like, there are rules. So like, read the book, look at the cheat sheet, so you see rules. One of the rules is that wave number 4 cannot retrace into that wave number 1 here, yeah, which was the case, like we had it labeled before. With that upward movement, our labeling didn't fulfill the rules anymore, so I need to label it differently so it adds up again. And we already reached that area, so the most likely scenario is that this is how it is, like that here our wave 2 ends, and with that we basically have our 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah? And as you can see, based on the smaller degree, we see our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Could be that this actually is our 3 already, which it's like work on development if we look at that very small time frame. But how I know something is wrong is when I cannot apply the rules anymore. Like again, like so our wave 2 is a corrective wave. If you look at the cheat sheet, you know that this will be a sideways movement or an ABC pattern, if I'm not mistaken. No, it can be any correction, but not a triangle, yeah? So if we then look at the percentages, we see that it's very likely an ABC. And if we look at the cheat sheet for the ABC, we know that wave A is often, or most often, another impulse, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wave B, so this wave here is another ABC, and wave C is another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So basically, I apply the waves based on what makes sense, and then I confirm them by making sure that the right waves fit in between them without violating any of the rules. Like, we have to check here, the low is 200.05. The high here is 199, so this is not a rule violation because that wave 4 doesn't go into wave 1, so that pattern fits. And because that pattern fits, it confirms that this is our wave A. Because this pattern fits, it confirms wave B, and so on. And so only for the most recent part, we are kind of like making adjustments as we go. And only once we have a certain amount of candles, then we basically see our projection is right. Yeah. But all of what we're doing here is something I wouldn't do. I wouldn't spend my day doing that and then trying to, okay, I'm going to sell here, I'm going to buy there. Like, that's a job. I don't want to have a job. I want to use my time the way I like. Yeah. So it's really just serving to show you like the one wave within another wave within another wave, how they are used to confirm each other, and then basically also to show you, okay, based on the accuracy that you see in this small prediction and the accuracy you saw before from the prediction that in my original post that we will drop down here, that you can basically lean back and assume that the prediction of this price area and this price area and what comes after it are also highly accurate. Yeah, like especially with the two confirmed here, which we will achieve, actually already achieved, we can already consider this price area, or I already consider this price area something confirmed. The price may shoot higher, which may then also move the area for our wave 4. It may fall a little bit short, yeah, but somewhere around that area, it's already where our wave 3 will end. And within that, again, we will have another 1, 2, and we already have the 2 now with our low, 3, 4, 5, yeah. And yeah, so that's how I know. Like, I just follow the rules. That I have this cheat sheet for half a year already, yeah. And I mean, it may sound ridiculous, but until a month ago, I didn't notice the percentage tables that tell me with what likelihood to expect what kind of subwave and so on, yeah. So, but this cheat sheet is the most powerful piece of paper once you covered at least chapter 1 of Elliott wave principle to understand the basics behind it, yeah. And combined with wave basis, the service we are using here, that automatically makes the price level predictions also following Elliott wave theory, yeah. So you just have to label them right and the price predictions show up. It's like the most powerful thing, yeah. So blow it up. So we're starting the upward wave now and we've bottomed out. Yes, that's my assumption actually, that we could already, theoretically could already be like this, which would, because obviously the bigger wave 3, as you see, goes up there, which would make this whole movement here, so what I'm doing in green here right now, should actually not be green, but should be red, and would be another wave 1, and then wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, blah, 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 and so on. So like you have so many waves within waves until things follow all the rules everywhere on each level, yeah? So there might still be the possibility that we are wrong with the labeling here. If I don't know, label it somewhere in a way that I say 1, 2, but then it will not add up with the prediction because then 3 would be somewhere here, 4 here, and 5 would be way below the orange area, yeah? But if we consider it this way, we hit our orange area, just our predicted area for the B to C correction did not hit fully, and our 1, 2, if you look here, the predicted area for 2 is hit, the predicted area for 3 is hit, the predicted area for 4 is hit, and our predicted area for wave number 5 got exceeded. Yeah, so, and overall it still fits. It fulfills the requirement that wave B here contains another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we wanted to, we could go on a lower time scale or time frame, which is hard since we're already on the 5-minute one, and see if we can fit another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to confirm this wave 2 here and so on, yeah. But to me here, it already looks like that's what we're looking at. So from here, we're now going up to here. We might go a little lower here, yeah, so it could be possible that this candle here gets a little lower, which will then adjust the prediction for wave number 5, yeah. So, but we cannot go too low because the highest point we have on wave number 1 is 175.8, so that point cannot go lower, and our low here is 177, so there's not much wiggle room. If we go lower here, then it means we didn't label this part here right, and we have to relabel that. Yeah, need to switch power source to the other Mac. I will watch the, Okay, is the Elliott wave principle taught in school so general public can learn about them? I think it's a hidden secret. I think it's something, it falls in the category where people will be like, if that were true, everybody would do it, and then they don't bother to do the research to confirm it. Yeah. And I also think one of the problems is, in order to be a good trader, in my opinion, you have to be very self-confident, which means you have to be a dick. Yeah, to some extent, because you're convinced of your opinion. That's why you buy a stock, that's why you can handle the swings and so on, which means by definition you think what you're doing is already the best way to do it, and you might be not willing to learn something new, especially if you don't believe that it's possible to predict something. Yeah, but yeah, I will watch this video at least 3 times. Oh my god, that's going to be a whole weekend because the stream is already 6 hours long and we still have 1 hour to go. But if you do, thank you so much. Yeah, better like read the book, use the cheat sheet, and then I don't know, like just watch parts of the video, the parts where we label fresh things or make adjustments. Yeah. So we know this works. At the end of the day, we should hit those targets of 1,500. No, not at the end of the day. Like we don't go to 1,500 today. Like, I mean, unless you mean at the end of the day by like at the end somehow, yeah. But basically you see we're in this 1, 2, and then there will be a 3, 4, 5, and that 1 was like already 1 day and 1 hour. Today that wave 2 is a whole day that we basically spent on it, assuming that we label it right. Our wave 3 could be another entire day or more. So like it could be longer, yeah, like it could really be longer because while this happened to be 1 day and this now happens to be 1 day, it could be that this here till we get here is a whole week. Yeah, don't focus on the time, focus on the price levels, not on the time. And doesn't adjusting your prediction to fit the data somewhat become a self-fulfilling prophecy? Your prediction is we would end down by... No, like you're taking things out of context here. I said like that the prediction is that we will go down here, that I don't know when it will happen, so that it could be that it works out, it will end here by the end of the day. But the prediction ever since, so at market open, the prediction was that this will happen, that we will go down here. And then the only adjustment we made is to fulfill the requirements of Elliott waves within the first hour of market open, is that we adjusted our wave here. So our wave 5s that used to be here went here to fulfill the requirements. And ever since 1 hour after market open, our prediction has been that we will have a correction into this orange area. And since then, we just worked on smaller wave patterns to confirm and show the accuracy of that prediction. And when asked about the price at market close, I mentioned that we might end up here because I guessed that it will work out with the candles, but it was already clear way before that once we hit that point, I actually expected that we might see the green area as well, that it confirms both, yeah. But once we are in that area, that it will be the end of wave number 2 and we'll start wave number 3, and wave number 3 goes upwards. And I can only say it for the 100th time, it doesn't matter what happens today, what happens tomorrow, what happens in 3 weeks from now, in 5 minutes from now or so. What matters is that the price levels that get predicted with Elliott waves are highly accurate. And then it really is irrelevant if we see 1,500 or if we close at 170 or whatever, as long as it follows the predicted price levels to confirm that the prediction that we have here with the next stop for wave 3 around 1,500 per share will also be highly accurate because of all the patterns that we confirmed just today. And all the adjustments that we are making are basically always on sub levels. Yeah, like we didn't change anything from that prediction here. Like from here on out, that prediction stood the whole day starting at, what was it, like an hour after market open. That's the point where we came to that prediction. So an hour after market open, we already knew that we will have a correction down to this level, and it is confirmed. So it's not self-fulfilling prophecy. It's simply when we then look at the sub-waves, so again, because that here is a wave 2, it consists of a corrective pattern, which in most cases is a zigzag. So we have our ABC zigzag here, and we map that out as we go. The zigzag itself contains of an impulse, another zigzag, and another impulse. And the only adjustment we made here is then to basically make sure that we have the right pattern in here. So, But even at this point, like while the prediction of the zigzag would be the green area, and it would be nice if we would hit it, I also mentioned multiple times during the stream that not always will we hit the target. Not always we hit on spot, like here where we fell short, or like in other cases where we exceeded our target. Like here we hit, it exceeded the wave 3 target and so on, but they are highly accurate overall. If we look at since yesterday's prediction, we had our wave 1 predicting wave 2, barely missing it, yeah. Wave 2 predicting wave 3 on spot, wave 3 predicting wave 4 almost perfectly, wave 4 predicting wave 5 too short, but still overall predicting the right direction and the right movement. Within that wave, we have our wave 1 predicting wave 2 predicting wave 3 predicting wave 4, wave 4 predicting wave 5 too short, but in 9 out of 10 cases or so, and that's on a 5-minute chart where we have like more movements, but like we cannot go much lower to confirm further. 9 out of 10 cases we hit the predicted price area precisely on spot, yeah, and it's predicted, it's not like created later. In case you missed that part, if I move that 1 here, the predicted area also moves with it, because the prediction here is not made based on candles that follow, so all those candles that are after this point 1 are irrelevant for this predicted area, because the prediction is only made based on point 0 and point 1. Yeah, if I change that point 0, you see it moves the area. If I change point 1, it moves the area, but whatever I change here, it doesn't affect the prediction. So it's not self-fulfilling or something like that. It's literally we already, based on the bigger degree of the wave, already have our predicted area. We are only mapping out the smaller degrees to confirm our waves, and on top of that to maybe get a more accurate and narrowed down prediction, a more granular prediction. Yeah, so time frame doesn't matter. Yeah, time frame only matters because if we get on bigger time frames, we don't see enough candles to confirm. So we need to jump on smaller time frames to be able to see enough candles to fit our patterns in there. Because obviously if we would look at a, I don't know, hourly time frame, we would have, how many? 12 candles in one candle. So obviously there on one candle, we cannot draw all of that. Yeah? And blah, blah, blah. He was saying the bottom of wave 5 would be somewhere in the orange box. Actually, it's wave 2. Wave 2, so 1, 2. Yeah, but the bottom of wave 5, yeah, of that blue 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that we tried to map out here. Yeah, true. So it's like that's where the degrees come into place. That's the biggest benefit of wave bases, because you see all those waves labeled here that we can just right click and set the wave degree. So like from the biggest wave to the smallest wave, so we can still keep track of what's going on. Yeah. And yeah, not necessarily end of day. Yeah, and James, like I'm not offended or anything. Like I just want to make it clear so that it's that's the whole reason for today's live stream. Because some people, when I share screenshots like this, somehow believe that it's that predicted price areas here are based on past data, so that I put them in there after the candles happened. Yeah, but like the price areas predicted here, I can even show you that. Yeah, I mean I just did, but like show you that on the. Was that on the, I think it was this one here, yeah. So the moment I have this 0, we're gonna delete that here, yeah. So I'm gonna delete that, I'm gonna show you how that works, yeah. So delete pattern. And when I go here and I mark this one as my point 0, yeah, picked and my point 1, yeah. So now I'm pressing escape so it doesn't do anything else, and I move the point 0 to the right candle, yeah. Now the moment I hover this here, it already tells me the predicted area for price 2. And it's irrelevant what candles I already see here, because the prediction is simply based on that 0 and that 1. And once I have that point 2, it predicts my area of point C, or of point 3. So it's like literally based on only the wave that you already created, it predicts you where the next point of the wave should be. The only thing you have to figure out is what wave we're in. Yeah, so like, let's see if I can, went too far back. Yeah, oh no, that didn't went. Yeah, I think that's it, yeah, so. No, actually, so, and that's where we're adjusting our labeling. Like now we're gonna do the same thing again. I just, gonna hide the wave lines of here. So we know, or we now assume that this is the endpoint of our wave 2 based on the fact that we hit one price target, we barely missed the second price target, yeah. And we start to label because we know our wave 3 is another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we start to label 1, 2, it predicts 3, but the low here goes below the one here, which means this would be a rule violation, which means what we have labeled here in green is not accurate. So we can move some stuff here, which means it's more likely that it's something like this, 1, 2, and the next point would be here, 3, 4, 5. And again, like while we are making adjustments here to fulfill the requirements, it does not move the predicted price target that we have somewhere up at, I don't know, 2000 or something. Like, let's lock resistance up. Okay, now the next one here, so from this subwave will be at 300 something. That's the next wave we're working towards. And obviously this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 doesn't get us to that price level, which likely makes us another wave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah? And so the adjustments that we make are just to make sure that we don't break any rules, yeah? Because every new candle basically either helps us confirm that what we made here is correct, or it shows us that this green stuff that we made here is incorrect. Yeah? But overall, we can already be fairly certain based on this movement here that we are already beyond our wave number 2 and we will not go in that orange area anymore. Yeah? Or we shouldn't go because like the lowest point, or that we will not go below the point 0, and point 0 would be the low at 163.37. Yeah? And the moment we have a wave 3 confirmed, we know that we shouldn't go below the point of 182. Yeah? And yeah, I thought that you meant that. Yeah, so no problem. Looks like ABC up in 1. Yeah, but that cannot be because if we look at the cheat sheet, wave number 1 is either an impulse or a leading diagonal. Yeah, so wave number 1 is either another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or it's a leading diagonal, which is also a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just slightly different in terms of the requirements between the waves. Yeah, so all the corrective patterns that you have, like the zigzags, double zigzags, sideways, triangles and stuff like that, only occur in corrective waves, so like in wave 2 or wave 4, whereas triangles can only happen in wave 4 and not in wave 2, so could only be here. Yeah, and yeah, we are in wave 3 here, so like in the bigger wave 3, yeah, of this degree, and it could be that this is our wave 3, but theoretically there's still a little room so because our 0 is the highest point of our 0 is, or actually the lowest point of our 0 is 163.37, so theoretically there's still the chance that the price drops to 163.38, so it just cannot go lower than 0, than our point 0, to still make it a wave 2. But it looks like this is our 1, 2, and that will be our wave 3. And yeah, like what else do we have here? Not necessarily. Looks like ABC up in 1. I don't know, but I'm like scared. Let's try the 1 minute chart. Oh yeah, we're on 1 month, because before it froze everything when we used that. So yeah, we had a small gap up, but they're like on the 1 minute chart. I think gaps are very common. Like if you look here, from here to here, from here to here, yeah, it's just becomes like you could still use it and label it, but it just becomes too jumpy. Yeah, cancel that Webull being lame. Yeah, like I'm not using Webull. I haven't tried them. I'm not sure if they're available to me. I actually would love to have a broker that integrates with TradingView, the iView. But none available in Germany that I found, so that basically you can work in TradingView and execute your trades from here directly. Yeah, but yeah, nothing there yet. And eToro, as mentioned, is like, yeah, not great in my opinion when it comes to labeling. So, and Wave Basis just has amazing features for Elliott waves. So I'm curious, think or swim, Webull, and now learning Wavebase is just curious what I think one of the most popular things is TradingView. Like TradingView is actually great because they also like on the web, I don't know if you know them, but like if first of all they show you the pre-market and after-hour prices in the chart if you want to, and on the website you have ideas. So if we look for example for GameStop, then you see and you go to ideas, then people can publicly say what they think. Yeah, so somebody said this here, pitchfork pattern. And what's great with the ideas is, I mean, that one is from 25th of March, so not that old. And you also see that he labels it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, and says sell at 5,000, but yeah. And limit order at 117, but there we already have 100. The low here was 100, yeah. Like that's after the fact. But the funny thing here is that in a month from now, you can still open that idea and press the play button, and it will show you what actually happened. Yeah. And once you publish an idea, you cannot remove it. So it's not that I can just leave my winning ideas publicly and my losing ideas I delete. So TradingView really, really great, yeah, in my opinion, for doing stuff. But for Elliott waves, Wavebase simply has like more features in that direction. And I checked Fidelity, but when I tried to sign up, they want my social security number. And since I'm like having a residency in Ukraine, which is obviously for US brokers not possible because of sanctions against Ukraine, and another residency in Germany, which works, but also not for US brokers, but at least they have more selection. So I haven't found anybody I can use. So like TOS, haven't heard of them, terms of service. There is one other trading, Republic in Germany, but they only have a mobile app as far as I figured out so far. And they refuse to accept my proof of address right now. And because they only have a mobile app, I didn't pursue that further. And looks like we're starting wave 3. Yeah, I already mentioned potentially this could be wave 3. My account is with Elliott, don't know Elliott, but their charts are super. I love TradingView when it comes to the charts. Only reason why we're looking at wave bases is because of the ability to add multiple waves of different degrees and have them differently colored to keep or to not get insane and automatically have the predicted price areas showing up. Yeah. TradingView and IG. What's IG? I mean, you're definitely not trading on Instagram, so I'm curious about that. Yeah, the TradingView idea section is great. Like, I mean, I think in the past I published in 2017 something when I was totally clueless. Yeah, so I can actually, like, no reason to hide here to show you how clueless I am, and that obviously, like, everything you're learning here comes from a maniac. Profile and oh yeah, there. So like that was my idea for Bitcoin. Being an idiot like most people, it's gonna go up, yeah. That's what happened. I mean, I was partially right till here, yeah. So kind of like almost. And that was my idea for Litecoin. You can guess that I had Litecoin. Okay, the data is not available anymore. Unfortunately for me, I would say. And then that was my Tesla prediction, which unfortunately doesn't replay properly because of the stock split. So the stock split ruins the forward play. But if you look very closely, I mean, I got the time wrong, but you see the upward movement, the downward movement, or no, that actually was to 2000. I don't know, but it worked out quite well. So we actually touched down on this point here and so on. So. But yeah, and then for Twilio, that's where I tried to predict the zigzag, but there I got it right, but not that right. So you see like the movement overall was correct, but it went a little bit further, which moved up point A, moved up point B, and point C didn't go as far as I thought it would. So, but yeah, but the idea section is definitely great. Like you can look at what other people think will happen, and yeah. Now you see we're not in wave 3, we had a gap down here which makes this the lower point, which actually, oh no, we're still within the requirements here, so it could be like this. There's also the small chance that we acted too fast with changing the wave 3 down here. I mean, we theoretically could label something like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 might go into the orange area again. We'll see. In any case, even if we are currently wrong with what we are doing here, we still know that the predicted area here in orange, maybe it goes down till here because what we're currently doing here is not adding up. Yeah. But we still know that this is the area where we expect to start our wave 3 where we go up again. So TD Emery trade, yeah, that's also not available for me. I think I checked. Yeah, trading view idea section, blah blah blah. Odds I'll be able to get a new Tesla Roadster from this. Well, depends how many shares you have and what Tesla costs. Yeah, think or swim. Okay. 100% LG trading web and app. EG gives free trading view license. Cool. Yesterday you predicted 120 bot, which was almost spot on. That was actually older. That prediction. No, I didn't predict 120. I predicted 130 to 100 something, and said I would expect 140 because it would close the gap. That was the prediction we made in, not in here, but in here, and the prediction we already made in 9 days ago, 10 days ago, it says here, on the 16th of March, the prediction was that we will likely go here. And we went a little further, it went to 120, yeah, but it closed the gap, and yeah, so nothing here self-fulfilling, just have to map out the candles to get to the, or map out the chart or the waves to get to the most accurate prediction, yeah. And I don't know, like, you know, depends where you live. If you live on the Philippines, last I was there, you could buy a small house for like 35,000 euros. So honestly, like, in my opinion, and please don't get it the wrong way, but if you use the profits that you make from Tesla to buy some stuff and even an apartment, you're doing it wrong. Yeah, like, unless in my opinion, you should be able to live from your cash flow. So instead of, if you buy an apartment, you may save a couple $100 per month in rent or a couple thousand, but you still have utility bills, and you just took money that you could invest and get more profits from it to just buy something that doesn't generate money for you. Like Think and Grow Rich from Robert Kiyosaki is a great book about liabilities and assets and teaching the basic differences in thinking that most employees have versus most entrepreneurs. Yeah, and yeah, like he focuses a lot on real estate, but overall the idea to like focus on building assets and not liabilities. A car is a liability. Even if you pay it, you still have to maintain it, new tires and so on, blah blah blah. And I don't know, like, it's a funny thing. Like, so we live in Ukraine, in Kiev, and most of our acquaintances are actually wondering why we don't have a car. Yeah, and like, we have our office in our apartment, so we don't have to leave our apartment very often. And if we take a Uber here, one ride costs us like $4 or $5. And again, we don't have to do that very often because we also have delivery services from supermarkets and so on, and a supermarket in the house and whatnot. Yeah. But people wonder why we don't have a car, and some people consider or think we might not be successful or might not be doing well financially because we don't have a car, when in fact they are spending money on cars that they can barely afford or maybe afford to, for whatever reason, and that they don't really need because many of them are also working in home office, instead of using that money to build more wealth. Yeah, so no matter how the GameStop thing ends for you, yeah, I mean, you already mentioned that you will invest back almost everything. I think treat yourself with some of the money, definitely, yeah, like, but think long term. Think like if you make, and you already said that you will, but for everybody else watching, if you make a few more sacrifices now, not buying a new iPhone. I love an Xbox, but I'm not buying the new one, yeah, like, because I don't have one right now and I would love to, and I could easily afford it, but I'm not doing it because first of all, it will take up some of the time that I could use with either being productive or with reading something. And second of all, it's money that I cannot use in another way to invest. Yeah. So consider making a few sacrifices. You don't have to sacrifice everything and don't spend any money on things you enjoy or something like that. But making a few sacrifices along the way so that in a 5 years, 10 years, maybe 15 years, you can already retire or work only part-time, where everyone else that you know will still have to work another 10, 20, 30 years. Yeah. So, and do we have a new low here? Yeah, so that's our new low, and maybe that's how it will go. And downside of this, also an upside, is that I don't need to watch the charts like a madman all day. Watching this all day is so reassuring. I'm all for Elliott waves now. That's the sole purpose of the stream. Like literally, as much as I really enjoy the conversation. I really do, yeah. But obviously, streaming for now 6 hours straight with like only one short break is like exhausting on the voice. I would have other things that I could do, and even if it's just cuddling with my wife or reading a book or something. But I see the power of Elliott waves. I see that. I also see the benefit that it helps me get audiences on this YouTube channel and blah 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 and so on. But overall, the main reason is really to show everyone like how accurate those waves are. And it's again I mentioned that I'm so lazy that I'm willing to do more right now, so I can retire early and don't have to do anything if I don't want. Yeah. And this life is pretty much the same thing. You know, like I post something on Reddit, and then I see people in the comments, oh, you're just predicting on old data, so kind of like everybody can paint on old candles, yeah, or on existing candles and so on. And how accurate is it? Does it apply in GameStop? Doing this live, although it's very, very long, I get that, yeah, but showing in real time how it works, how accurate it is, and while we have to make adjustments along the way to fulfill the requirements, our overall prediction that's already there for the last 5 hours came true, yeah, saves me time in the long run, because the next comment on Reddit, I can just say, check out this video, yeah. I know it's long, but just skim through it and you will find the part that answers your question. So it's again just showing how lazy I am, yeah, like kind of like long-term lazy. I live where the housing market is. You live, you mean, where the housing market is. I don't know where the housing market is the most expensive in the world. No idea. Probably New York or something like that. I think you mentioned that earlier, or it was somebody else. I'm sorry if I cannot keep track. But yeah, like investing almost everything back. I'm off now. Thank you. Only Angora, thank you very much for being here for much of the stream. It's been my pleasure. Yeah. Hold. And we'll see you at the end of wave number 5 on the biggest scale. Car is never my priority and never will be. Maybe invest in rental property, but where I live, 4-bedroom flat cost minimum. Yeah, but you shouldn't forget, you know, like there's good debt and there's bad debt, for good debt and bad debt. Like for example, if you have $1 million, no matter where you have it from, yeah, and you buy an apartment and you spend that $1 million, you're in my opinion an idiot. Yeah, because you had $1 million in cash and now you have nothing, but you have an apartment and maybe that apartment pays you in rent. However, if you have $1 million and you find the right bank, you can invest that $1 million in some way. You cannot gamble it in super volatile stocks, but you may be able to put it in a fund that has some decent performance and take a loan for the apartment. Rent out the apartments, hopefully the rents pay the loan. And even if they don't, you still have your money to kind of like, that makes you interest. You ideally have the rents paying the loan. In the months it doesn't, you might be able to take some of the profits from the fund to pay the loan and so on. And after 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, the loan of the apartments is paid off. The apartments are worth more than the 1 million that you paid for. And the 1 million that you had is also not 1 million anymore, but maybe 2 or 3 million with all the interest. Yeah, so kind of like debt is not always bad. But personally, for example, like I used to have debt, credit card debt and all of that, and I'm still using credit cards heavily. Like I have like a Platinum American Express and a frequent flyer from Miles and More, and one from Amazon and some other cards and so on. But basically I'm paying them all instantly, and I'm only using them for cashback and other boni that I get to make even more money. So if I would take up debt, I would make sure that I already have the money to pay that debt at any time. So that when you go to bed at night, and that's like the beauty, when you don't have debt, you don't have like a monthly payment for your iPhone, your MacBook, your TV, your furniture, stuff like that. And like I know that, I don't know, like if everything goes south, everything like all the computers, phones, lights, studio equipment we have, everything is paid, yeah. We don't own the apartment, we pay rent here, okay, but if everything goes south, I can move in my grandma's house theoretically, yeah, and live there, sell all the stuff I don't need, make it to cash. I don't have monthly payments then, yeah, like other than health insurance and some stuff, yeah. But so if you're debt free, best life ever. And if you take up debt, then make sure that on the other hand you have the same amount of money already somewhere lying around or invested ideally, yeah. And yeah, the goal is to make money work in every way possible, but not only money, but other things as well. Like I mentioned, this YouTube channel, like I'm sharing information with you guys, but you guys currently help me reach the watch time requirement to become a YouTube partner on this channel to in the future also make a few dollars from YouTube here. On the other hand, the few people that watch the stream will see the link to my eToro profile, might sign up for eToro. Like the disclaimer in the description says, it's an affiliate link, so if they sign up, I might get commission from eToro. If they copy me on eToro, make more money there and blah, 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 and so on. Like multiple income streams, and combine whatever you can, and that makes sense combining, yeah. And I dig a lot of stuff about investing, but man, Elliott Wave is an eye-opener for me. I was digging for something that reflects human behavior and market, and this is it. Yeah, sorry for my no problem with the spelling. Thankfully I don't have to type. I can just talk, so you don't hear the spelling. Yeah. But yeah, for me, Elliott Wave as well. As mentioned earlier, like a former client with broken German skills mentioned it to me, didn't know it was Elliott Waves, and just told me, it's simple, wave 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like I really didn't understand anything. So I get it from the side for people that hear it for the first time, that it's completely overwhelming. How can that be, and how does it work, and so on. And yeah, like for me, it's the one thing I trust. Like I follow other things, I read other due diligence, I read new stuff and so on, but Elliott Waves are the things I trust, yeah. And blah, blah, blah. Thank you so much. I understand Elliott Waves now. Perfect. Don't forget to grab your free cheat sheet, yeah, because that really contains all the requirements for all the waves. And live Swiss. Yeah, so you're not that far off. I grew up in Villach, or actually in Villach, Klagenfurt, and St. Veit, so in the southern parts of Carinthia in Austria. So you're not that far away, yeah. Like when it comes to Swiss, I can quote a friend of mine, and we'll have to translate it from German, but it goes somewhere in the way, what God separated with mountains, man should not connect with tunnels. Yeah, I mean, don't have anything against Swiss. Have a few friends there, but I think that quote is just funny. Yeah. Is the essential Elliott Wave collection worth, or just the Elliott Wave principle? What's the difference? Like my book says Elliott Wave principle. The book, the black one, blue one. Yeah, colorblind. Blue one, that one. That's already so many grown-up words that I hardly understand, yeah, and probably more than enough, and you probably end up reading it a couple of times before it fully makes sense. But you can already use it before that, yeah. So like I also am not fully understanding everything in that book by now, but thanks to the cheat sheet and wave basis, we are able to come up with those great predictions for what we're doing here, yeah. So I would just grab that book. And you can read it for free online. The link down there brings you to an email opt-in where you give them your email address. They send you some marketing stuff via email, of course, where you can unsubscribe at any time, but you can then read the book for free online, so if you want to. Yeah. Power of Debt, Michael Saylor explains it well, yeah. And actually you just did it too, yeah. Man, you are underrated. Happy to discover your channel via your post on eToro. I'll keep following, keep up the good work, yeah. Have a great day, Adrian. Thanks for the nice feedback, and yeah, let's stay in touch. Like if you're also on eToro, just I don't know, like maybe we can connect on Discord or something else as well. So have a nice evening, everybody. Yeah, I'm still here. So Adrian, bye bye. Charles, let's hope we get GME attendees to be debt free. Well, I mean, obviously, you know, I cannot give financial advice, and it says down there just my opinion, not financial advice, and so on. But like looking at what we did today, no matter how long you're following the stream right now, and how accurate everything is and so on, and how accurate the previous predictions that I shared 16 days ago or so already were, yeah? Like looking at all of that, like how hard is it? I mean, I get those numbers are crazy when we look further up there, but isn't it like, doesn't it look like a sure bet based on the previous accuracy that this will come true? To me, it looks like this. If you check the description of the video, there it's mentioned Elliott Wave cheat sheet with a link to click on, and it will open the PDF on Google Drive, and you can just download it. And yeah, so like for me, it's like the only thing, government interference or buying restrictions are the only thing that we don't see this point here. And then I still consider that I don't know, like then again, Elliott waves eventually always apply. So then we might see another low and it would move that too, and eventually it would go different. But even if that doesn't come true for whatever reason, which I consider highly unlikely, because based on the accuracy that we are seeing, I expect that we'll see that happening. Yeah. But even if it doesn't, I still consider that GameStop is a solid long-term investment. So it may not be like this, but then maybe it takes GameStop, I don't know, like till a year or two to get to that price level per share. So it's like, so that's why I mean, like when you say, where was it? Let's hope we get GME attendees. By now I have zero doubt, like, and that's also why I don't mind if I watch my small 70 shares or so go down and go up again, because I'm convinced that this will play out like the way we mapped it out with Elliott waves. But that's just my opinion. So GME debt though, why would they be dead then? Like for them, like it will just basically, it will drop back around, I don't know what area. We will see that once we have wave 5 and then ABC pattern, and then we will likely trade higher. It will be likely, I don't know, like I would have to guess, and it's really a pure guess, don't quote me on that, but after the squeeze it will still be around 200 per share, so in my opinion. Yeah. There's good debt too, like a house loan for apartment. Yeah, but only if you rent it out, like you mentioned. So you say like a house loan for apartment you rent out. Yeah, that's good debt because you have that apartment work for you. But having a loan for an apartment you live in only has downsides. It ties you down. You cannot move easily if you need to or want to. And instead of paying a monthly rent, you pay a monthly loan that might be still the same or a little bit more, a little bit less than the rent. Yeah, so just gave a little back. If you didn't take it, you lose it even more. I don't know what you're trying to say with that. It just gave a little back. If you didn't take it, you lose it even more. Diamond hands to minus 98%. I don't know, like, really cannot follow what you're saying. It's slippery slope, a muddy hill, and you're sliding down and conditioned into diamonds. I'm sorry, like reading that message, in my opinion, either I don't understand what you're writing or you're an idiot. Yeah, like I'm sorry to say it like this, because if you watch the stream and you see the accuracy of what we have seen so far, if you bother to read the book, yeah, if you don't agree, it's fine, but like your messages are a complete contradiction of what we've literally seen happen in real time. Yeah, so yeah, if you don't like GameStop, if you think it will go down, then just short it or whatever, sell your shares, couldn't care less. Yeah, personally, I will not sell a single share until we reach the predicted wave 5 and I can confirm the ABC corrective pattern that follows it. And until then, every week when we have incoming cash flow from our businesses, I will buy more. Yeah, so don't disagree with me, it's fine. You know, like even if I were wrong, so if like GameStop is at $10 next week, yeah, I'm only investing money that I can afford to lose. And if it's at $10, I just keep those shares for the next 10 years. Works for me. I will still eventually look at a profit. I'm very, very convinced of that. And yeah, you get to say, oh, I told you so, and I will not care a little bit. And yeah, if you're wrong, which if you watched even a third of the stream, you see how likely it is you're wrong, then yeah, there are many people that will have a lot of money based on the GameStop investments they made, and you will just be there with holding your dick in your hand. So yeah, but yeah. Let's check. What else do we have? Question, if you took percentage of your net worth to buy a property to rent, wouldn't it be better to buy it outright? Huh? If you took a percentage of a net worth to buy property to rent, wouldn't it be better? No, because when you take a loan, the rent might pay your. Think of it this way: if you invest $10,000, you get you get interest or make profit on those $10,000. If you buy something for those $10,000 that pays you then $50 per month in rent or whatever, you can only invest the $50 per month. If you have $10,000, you take $3,000 as a down payment, you borrow the rest from the bank, you still have your $7,000 working for you, you get the rent ideally to pay the loan that you took, and therefore you still got the same asset, so you got the apartment, you don't have to pay for it because the rent covers it, and you still have most of your net worth left working for you and gaining interest. I hope this makes sense. Nice response to the Tandy Hope comment. Yeah, like no guarantees here, yeah, because obviously just my opinion, not financial advice, but that's how I will do it. It's like everything, I can confirm all the patterns, we see the accuracy, we see it in real time and so on, and like selling before I can confirm the wave 5 and expecting it not to happen just doesn't make sense at this point if I'm like literally seeing that everything works out exactly. I only came across this stuff a couple of days ago, but when you predicted the drop to one of using the waves, I knew I had to keep following up. Well, great you did. Elliott waves are snazzy, yeah, like they definitely are. And while they may seem overwhelming, and even I, in the beginning of the stream, needed a couple minutes to figure out again which wave is what degree and so on. Once you have the basics, literally, if you finish chapter 1 of the book, maybe you read it twice, and it's not that long. The whole book has like 250 pages, and there's more than one chapter inside. But if you finish chapter 1 and you use the cheat sheet, and you sign up for the free trial of Wave Basis to also get the price level predictions, you should be able to figure things out. You'll just have to like make adjustments along the way when you map out the smallest parts, yeah. And Michael Lang, much assuming and guessing in the wave count? No, not really. Like we have our monthly wave count already from, oh, that's 1 minute. But we have our monthly wave count, and there is not really assuming or guessing, which is not visible here, but it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're in wave 5. And basically wave 4 is the low that we had after the buying restrictions, which is here, which means that this here is our wave 5, which means we have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we can confirm that by mapping out this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. The only assuming that we have is when we look at really what's happening in real time right now at a ridiculous low time frame, yeah, where we can assume like that this is our point of turnaround, and where we simply have to confirm it by do we actually or can we actually fit in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here that would confirm that this is another wave 1? Yeah. So other than that, not much assuming going on. Like literally not. Like again, for maybe you didn't pay attention, maybe you haven't been there, maybe I don't know what, but 1 hour after market open today, we already had our prediction that we will reach that area. Yeah. So I don't know like how much more accuracy you need. So, and that was not an assumption, that was literally making small adjustments within the first hour to fulfill Elliott wave requirements. Like every adjustment that we make is not because Elliott waves don't apply, it's because I label things wrong because I don't yet have enough candles to confirm it. But again, 1 hour after market open with this candle, we already had the prediction for this area, and it happened here, as you can see, so it doesn't get more accurate. Yeah, slippery slope, blah, 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 yeah. Yeah, he can stay here if he wants to. I'm okay with people disagreeing. I'm really okay with opposing opinions as long as we stay on facts, yeah. I'm not saying that we will guarantee see the moon or something like that, because there's a lot of things and interference that can happen. Like I'm just here showing the accuracy of Elliott waves. And I think if I would end the stream now, I've already, with our ABC pattern here, with the prediction that we will reach this area here, I've already accomplished that goal more than once, yeah. Like, so like if somebody has like disagrees that there will be 10,000 per share or something, okay with me. Where I draw the line is then if people dispute facts. Yeah, if somebody like, I don't know, like, yeah, that's where I draw the line. So like, also I don't want to, I may sound agitated sometimes, but don't take things too personally. It's like literally, if I have to repeat myself over and over again, saying the same things, at some point it just gets like slightly annoying, which I think is understandable. Yeah, but yeah, so causing disruption, might want to boot from the stream. No, it's like fine. Now that you have a hedgy internally, I'm not sure. if he's a hedgy intern, yeah, like it may be just somebody that's still, again, when I first learned about Elliott waves, I also thought, what's that idiot talking about that told me about them, because he was not able to explain it properly. And if that our Samsung Galaxy guy friend here just jumped on the stream, things just may not make sense to him, and it may look like we labeled this part or this prediction after it already happened. Yeah, so like I understand certain things, I draw the line at other things, and I think for now it's like perfectly fine. Yeah. Question: if you rent a car for $100 a day, wouldn't it be better to just buy it outright because it will cost less than $100 a day? It depends. Again, like if you have, I don't know, like let's say we're talking about a $100,000 car and it costs you $100 per day. So 100,000 divided by 100. So you can rent it for basically almost 3 years, 1,000 days, yeah, assuming you don't get any interest. So if you have some kind of investment that pays you more than $100 per day in interest or close to $100, you might be better off with renting it. Yeah, you'll also would have to consider that if you buy a $100,000 car, the moment you turn the key, it's worth $70,000. Yeah, and then the more you drive it, it loses in value. Whereas while you paid $100 per day, it's not your problem that the car loses in value. In fact, you can literally, like rental companies in Europe, I don't know if it's in the US, but once the car reaches 15,000 kilometers, you get a new one. Yeah, so would depend on the math. Yeah, personally, when it comes, I'm a car enthusiast. Well, we don't have one, but when we go on vacations or so, we spend a lot of money on the rental car because I enjoy driving fast cars. Like so, and I don't consider it if it's that's a point where I'm not looking at is it the financially most smart decision, but where I'm willing to spend or even burn some money to have fun, to enjoy what I'm paying for. Yeah. Yeah, Samsung, thanks for saying I'm smart, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, I'm not watching Bruce, Andrews, or whoever streams, yeah, like because I'm like spending most of my time working on our own business and income streams, so cannot say anything about them. Andrew, no money, he doesn't have any. Okay, yeah, like could be, don't know, yeah, like. Okay, so we have a lot of comments that I missed. Can you keep like Samsung Galaxy, everyone else, like try to keep your comments a little write longer sentences and don't send 3-word comments because it's impossible for me to catch up. Yeah. Please also don't hate about other YouTubers here because I have no way to verify if whatever you say is true or not. So if you say you don't like another YouTuber, that's okay. Claiming he's a fraud, not okay, because unless there is solid evidence, yeah, not nice here. I know, but either way, why you're crawling in all of the streams and spread bad. If you don't like the stock, you paper hair, blah, 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 yeah. The truth is not bad. What has been proven? Nothing has been proven from what you said. You wrote something about minus 98%. All my positions are up. Pretty much all of the predictions we've made starting from the post 16 days ago, yeah, like, or 10 days ago, sorry, on the 16th of March, yeah, came true. Predicted price area came true. Got a little bit lower, but overall came true, yeah. And then from those predictions, if you know about Elliott waves, 1, 2, we go to wave number 3, blah, blah, blah. So all of them came true. That's what came true. Like none of the messages about GME that you shared so far came true. Yeah. So you say I bought when deep fucking value did, and you bought at 41, and then you sold at 270. Well, congrats. Yeah, it's great. You took profit, but that's not the end of the journey. Like I really like if you just jumped in recently and you have been lurking, maybe I don't know, grab the Elliott Wave book. Grab the cheat sheet, watch the whole stream from the beginning, and you will see that you should definitely, you might come to the conclusion that you might want to reinvest your money because this is by far not the end of the journey, in my opinion. But yeah, you may disagree with that, fine. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, I'm gonna say this one more time. Yeah, like, I have, with some parts I have to agree, you know, like short selling regulation or restrictions, stimulus, quad-witching by the dip and so on. The problem is that people are looking for a date. Yeah, people are constantly, when will it happen? Yeah, and I agree that that part is not okay. Yeah, like to provide people with an estimated date, because we don't know the date, and every time there would be an expected date, it's just the perfect day for short sellers. Like, let's assume the stock is overly shorted and so on. Let assume that. Yeah. I'm not basing my predictions based on any short interest. I'm simply following Elliott waves, and my predictions for the last, since I started posting, just check it up and you see all of them came true, all the price levels hit. Yeah. And so like, but let's assume that it is the case and there are hedge funds interns that message people to sell and so on and whatever. Yeah. Then obviously every time a date is announced, it would be in the biggest interest of short sellers to make sure that on that date the price goes down, to prove people wrong. Yeah. But I don't care about all that. All I care about is that if I look on the monthly chart, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're in wave 5. If I look on the hourly chart, even with the buying restrictions that caused us to reach a lower low here, I can still see the patterns. Here is 0.4, wave 5. Once we had our first wave confirmed in here, I predicted the area here. It got a little lower, but overall it hit. Once we had that area here, yesterday I didn't stream it, but I shared it in the post pretty much as it happened. I mapped out that whole process here in real time, and almost every price area hit. Today, for the first hour of the day, we were a little bit wrong with our labeling here. Once we fixed that, we had our predicted target here, which again hit. So I don't know how much more proof there is. Anyway, yeah, so stop acknowledging the dicks. Yeah, like I think there's a fine line, you know, like I think it's also, I think there's some things, like, while I don't agree with his belief that it's over and basically he sold and he took his profit, and in my opinion he will regret selling because it will go way, way further than where he sold it. But first of all, we already said that taking some profit along the way, why not? Even if nobody of us sells, if Elliott waves are true, yeah, and if they apply, we will still have up and down movements, because if you don't sell, then some computer algorithm triggers a sell order and blah, blah, blah. So taking some profits if you want, why not? Yeah, I'm not going to judge anybody for doing that. Yeah, like everybody invests their own money, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, like trying to follow up here. Please keep it friendly, by the way. Yeah, like where was that message now? Yeah, so it's like getting impossible to catch up. So we had, you're right, many people buy at 210, 212, but at the end of the day, it's everybody's own responsibility to do their own research. If somebody just tells you, like, you should buy that because it will go to the moon, and you buy, you're an idiot. Yeah, like, sorry to say it, but you have to, like, and that's even, I agree that this is even a problem, because if people buy and they don't understand why they are buying and what's supposed to happen, those are also the people that then sell at the loss. Yeah, and that helps nobody. So they bought high, they sell at the loss, and they then, oh, I lost money on GameStop. Yeah, but if people do their research, if you basically do your research either by trusting Elliott waves or what other strategy you're following, and you then see what's happening and what to expect. Like, I'm quite sure if, I don't know, if we would have had a live yesterday where I would have already, yesterday at close it looked like this. So the prediction yesterday at close would have been that we'll likely go into this area here. Then only today at the open we figured out that that was not the end of wave 5, that we're actually here, and so on. And if people would have known that, first of all, they wouldn't have bought here, but there would still be enough people that don't know it and that still buy here, or computer algorithms that trade and so on. And eventually people would have bought here, or if they bought here, they would be, okay, it goes down here, but it will go up again. So yeah, whatever. Learn a lot so far, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Again, please clip or keep it friendly. Just wondering, do you stream every weekday? No, I hardly ever stream at all. Like, the reason for the stream is simply to save me time to answer a million comments on Reddit for people that think that the price prediction here is like based on future candles labeling the past. But basically, if you skip back in the stream, you can actually, if you watch the first 2 hours of the stream, you see that we have this orange block here already since the whole stream today. And it's really today just to show the accuracy of Elliott waves. So that's why we also mapped out all of those waves in real time. Yeah, like along the way, I mislabeled some things and we had to make some adjustments, but those are human errors, me assuming that it's something when it's something else. But basically to show that the requirements that are summarized on the cheat sheet in the book, like, this is the last warning for you, Samsung Galaxy. Yeah, it's okay if you agree that, or if you disagree and think that GameStop will not go up again, but then that's your opinion, and you also have to accept the opposite opinion of other people. If you cannot do that, you're just gonna disappear from the stream real quick. Yeah. And yeah, so basically I just did this stream today to really provide or save me time from answering comments, because I can just tell people check out the video, yeah, and then they can check out parts of it and see, and they can jump through that 8-hour stream recording and see how accurate the prediction is and how it develops. Yeah, so blah blah blah. When you spot a new wave where you would, I don't set stop losses. Like, I hardly ever do, really hardly ever, because if I don't invest money I cannot afford to lose, and I don't invest everything at once, but I invested in, I don't know what's the right word, but in segments. So basically, if I wouldn't have already had shares, I would not have set a one buy order at 140, but I would have started a little higher and would likely also have one at 130 or slightly below to basically ease into the position. Yeah, and I only invest basically, I don't know, I know stocks don't always go up and it could go down, but in my opinion, unless a company declares bankruptcy, the value of their stock will eventually reach a new high. Not because the company becomes more valuable, but simply because over time, based on inflation, the stock price has to become higher. Yeah, that may not make sense or sound reasonable, but that's just how I do things. However, when you use Elliott waves, you also see the red lines here. Those are the stop loss levels that you could use. Yeah, but they only make sense once you have your wave confirmed. So, because initially, again, at the beginning of the stream, we figured this would be our wave 5. So here, or wave 1 ends here. And we would have sold, if we would short sell, with a stop loss here. And 10 minutes later, we would have hit our stop loss. And then we would have worked on adjusting this, blah, blah, blah. And then roughly, oops, I moved the wrong one. That one still goes back here. And that one goes up here, yeah. And then roughly here, so 1.5 hours after market open, we would have had the first confirmation that this actually is correct. And so we would have then sold here and with a stop loss here, or the other way around. That's our first point where we now expect that this is our wave 2. So if we would buy now, we would actually either set our stop loss at 171 or at 163, because if it goes below 171, it would mean that our labeling here is not correct. And if it goes between 163, it means that the labeling from B to here is not correct, and we have to relabel this whole part. Yeah, and okay, there we go. Put user in timeout. I think that should do it, or actually hide user. If you cannot behave, if you're not grown up enough to behave, then you go. Yep, and gone. IBKR, never heard of them. Are they available in Germany? Yeah, but so like trading 212, haven't used them either. So I haven't looked at them. But the same issue is also like with eToro and with other brokers. If you basically open tickets and start to annoy them when things don't work, you usually get compensated. Yeah. Yeah, Samsung is distracting. Like I think he mentioned one or two valid points. Yeah, like people focusing on things like short selling restriction is in place, and I don't know, it's quadrupling witching day and this and that. All of that gives people the expectation of a specific date. But if you think about it now most of you that watch the stream longer already believed or see that Elliott waves are highly accurate. Yeah. But if Elliott waves are highly accurate, we cannot just have a wave that or a candle that goes up to 10,000 tomorrow. It doesn't work like that, because then the waves would not apply anymore, and we would have to relabel everything to try to make it fit. Yeah. And yeah, what conditions could happen to fail all Elliott waves? Government regulations and buying restrictions. So if trading is not possible freely, it's actually mentioned at the end of chapter 1 in the book. Don't know the exact page, but chapter 1, I think chapter 1, yeah. When the available price record differs from what might have existed in a free market, rules and guidelines must be considered in that light. Yeah. So that's what, for example, happened when we look at the monthly chart and we would draw the waves. We would see our wave 4 violate, that would be our wave 4, and it violates one of the rules that wave 4 cannot go into the area of wave 1. But because it happened because of buying restrictions, we can ignore that rule violation, yeah, because it didn't happen because based on free market order flow, but it happened because of restrictions. Yeah. And going into Monday, yeah, like we're still following that orange line. And the thing is, like, that orange line, you see, like, so again, if we have a wave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I really hope that you guys have the cheat sheet, then that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the wave 0 to 1 consists of another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. But we see that this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that we're currently mapping out doesn't even come close to wherever the end of that orange line is. Yeah. Which means, oh, the end of that orange line was at 370 something. Yeah. Which means that this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 actually is just another wave 1. Yeah. So this here is just another wave 1, and after that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we will see another corrective pattern. So that will be a bigger 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that may go up to the orange one. Yeah. So like that, it will still go on for some time. That's why I mean, like, don't invest money that you can afford to lose, and don't invest money that you need in the near future, because it will be like take some time. Yeah. Some of the waves like form faster, simply because of more volume trading and so on. And like we see, like this here, from here till here was yesterday's trading day, and from here till here, and from here till here now is today's trading day. Yeah. And we just managed to form this wave here and parts of the new one. Yeah. Yesterday we didn't finish the entire wave, we only got till here. So maybe tomorrow or maybe on Monday we actually finish till wave 3, but it's more likely that we will finish this pattern here and then correct and blah 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 and so on. Yeah. But yeah, nuns with guns, perhaps it's confirmation bias for me. Yeah. Of course it's confirmation bias. Yeah. So like but it's not the kind of confirmation bias like when somebody says like, and that's the part where I agree with whatever Samsung Galaxy said, that when it's like, oh, it's going to be the earnings and that's going to trigger it, or oh, it's going to be quadruple witching day because of this and that expires, or oh, they triggered the short selling restrictions and it's going to make a difference. Yeah. And then people are disappointed when it doesn't happen, when there is short selling restrictions, but we have a huge drop anyways, because maybe they shorted additionally through ETFs, maybe they are just regular people taking profit. Yeah. So that kind of confirmation bias is, in my opinion, a little bit annoying. However, like confirmation bias, like there is a book that mentions a trading strategy that's published in 1930 and that applies to literally every not government regulated chart, so where free market flow happened since then. Yeah, where you can apply all the rules, where if you look too closely, you might have to make adjustment as you go, but if you like zoom out a little bit and only use the smaller waves to confirm that your bigger assumptions are correct, it applies. So that's not confirmation bias in a negative way. That's for me just something like, holy shit, how did I not know that before? Yeah. And thanks for the marathon stream today. Keep up the amazing work. Hi, thank you for sharing your knowledge. I want to know if you only rely on Elliott waves or also fundamentals on news. No, like mostly Elliott waves. Like I follow all the rest and I consider it, but at the end of the day, it's still, Elliott waves is not, it's not something technical. It's basically based on human psychology. So it's based on human behavior, and since it's based on human behavior, it also considers things like news events. Yeah? Of course, you cannot plan when the news event is with an Elliott wave, but you can also have like faster movements in an Elliott wave, so it doesn't take 50 candles to finish a wave, but only 5 or something like that. Yeah, and so like, while the basic rules of Elliott waves, that there is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on, are quite simple, but there are like finer gradients within that allow like for a lot of flexibility within the waves. Yeah, doesn't mean that like what we have here in orange or what we have here in I don't know, turquoise, whatever it is, will change a lot, but there is still room, so like to still fulfill all the requirements. And yeah, so while I follow the rest, yeah, because there could still be things like with Wirecard where you had an accounting scandal, yeah, where we could check. I'm not sure if we can fit that with Elliott waves, which would be actually a perfect example that everything else is irrelevant. Do we find Wirecard here? No. Oop, wrong button. Wrong. Did I close? Oh. Did I just by accident close the window? Yeah, well, okay, there we go again. No, Charles I think is with us with Elliott waves, so he's not saying that it's like confirmation bias and bullshit, but he's just saying that he likes the stock and that Elliott waves just confirms what he anyway wants to hear, yeah, but in a good way. Let's see if we can find Wirecard or if they're already delisted. Yeah, might not have enough candles, not sure. Yeah. Let's check. We are already on monthly. And I think even if I just look real quick, I would say that from 2015, I don't know when the IPO was, maybe there are still candles missing, we could have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C. Maybe it's in like a double zigzag, which would then be like another A, B, C. And this here then down could be another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So while although we would have a violation in terms of wave 1 and wave 2, but yeah, like tricky. If we label it just from the top, it will just be wave 1. Oh no, actually it labels more, yeah. So it would say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but there are also violations in there. So that's why the auto labeling is not that great, yeah. It doesn't look like complete data. I'm gonna spend some time, maybe I can find like, maybe on TradingView we can find more information. and to label out Wirecard because it would be probably one of the best examples to show that everything else is irrelevant. And yeah, so thank you for sharing. Also, yeah, we had that. I mean, blah, blah, blah. Exactly. Been watching for a lot of today. Well done. What's the extrapolation on your chart looking for Monday? That's a fancy word. Anyways, great job and well done. Thanks for explaining Elliott waves. Yeah, most welcome. And I don't know how it will look on Monday because, I mean, I don't know for sure if we will still see a thrust up today that will take us to that wave 3 or not. But overall, what we see now is like that we are in wave 1, 2, 3. So from the orange wave pattern, we're in wave 3 now, which will take us to 350 or something. Yeah, 356, I think it was. Yeah, let's logarithmic. Yeah, so 340 to 376. So that's where we're going right now. And that may happen in a day, that may happen in a week, but that's where we're going right now. And on the way there, we will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. Yeah, so almost made it through the entire, oh, actually, no, like, oh my God, we really made it through the entire day, like in 2 minutes, the market is closing? Seriously? Just 7 hours. And I'm down today, 0.21%, yeah? Because what went down, let's check. Yeah, sold NEO, sold Tesla. Who could have known, yeah? And yeah, I'm still in those. Might have to take a look again. GameStop is kind of like sideways movement today overall. Still in that. Okay, I'm still in that, still in that. Don't have that anymore. Still in that, still in that, and still in that, yeah. So overall, not a bad day. And oh my God, like honestly, when I went live today, I didn't think that that I will stream the whole trading session, yeah. And I think like, I don't know, I hope that everybody who watched, and especially if you suffered through the entire stream, like kudos, was able to take a lot away about like how it works with wave within wave and applying it in real time and so on, and basically looking at one wave and then making sure that you can confirm it by applying the smaller wave. And if you couldn't confirm it on the same time frame, then going on a lower time frame and so on, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, and what else do we have there? How do I pick stocks? Honestly, there are a few I try to look up stocks that I believe in, so services that I'm using myself, yeah, so like, or that we use in our business. I don't know, like for example, Twilio, RDN and so on, or ADN, or however it's pronounced. So I look at their stocks, I use Elliott waves, try to find the right entry point and then enter the market, yeah. My favorite credit card is my Platinum American Express, so I'm always also looking, or from time to time looking at AXP to consider buying it. I check the spam-filled news feed on eToro where people are talking about whatever, and here and there pick a stock, look at it, and if Elliott waves somehow add up for me, then I buy a little bit, yeah. So my biggest problem is really picking stocks and finding the right moment, because like very often, like right now we are actually lucky because we had this point here and we then yesterday had this wave, which I just shared a little bit in screenshots, or till here, and it finished today. And today we actually got to watch the whole wave 2 finish, plus likely the start of this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. And usually when I look at random stocks in quotes, then my biggest problem is that they are somewhere in the middle, yeah. So especially if I look on the monthly chart, or then they are somewhere in the middle of a wave and it's hard to find the right entry. And then I usually just look at the prediction based on a higher time frame, yeah. So like I would say like, okay, the predicted price level is obviously when the current trend is going down, yeah. The predicted price level is whatever, like 1,500. So I would set a price alert and hopefully not forget about it and miss it. And then once we hit that price of that area, I would check again with Elliott waves if I now have a good entry or not, yeah. So I think this was extremely helpful in understanding how Elliott wave works. Thank you for your time and for the great chat throughout. Thank you for your time. I get a fine wine now. Have a nice weekend, everybody. Cheers. Yeah. Well, thank you all for tuning in. Like, honestly, without some of you that suffered through the whole stream and that asked questions, shared their opinion, provided insights and so on, it would have been so boring for me and for everybody watching. Didn't expect that we will see the whole session. It's now officially market close, I guess, yeah. Or I'm always confused with time zones, like especially now because we have not summertime yet, but let's check. Does it say market closed? Yes, market closed too. We actually made it through the whole day, like insane. And yeah, so, and as you can see, or last but not least, as you can see, it should still draw us candles here because it also shows us the after hours. However, when we refresh on Monday, it will disappear. Yeah, and I think with that we're actually going to end it. Yeah, so I think everybody said what they wanted to say. I definitely can use a break and will enjoy a whiskey with Coke. And yeah, like really, I can only recommend it. If there's one book about finance that I can recommend, it's the Elliott Wave book. Get the cheat sheet, makes so many things easier. And yeah, either learn yourself how to predict those price areas, it's explained in the book, or consider, if you're really trading a little bit more, dropping the $50 per month on your Wave Basis subscription. Give it a try for free for 2 weeks and then just think about that. And yeah, I think with that you can be confident. So like, even like last but not least, even if it would go a little bit lower, it would just mean, or not on the hourly chart, so even if it would go a little bit lower here, it would just mean that what we labeled here was already premature. We would need to relabel that. Yeah, like overall, it's literally every time we need to relabel something, it means it was human error and we jumped the gun on labeling. Yeah, and so don't panic, or I will not panic. I hope you also are at the point where you won't panic. What will happen is, in my opinion, it will go up, it will go down, but eventually it will follow this trail here that we've set out here. The price levels may change a little bit, especially once we see a squeeze, but I really expect it to go this way, and that again could just be another wave one in a bigger 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah? Don't focus on the timelines, just focus on the price levels, and that's it. Thanks for watching. See you all. I don't know when I go live the next time, because again, lives are tricky because I don't like to be like tied down at fixed times. But definitely going to post updates on Reddit. Keep an eye out. I mentioned there might be an official projection of Elliott Waves from Jeffrey, whatever his name is, the guy that does the stuff at elliottwave.com, so has 30 years experience or so with Elliott Waves for GameStop. So if he does that, I will post on Reddit. So yeah, and I enjoyed the stream, learn a lot. Hope you do more of them going forward and do something like daily analysis. It's a little bit difficult with running a business, another YouTube channel and some other things, yeah, so there will be no daily stuff. If at all, my main idea would be to go live on Sundays, you know, like where there's no market open, and then I can look at a few stocks and share my prediction for the next week or something like that, yeah. And yeah, so it's been my pleasure. Really, thank you all for being here, and yeah, hope to either see you in a live soon, or I don't know, maybe discuss something in comments on Reddit, on eToro, or somewhere else. And yeah, all have a great weekend as well. Bye-bye.